Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 201. Chapter 201. The lively and uplifting sound of a flute echoed along the road, like a bluebird riding the wind, drifting far away. While on his journey, Jensen slowed his steps, glancing at the long caravan beside him. An artist, wandering and playing his flute joyfully, caught his attention. The melody was beautiful. For once, Jensen slowed his pace, tilting his ear to listen. When the song ended, applause erupted from the gathered crowd. Jensen nodded in approval. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze swept over one of the guards by the caravan. The guard seemed no different from anyone else, but as soon as Jensen appeared, his heartbeat quickened. Now, it was even faster. Jensen retracted his gaze and continued on his way. A few minutes later, the guard, confident that the figure had moved far enough away, sighed in relief and quickly whispered to those beside him, "I'm going to the restroom." He stepped into the dense forest lining the road and pulled out a scroll, writing, "Spotted Gensou. Time and location." Just as he was about to perform the summoning technique, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a pair of eyes met his. Without even a moment to feel shock or fear, the guard lost consciousness instantly. "Konoha's ANBU has been very active lately," Jensen said thoughtfully as flames arose in his palm, quickly burning the guard's freshly written scroll. On his way to Mount Katsuragi, he had already encountered several groups of Konoha shinobi. Initially, he thought they were on some kind of mission, but now it was clear. These people had only one goal, to find the whereabouts of New Jomi village. Among the search teams, not only were there openly uniformed Konoha shinobi, but also undercover agents blending into the world of shinobi, like this guard. The intensity of this search was far beyond that of the past 2 years. Jensen had gleaned a significant amount of information from the guard's mind. It wasn't just Konoha. The other 4 major shinobi villages and even the smaller villages under their control had mobilized the majority of their forces, both openly and covertly, in a bid to uncover the location of Jomi village. Individually, the power of a shinobi village may not seem impressive. But war, that was their forte. Now, the 5 major villages were trying to shift the situation to their most familiar battlefield. This reaction is quite intense. Have the 5 great shinobi villages finally realized that they're no longer the players controlling the pieces on the board? Jensen chuckled but didn't dwell on it too much. His current objective remained the key to all of his plans, the Rinnegan. "I'll deal with you bigger fish later," Jensen muttered as he disappeared, moving swiftly once more. While Jensen himself paid it little mind, the sudden massive search by the 5 great shinobi villages caused trouble for many others. Pain, also on the move, sensed the strange happenings in the shinobi world. After extracting the memories of several Konoha shinobi using the human path, he roughly understood the situation. So, the entire shinobi world is searching for Jensen's forces. That's fine. If White Zetsu had discovered the location of New Jomi village, he wouldn't have minded spreading the information to fan the flames. But now. Pain paused, rubbing the ring on his finger. Soon, the members of the Akatsuki, upon receiving the notification, appeared beside him in their holographic forms. "What's the matter, leader?" Kisame, who was on leave after his teammate Itachi's death, asked curiously. Pain replied calmly, "The 5 great shinobi villages are now focusing all their efforts on searching for Jensen's forces. Everyone should be more cautious for the time being. If things seem off, you can put your tasks on hold." Pain hadn't forgotten that his subordinates were all S-rank missing mean. If they were caught by shinobi from the major villages, especially given the current mobilization levels, it wouldn't end well. Until the mission of capturing the tailed beasts was completed, keeping everyone intact was the best course of action. "Great." Deidara was the first to voice his agreement. "I've been flying over the ocean for days. I'm exhausted. I'll take this opportunity to rest." I was already resting. "Since the leader says so, I'll just rest a bit longer," Kisame chuckled. Hearing that, Deidara turned to Kisame and asked, "Are you still soaking in the hot springs of the land of hot water, on that famous street of bathhouses?" Kisame had mentioned during the last meeting that he was going to take a vacation in the land of hot water, and Deidara had been curious about it. Now, with the perfect opportunity, he wanted to confirm Kisame's location. Kisame, never suspecting Deidara's motives, nodded without hesitation. "Why? You want to come too?" Deidara grinned. "Of course. That street is part of my artistic vision." Knowing all too well what Deidara meant by art, Kisame quickly waved him off. "You better not." On the other side, Kakuzu reported to Pain, "We've tracked the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails to the Iwaden Mountains in the Land of Earth. We've already arrived and will proceed cautiously." Pain nodded. He had merely issued a reminder. He wouldn't stop Akatsuki members from carrying out their plans if they were confident. The message has been delivered. Dismissed. Without another word, Pain's holographic form vanished, and he continued on his way, his objective unchanged. While others might fear the power of the shinobi villages, he was different. If discovered, he'd simply eliminate them. No one could escape the gaze of the Rinnegan. At the same time, on a distant coastline, the hot spring street in the land of hot water and the Iwaten Mountains in the land of earth. Thank you, Kisame, Kakuzu, and the leader. Deidara, feeling thrilled with his first time as a spy, gleefully wrote down the intel on a tiny bird he created and secretly let it fly away. After completing everything, he joyfully returned to where Sasori was. Sasori shot Deidara a sideways glance. For some reason, this guy had been randomly grinning lately. Deidara, are you sure you're not sick? Sasori asked coldly, distancing himself. Deidara patted his chest. Of course not. Brother Sasori, I've got an amazing art piece in mind. When the time comes, you'll be shocked. Deidara eagerly anticipated Sasori's reaction when he eventually revealed, I'm a spy. Such a wonderful artistic moment, happening between two artists. Just the thought made him excited. Boom. 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 Loud explosions echoed within Mount Sumeru. There's a secret base here. There are shinobi. It's likely the target, New Jomi village. Gather more people. Seal the area, quick. People's circumstances were different. The 5 great shinobi villages had yet to find Gensou or the Akatsuki, but by chance, they stumbled upon another individual. Sitting at home, Utakata was bewildered as he watched the rising shinobi techniques drawing closer and the large number of shinobi behind them. Was this really necessary? I've been out of the shinobi world for years, Utakata murmured, still unsure what had just happened. Chapter 202, Chapter 202. Mount Katsuragi. The traces of battle from over a year ago had now completely disappeared from the land. The collapsed houses had been rebuilt, the destroyed barriers restored, and even the deep craters caused by the repeated use of the Fury Hair forbidden jutsu were filled in. The only difference was the owner of this place. The once feared warrior of the shinobi world, the traveler of war, had passed away. Now, the one in charge of the Tsuchigumo clan on Mount Katsuragi was his granddaughter, Ataru, who was still quite young. Miss, it was too risky for you to save that person, said Tanbai, the old soldier, his brows furrowed in concern as he looked at the unfamiliar man lying on the bed. He turned to Hataru with worry in his eyes. Hataru, whose youthful face had matured slightly, replied earnestly, when I found him, he was already seriously injured and unconscious. I couldn't just leave him to die, Tanbai. Tanbai shook his head and continued to advise, but we don't know if the man on the bed is good or evil. If he turns out to be trouble, and the shinobi chasing him come here, it will endanger all of Mount Katsuragi. Currently, Ataru was the last heir of the Tsuchigumo clan. Tanbai didn't want to see anything similar to what happened a year ago occur again. Don't worry, Tanbai, Ataru said, patting her chest in assurance. I'm strong now. I can definitely protect everyone. Although her grandfather's passing had left her disheartened for a while, Ataru had worked hard ever since. She tirelessly studied the water-style training scroll that Gensou had left behind and had activated the clan's secret Fury Hair forbidden jutsu. In terms of combat power, she wasn't any weaker than the famed Jonin of the outside world. Because of this, Ataru had gained much more confidence compared to her past, more gentle self. Looking at her now, Tanbai was momentarily stunned. He had almost forgotten that Ataru was no longer the powerless little girl she once was. Now, as someone who had inherited the clan's forbidden jutsu and excelled in ninjutsu, she was even stronger than him. Ataru had the qualifications to take on the responsibility of revitalizing the Tsuchigumo clan and becoming the next traveler of war. With this realization, Tanbai sighed and was about to comply with her wishes when the man on the bed suddenly stirred. Both Ataru and Tanbai immediately turned to look. Soon, the man opened his eyes. Where is this? Utakata asked in a cold voice as he looked around the unfamiliar room and people. He struggled to sit up and asked again. Ataru quickly moved to help him up. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't move too much. Utakata, not used to people getting close to him, shifted away slightly and repeated, where is this? Not bothered by Utakata's cold demeanor, having gone through experiences with Gensou, who had a strange personality but a good heart, Ataru patiently explained, this is Mount Katsuragi. Don't worry, you're safe here. There's no danger. Utakata, however, clearly wasn't listening to Hataru's words. He glanced at Ataru, who had saved him, and, ignoring his injuries, got out of bed and began walking towards the door. Wait. You're still injured. Ataru called out urgently. Without turning his head, Utakata replied, don't stop me. You shouldn't have saved me. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. But after only a few steps, his vision blurred, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious once again. Ataru and Tanbai exchanged glances. Sighing again, Tanbai walked over, picked Utakata up, and placed him back on the bed. Although his attitude hadn't been polite, his actions clearly showed he didn't want to bring trouble here. All in all, his character seemed decent. And since the young mistress had a kind heart, this would have to do. Outside Mount Katsuragi, Jensen lifted his head, his eyes focusing on the mountain peak standing straight like a chopstick in the distance. Never thought I'd come here again. The traveler of war was surely long gone. Back then, with just one glance, Jensen had seen that the man's body was at its limits. After the scare Jensen gave him, it was unlikely he'd lived much longer. Now, the one in charge was probably that little girl named Ataru. Funny enough, even though Jensen had been an invader, Ataru hadn't been afraid of him at all. In fact, when they parted, she even expressed a desire to become his disciple. At the time, Jensen hadn't agreed but had left her a water-style training scroll before departing. He wondered how much she had learned. Jensen withdrew his gaze and, just like last time, began making his way towards Mount Katsuragi. If the butterfly effect hadn't shifted too much, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, who was fleeing, was likely somewhere near Mount Katsuragi. If they hadn't arrived yet, he could afford to wait a little while. As Jensen walked towards the mountain, he heard whispers coming from the nearby dense forest. Not bothering to pay attention, he continued on his way. However, the conversation still reached his ears. "Are you sure that Old Man is dead?" "Yes," confirmed Lord Shiro. Old Man Tanbai tried to hide it for a long time, but under repeated questioning by the clan elders of the hidden mountain village, he finally revealed the truth. It was always suspicious that the traveler of war hadn't shown up for so long. Excellent. It seems the forbidden jutsu of the Tsuchigumo clan has fallen into the hands of that little girl Ing. The Tsuchigumo clan is truly without successors now. Lord Shiro, shall we act now and take the forbidden jutsu? No rush. Since Mount Katsuragi was attacked a year ago, they've replaced many of the barriers and traps. We need to scout thoroughly first. Otherwise, if Konoha's reinforcements arrive, it'll be troublesome. Lord Shiro is truly cautious. However, just now, a passerby overheard our conversation. What should we do? I noticed already. Just a bug. Crush it casually. Understood. With that, 4 figures shot out of the forest at incredible speed, surrounding Gensu. One of them, a man, sneered at Gensu and said coldly, "Eavesdropping on others' secrets isn't a good habit. Unlucky guy, have you decided how you want to die? I'm feeling generous and can grant your wish." Gensu paid them no mind, continuing to walk forward at his own pace. Seeing that this man was about to meet his death, yet still acting so indifferent, Nanxiang and the others couldn't help but feel both amused and insulted. As they prepared to strike, chuckling to themselves, the men muttered, "Pathetic stench." Before he could finish his sentence, Gensu finally spared them a glance. Shing. 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 In an instant, the kunai from the shinobi pouches of the 4 men flew out at lightning speed, piercing through their heads. Before they even hit the ground, the 4 of them had no idea what had just happened. Not far away, Shiro, standing with his arms behind his back in a commanding pose, waiting for his subordinates to return, saw the scene unfold before him and immediately froze, his mouth agape. Drip. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Chapter 203, Chapter 203. Run. Run for your life. In a panic, Shiro threw his ninja pouch, filled with kunai and shuriken, far away, not daring to even glance at Gensu as he sprinted toward the distance. However, before he could get far, with a series of sharp cracking sounds, the moisture in the air around him rapidly condensed, forming needles of ice that shot toward him from all directions. A high-pitched scream echoed out for a brief moment. Soon, the scream weakened and eventually faded into silence. After casually swatting away a few pests, Gensu, uninterested in what happened, continued his journey, just as he had a year ago. He walked through the trap-laden outskirts of Mount Katsuragi without obstruction and arrived at the barrier. "Since we're acquaintances, let's use a different method this time instead of violently destroying the barrier," Jensen mused as he observed the defensive barrier ahead. He reached out both hands and placed them on the barrier. Then, with a burst of strength from his hands, he tore the barrier apart like thin paper, creating an opening just big enough for one person to pass through. As Jensen stepped inside, a crystal ball used to monitor the barrier within the Tsuchigumo clan's territory cracked with a loud snap, and alarms blared. An intruder. They've broken through the barrier. Tanbai's expression changed drastically. His mind raced back to the invasion a year ago, when the enemy had similarly breached Mount Katsuragi without warning. The ensuing battle was still fresh in his memory. If the enemy this time had similar strength. Lady Hataru. We must retreat immediately. His first instinct was to urge Ataru to flee once again. But he had forgotten that Ataru's strength now far surpassed his. This is the Tsuchigumo clan's territory, and I am now the head of the Tsuchigumo clan. It is my responsibility to protect our home. Ataru easily dodged Tanbai's outstretched hand and spoke with determination. As soon as she finished speaking, the man lying on the bed, who had just passed out, opened his eyes. A dark, ominous chakra began to surge from Utakata's body. Ataru was shocked at the sight. What is this? Such a massive amount of chakra. And this aura. Why is it so terrifying? She instinctively stepped back. Tanbai, too, had a similar reaction. His face filled with doubt as he looked at Utakata. This suffocating, violent aura, he had seen something similar before on the battlefield during the Great Shinobi War when he followed the Traveler of War. If he remembered correctly, that person's identity was a Jinchuriki. As Jensen continued to walk through Mount Katsuragi, he sensed the presence of a tailed beast not far ahead. Well, isn't this fortunate? The Six Tails is right here. Jensen smiled faintly and pressed on. Jinchuriki. Images of the colossal, unstoppable figure from the war, who had slaughtered countless shinobi, flashed in Tanbai's mind. He quickly pulled Ataru further back. Disaster after disaster. The creature before them was something they could not possibly contend with. However, before they could retreat more than a few steps, the raging chakra from Utakata's body subsided, and he swiftly retracted the tailed beast's chakra into himself. Utakata stood up. Thanks to the resilience of a Jinchuriki, he had recovered considerably. Having overheard Ataru and Tanbai's conversation, he spoke in his usual cold tone. I'll deal with the enemy. You two should leave. Without waiting for a response, he headed toward the door. Lady Ataru. With an unknown enemy outside and an unstable Jinchuriki inside, Tanbai, feeling immense pressure, tried to persuade her to leave. It's too late, Ataru shook her head. The intruder is already here. As a vessel for forbidden jutsu, Ataru frequently absorbed natural energy, making her sensory abilities far superior to those of an average sensor-type shinobi. She could clearly sense it now, the enemy had already arrived. It was only one person. Yet their presence felt unfathomable. Additionally, for some reason, there was a hint of familiarity. Could it be someone I know? With confusion in her heart, Ataru and Tanbai stepped outside. And there, along with Utakata, who was a few steps ahead, they saw Gensu, strolling toward them as if on a leisurely walk. Utakata's eyes flashed with doubt as soon as he saw Gensu. He had expected the intruder to be the Kiri hunter Nin who had been chasing him for so long, but instead, it was a man he didn't recognize. Even though Gensu's name had spread far and wide across the shinobi world, not everyone could recognize his face. Utakata, someone who preferred a quiet life, had no interest in the affairs of the shinobi world. The enemy of Mount Katsuragi. I'll take care of this quickly, Utakata decided. Similarly, Ataru and Tanbai, who rarely left Mount Katsuragi, also didn't recognize Gensu's identity. Even so, Ataru couldn't help but feel a faint sense of familiarity when she looked at Gensu. She was just about to ask something when Utakata made his move. Sudden, foam technique. Utakata pulled out a straw, blew into it, and a large number of seemingly harmless but highly destructive bubbles surged from the tube, covering Gensu. Six Tails Jinchuriki. Gensu murmured calmly, glancing at the bubbles. In front of him, countless ice needles formed. After a quick sweep of the ice needles, with a series of pops, the bubbles from the Sudden, foam technique burst instantly. Ice release. From the Yuki clan. Utakata's expression changed. Before he could react further, Gensu's voice reached his ears once again. Didn't the Six Tails tell you not to seek death? Utakata froze. Unlike perfect Jinchuriki, his relationship with the Six Tails was mediocre at best. They rarely communicated. He didn't understand why the person in front of him would say something like that. Could it be that the Six Tails knew this person, and even feared them? Impossible. Tailed beasts were terrifying weapons, capable of rivaling human power. How could they possibly fear a human? Utakata shook his head. Regardless, this man had easily broken through his signature technique just now. His strength was undeniable. Utakata would have to go all out. Utakata's expression turned serious. Seeing this, Gensu also shook his head. Tailed beasts had a special way of communicating. Even if the Six Tails didn't know him personally, it should have sensed his strength. But there had been no reaction at all. It seemed that the relationship between this Jinchuriki and his tailed beast was indeed poor. In that case, let me wake you up first. Gensu disappeared in a flash, reappearing beside Utakata, and threw a punch. Utakata's pupils shrank, and his body was immediately covered in the chakra of the Six Tails as he raised his arm to block. Boom. Utakata's entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several walls and skidding along the ground for 70 to 80 meters, until his body was embedded deep into the ground, where he finally came to a stop. Jensen calmly withdrew his gaze and said indifferently. The Six Tails Jinchuriki, captured. Chapter 204, Chapter 204. Everything happened so fast. Before Ataru and Tanbai could even react as spectators, the battle was already over. Watching the long plume of thick smoke rise and the motionless body of Utakata at the far end, Tanbai stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. Am I under a genjutsu? Tanbai, who had once witnessed the overwhelming power of a Jinchuriki firsthand, never expected that Utakata, also a Jinchuriki, would be defeated with a single punch. His gaze, dazed and trembling, fell upon Gensou. His body involuntarily shivered. The Tsuchigumo clan was finished. The man before him was far stronger than the two who had invaded a year ago. Even at the height of their power, with the Traveler of War leading them, the Tsuchigumo clan wouldn't have been a match for him. Now, only two remained, an elder and a young woman. Ataru, too, felt the crushing pressure. Prepared to die in battle, unwilling to disgrace the Tsuchigumo clan's honor, she swiftly activated the Fury Hair Forbidden Jutsu. But even then, she couldn't help but ask, "Do I know you?" She expected no answer, or perhaps a mocking laugh. To her surprise, the men before her nodded. Jensen glanced around, watching the large amount of chakra and natural energy rapidly gathering behind Ataru. Compared to the past, Ataru had become far more adept at using the forbidden technique, and her body's ability to withstand it had greatly improved. He spoke, "Turn off the Fury Hair. I've seen it enough times already." Seen it enough times? Ataru was confused at first. Then, thinking back to the sense of familiarity she had felt earlier, combined with his statement that they knew each other. Suddenly, Ataru's eyes lit up as she recalled a certain someone, and she asked eagerly. "Are you the one who wore the white spiral mask back then?" Jensen nodded casually. "How's the water-style training scroll I gave you last time?" It really was him. Ataru's face immediately broke into a radiant smile, and she obediently deactivated the Fury Hair. Having spent time with Gensou, she knew well that he wasn't a villain. Though his methods and demands were unconventional, in the end, he was someone she could talk to. So, in the following moments, Ataru, still at heart a young girl, excitedly approached Gensou and began chatting with him joyfully. Tanbai, standing there, dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, pinched his leg hard. The events of the day had been full of twists and turns. He had been prepared to die just moments ago, but now, everything seemed to be resolved. It turned out that this man knew Lady Ataru. The man in the white spiral mask from a year ago was actually him. And now, he had forced his way in again. Wait. If this man had always played the role of an intruder, why was Lady Ataru on such good terms with him, showing no signs of worry at all? Tanbai felt his brain getting tangled up. But he wasn't foolish. He knew this outcome was the best they could hope for. As for his confusion and doubts, he'd just keep those buried deep inside. When Utakata woke up again, he found himself still lying on the same bed. Feeling a sharp pain as if his bones had shattered, he quickly recalled the events before he had passed out. One punch. Just one punch. As a Jinchuriki, he hadn't been able to withstand it and had been sent flying, knocked unconscious. Was that man even human? Even the Mizukage couldn't have defeated him so easily. And what about the girl who saved him? If that man wasn't targeting him, then she must be his objective. With that thought, Utakata gritted his teeth against the pain and cautiously snuck out to investigate. Surprisingly, it didn't take long before he found his target. Ataru, the blonde girl, was standing by a pool, demonstrating her water-style jutsu. Nearby, the man who had defeated him with a single punch was casually teaching her a few things while playing with something in his hand. Utakata took a closer look. It was a highly concentrated chakra ball. The chakra in it was all too familiar, it was Six Tails chakra. Perfect timing. Gensou waved over at Utakata, who thought he had been hiding well. At the same time, Gensou flicked his fingers, sending the Six Tails chakra ball flying. With a swoosh, the chakra ball flew out of Mount Katsuragi and soared a great distance before exploding in midair, leaving behind traces of Six Tails chakra to be discovered. Fishing required bait. Now that Gensou had settled into his fishing spot, to attract the bigger fish, he had to dangle their favorite food right in front of them. Seeing that Gensou had noticed him, Utakata hesitated for a moment but eventually walked over. The difference in strength was too great. He was nothing but a fish on the chopping block now. "You are." As Utakata approached, he was about to ask Gensou's identity, something that had been plaguing his mind. But before he could finish, Gensou placed a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, Utakata felt the chakra within him, specifically the chakra of the Six Tails, begin to pour out wildly, flowing into the palm of the man in front of him. Roar. Inside the sealed space, the Six Tails, a giant slug-like creature with 6 tails, raised its head and let out an enraged roar. Be quiet. Jensen's phantom appeared within the seal, placing a hand on the massive creature's head, pinning it to the ground as he spoke calmly. He wasn't like Naruto, who sought to become friends with the tailed beasts. Especially since he still had to continue his plan to capture the tailed beasts. He had no interest in idle chit-chat with them. After a lesson from Gensou, the Six Tails quieted down. Gensou increased the speed of his chakra absorption. Before long, another highly concentrated chakra ball formed in his hand. After playing with it for a while, he flicked it again, sending it flying and detonating it not far from the previous one. Seeing this, Utakata thought for a moment and decided to warn him. This will attract the Kiri Hunter Nin. Kiri Hunter Nin. Without turning his head, Gensou replied. Too small a fish. Not worth the hook. Utakata wanted to say more, but remembering the overwhelming power of the men before him, he decided to keep his mouth shut. Later, after finishing her training and while resting, Ataru informed Utakata that the man's name was Gensou. Utakata's normally cold expression changed to one of shock. No wonder he had been powerless to resist. It was him. At that moment, Utakata thought back to Gensou's earlier action of flicking away the Six Tails chakra ball. If the Kiri Hunter Nin weren't even worth his attention, then who was this man, who was mentioned in the same breath as the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, and had killed the first Mizukage with his own hands at the Battle of the Valley of the End? Who was he really trying to lure in? Utakata had a sinking feeling that he was now entangled in something far bigger than himself. But there was nothing he could do about it. As the Six Tails Jinchuriki, a nightmare in the minds of countless shinobi, someone who had always held the fate of others in his hands, now, all he could do was wait quietly, like livestock, to be served up. He couldn't help but think how ironic it all was. Chapter 205, Chapter 205. Cough, cough, cough. A man's heavy coughing echoed from within a large tree, indistinguishable from its surroundings. Following the coughing, a cold, female voice spoke. Nagato, take a break. You've come a long way, and your body is already exhausted. Nagato, with his red hair and emaciated body, stifled a few more coughs before shaking his head. No. I've already detected the traces of the Six Tails chakra. It won't be long before we find the Jinchuriki. While White Zetsu was excellent at gathering intelligence in fixed areas like the 5 great shinobi villages, tracking a constantly fleeing Jinchuriki was a different matter. At best, they could narrow down a general region, but continuous pursuit was difficult. Pain was now in that region and had found a lead. Knowing Nagato's stubbornness, Konan didn't press the issue any further. Instead, she asked. Do we need to move forward again? Nagato nodded. Half a kilometer ahead. Konan nodded back and raised her hand. The large tree that had concealed them, undetectable even to the Sharingan, instantly dissolved into countless sheets of paper, scattering into the air. In no time, the tree vanished. In its place, countless paper fragments floated gracefully, creating an unusual scene of beauty. Konan controlled part of the paper to lift the bed Nagato was sitting on, while the rest scattered in all directions, acting as eyes and ears to monitor the surroundings. In this manner, they swiftly covered the half-kilometer distance. Once again, Konan used her Shikigami no Mai, transforming the sheets of paper back into a lifelike tree, concealing them both inside. Nagato suddenly looked up, his voice cold and emotionless. I've found him. Simultaneously, far away, Pain lifted his head and gazed at the towering mountain ahead, his expression indifferent. I've found him. They've arrived. On Mount Katsuragi, where the bait had been laid, Gensou, reclining in a chair that Ataru had thoughtfully brought out, was basking in the warm sunlight when he suddenly opened his eyes. He turned his gaze, looking down at a figure clad in black with red clouds who had just arrived outside the mountain. As expected, the big fish had taken the bait. Gensou slowly stood up and, without turning around, gave instructions to Ataru and Utakata beside him. Stay here. Don't go outside. Before either of them could respond, Gensou vanished in an instant. Ataru and Utakata exchanged puzzled glances. It wasn't until the sound of a tremendous explosion echoed from outside Mount Katsuragi that they, along with Tonbai, who had rushed out at the noise, instinctively looked toward the source. Only then did they understand the true meaning behind Gensou's earlier words. It was a nice day. The fresh breeze, filled with the fragrance of grass, made the body feel at ease. However, Pain, though human in appearance, was merely a corpse, long dead. Unable to experience the beauty of the world, he sought solace in its opposite, bestowing suffering upon the world. True peace could only be achieved through true understanding in pain. This was the belief he had always held. It was also his motivation for being here today, to capture the Six Tails Jinchuriki. However, before Pain could take action, a figure leaped down from Mount Katsuragi, exuding an aura so overwhelming that it stopped him in his tracks. Gensou. The moment Pain saw the man's face, a flicker of surprise crossed his usually emotionless expression. The same look appeared on Nagato's face, miles away. He couldn't comprehend why Gensou, who was engaged in tense skirmishes with the five great nations, was now here. Gensou had come from the direction where the Six-Tails Jinchuriki had been hiding. When did Gensou start involving himself with the Six-Tails Jinchuriki? Or, had he taken an interest in the tailed beasts? Nagato's gaze grew cold. Beside him, Konan's expression tensed as well when she heard Nagato mention the name of a man who had no business being here. She glanced at Nagato, then carefully scanned their surroundings. A person's reputation cast a long shadow. Both she and Nagato had witnessed the abilities of Uchiha Madara firsthand. Now, with Gensou, who was equally famous as Uchiha Madara, suddenly appearing, they had no choice but to take this situation far more seriously than they would with any other shinobi. Pain. Leader of the Akatsuki. Hearing Pain call his name, Jensen nodded, unsurprised, and casually asked a question in return. Pain, his expression having returned to its usual stoic state, didn't deny it. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. You shouldn't be here right now. No. Jensen smiled faintly. It's the right time, the right place, and the right person. My target is you, Pain. As his words fell, a cold wind howled. If it were anyone else, being targeted by someone like Gensou would undoubtedly stir panic. But Pain remained as calm as ever. Confident in his Rinnegan, he listened to Gensou's declaration and asked calmly, why? Inside the disguised tree, Nagato's gaze seemed to pierce across miles to focus on Gensou. He needed an explanation. An explanation for why, after all his careful planning, designed to pit Gensou's forces against the five great nations while Akatsuki remained hidden, this plan would have to be scrapped after he killed Gensou. Gensou gave him an answer. The Rinnegan. At this, Pain lowered his eyelids, disappointed. Another ignorant fool coveting the Rinnegan. Was this really someone on the same level as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Compared to Uchiha Madara, who had found him and planned meticulously for years to achieve a great vision, Gensou's ambition seemed so small. Gensou chuckled and shook his head. Ignorant? No. It's precisely because I know so much that I've taken an interest in the Rinnegan. Especially after learning the truth about the Rinnegan and the Eye of the Moon plan involving the infinite Tsukuyomi. Pain had been about to make a move. In his mind, even a figure as strong as Gensou was no different from any other misguided individual. Strength alone wasn't enough to warrant further discussion. But at that moment, upon hearing Gensou mention the truth of the Rinnegan, the infinite Tsukuyomi, and the Eye of the Moon plan, separate phrases he understood, but together forming a mystery, Pain's sharp instinct sensed something was amiss. The Rinnegan has a truth. How could there be something he, the wielder of the Rinnegan, didn't know? Was Gensou bluffing? But someone like him wouldn't need to lie. Pain, no, Nagato, paused, as if something had clicked. It was like small, insignificant questions he had ignored for years were suddenly connecting, forming a much larger problem that had always been lurking beneath the surface. But it was still submerged, with only a faint outline visible, not the full picture. And so, Pain looked at Gensou, his tone, for the first time, wavering as he asked. What are the infinite Tsukuyomi and the Eye of the Moon plan? Chapter 206, Chapter 206. What are the infinite Tsukuyomi and the Eye of the Moon plan? Pain asked, word by word. Gensou looked at Pain and replied, you, who possessed the Rinnegan and founded the Akatsuki, don't know. Why should I know? A flicker of confusion crossed Pain's eyes. Then he heard Gensou continue. Then what is the purpose of capturing all the tailed beasts? Naturally, it was to create the ultimate tailed beast weapon, to conquer the shinobi world and bring about true peace. Pain thought this to himself without hesitation. However, he didn't say it out loud. Not only because the plan to capture the tailed beasts was only halfway through and revealing the final objective would be premature, but also because there was something unusual in Gensou's words. Jensen knows a secret behind the Rinnegan, but it's completely different from what I know. It's not about a tailed beast weapon but about something called the infinite Tsukuyomi and the Eye of the Moon plan. For a brief moment, Pain's face showed a hint of confusion. Although he didn't know exactly what Gensou was talking about, why? Why, as the wielder of the Rinnegan, did he not know these things? Or could it be that Gensou's information was incorrect? Or was Gensou deliberately trying to mislead him? Seems like you know nothing. Noticing the change in Pain's expression, Gensou smirked. As expected, Pain, who fancied himself a god, was kept in the dark all along, merely a pitiful pawn in Uchiha Obito's grand scheme. By mentioning the Eye of the Moon plan now, Gensou wasn't just curious about Pain's reaction. It also aligned with the persona he had built for himself. After witnessing the Eye of the Moon plan on the Uchiha stone tablet, he became increasingly interested in the idea. A world under the infinite Tsukuyomi aligned perfectly with his vision. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. Even though the Akatsuki were also collecting tailed beasts and their leader possessed the Rinnegan, it seemed highly likely that they were also pursuing the Eye of the Moon plan. Still, he intended to seize control of it. After all, there could only be one leader of the infinite Tsukuyomi. With his character and stature, how could he let someone else take the lead? And so, this scene unfolded. Having honed his performance skills in the game of wits with the system, Jensen now found it effortless to play his role in the Eye of the Moon plan. At that moment, Pain's expression darkened. You know nothing, you know nothing. Jensen's mocking, condescending words echoed in his mind. Pain looked at Jensen once more. Through Jensen's gaze, he felt as though he was being seen as a pitiful fool. A pitiful fool. This was the first time anyone had ever looked down on him like this, especially after he had already accepted himself as a god. At that moment, a massive surge of chakra pulsed through Pain's cold body via the black rods. He raised his head, the swirling purple Rinnegan emanating a powerful pressure as he locked onto Jensen. He coldly asked. I'll ask you one last time. What are the infinite Tsukuyomi and the Eye of the Moon plan? No one could regard him as a pitiful fool. Even if someone dared, he would strangle them until they changed their mind. Therefore, he had to know the truth behind the infinite Tsukuyomi and the Eye of the Moon plan. He had to know how much had been hidden from him all along. Uchiha Madara. In Pain's mind, the image of the men who had helped him develop the Rinnegan and contributed greatly to rebuilding the Akatsuki emerged. If what Jensen said was true, then the biggest suspect was that man. Faced with Pain's repeated questioning, Jensen, sticking to his persona, responded indifferently. I thought you were the player, but it turns out you're just a pawn. And if you're just a pawn, then there's no need to explain. You're Rinnegan. I'll take it. With those words, Jensen wasted no more time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Pain, his 5 fingers spread wide, reaching for Pain's neck as though the man was nothing more than an afterthought. Pain didn't flinch, though a subtle ripple stirred in his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force exploded from Pain's body, sending Jensen flying backward. As Jensen was hurled through the air, he twisted his waist and landed on the ground, his feet digging into the earth as he skidded backward for about 20 meters, creating a long trench in the process, before coming to a stop. As expected of the Rinnegan. Amidst the cloud of dust, Jensen pulled his feet from the ground and calmly remarked. He had intentionally taken the Shinra Tensei head-on to test whether his current strength could ignore its effects. It seemed that, for now, the Rinnegan, a powerful symbol of the Akatsuki clan, was still something that even he couldn't fully negate. Though he wasn't injured, he had still been repelled. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the dust cloud ahead. Jensen looked up to see several small missiles shooting out from the cloud at high speed, heading straight for him. They were too close to dodge. Jensen watched with calm eyes as he swiftly extended his hands, catching all the missiles in his palms and crushing them with his fingers. Boom. 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 A series of explosions erupted in his hands. Once the explosions had subsided, Jensen dusted off his hands. Aside from a bit of soot, there wasn't a single scratch on him. If that's all you've got, this battle will end very quickly. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the dust. Jensen looked at Pain, stating the truth with calm certainty. Pain gazed seriously at Jensen. Up until now, no one had survived a direct hit from Shinra Tensei unscathed. Jensen was the first. Before now, whether it was Kakuzu, Orochimaru, or any of the Akatsuki members or Jinchuriki he had personally subdued, none had withstood Shinra Tensei without suffering serious injury. Afterward, they either submitted or were thoroughly defeated. No wonder you're a man spoken of in the same breath as Uchiha Madara. In that case. Bang. 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 One after another, figures emerged from the smoke around Pain. The Hell Path, the Human Path, the Preta Path, the Animal Path, and the Azura Path, which had already appeared and attacked. Amidst the drifting smoke, 6 figures clad in black cloaks with red clouds gradually became visible. The 6 paths of Pain had fully assembled. After the first exchange, Nagato, having realized that Jensen far surpassed any opponent he had faced before, didn't hesitate to go all out. Standing at the forefront, the Deva Path Pain looked at Jensen and declared. After I defeat you, I'll extract the truth of the Eye of the Moon plan from your soul. Jensen smiled lightly. That's too much trouble. You'd never be able to accomplish it, not even in a lifetime. How about I find your real body and tell you myself? Chapter 207, Chapter 207. Hearing Jensen mention your real body, Deva Path Pain's pupils constricted slightly. Without further words, his body moved, and the other 5 paths immediately followed, reigniting the battle. Summoning Jutsu. Azura Path was not idle, clapping its hands together, summoning a large number of beasts to charge at Jensen. Boring. Jensen remarked indifferently, clapping his hands together. Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation. A sea of flames, more than 10 times larger than what a normal jonin could produce, swept towards both the summoned beasts and the six paths of pain. Before the beasts could react, Predapath rushed forward, raising its hands toward the firestorm. Fujitsu Kyuin. Sealing technique, absorption seal. A transparent barrier enveloped Predapath. As the flames engulfed it. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The barrier greedily absorbed the firestorm at an incredible speed. A few wisps of smoke rose. Soon, Gensu's great fire annihilation was completely gone. I almost forgot, the Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu. Gensu glanced at Predapath. It was similar to his Mighten, dark release. However, Fujitsu Kyuin could absorb not only ninjutsu but also senjutsu, sage techniques. Now, he could understand how his past enemies must have felt when they faced him. No wonder you're so confident. Do you think the Rinnegan can restrain me? In the shinobi world, Gensu's strength was widely known, especially his mastery over an array of powerful ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai. From this perspective, Gensu was seen as a ninjutsu-type shinobi. But in the face of the Rinnegan, none of that would work. While Pain considered himself a god, he was no fool. Facing someone like Gensu, who stood alongside legends like Uchiha Madara, he had no intention of retreating, he had his own reasons for confidence. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, Predapath retreated, and Azura Path opened its wrist, launching a barrage of small missiles toward Gensu. Ignoring the incoming missiles, Gensu focused on the large bull charging ahead. With a flip of his palm, under the stunned gazes of the six paths of pain, a black rod emerged from his right palm. Just as the bull neared, Gensu sidestepped, swinging his right hand. Boom. The enormous bull, narrowly missing Gensu, suddenly collapsed as the black rod embedded deeply in its forehead. In an instant, it disappeared with a loud pop. The rest of the summoned beasts met the same fate. Even the multi-headed hellhound, known for its splitting ability, couldn't escape. Once Gensu's black rod disrupted its chakra flow, it collapsed into a lifeless heap. Seeing their summoning forces and Azura Path's missiles unable to harm Gensu in the slightest, Deva Path Pain stretched out his left hand, aiming at Gensu. Bansho Ten-in. Universal pull. With a whoosh, Gensu's entire body was pulled toward Deva Path Pain. Before they could collide, Predapath and Human Path moved in from either side. Predapath extended its arms, attempting to hold Gensu from behind and drain his chakra, rendering him powerless. At the same time, Human Path reached out to press his palm against Gensu's forehead, ready to use Shinra Shindenshin, mind-body disturbance technique, to read his memories. Gensu watched calmly as Predapath approached, allowing it to get behind him and begin absorbing his chakra. Just as Human Path's hand was about to make contact. At that instant, Gensu's gaze sharpened, and blue markings appeared around his eyes. Behind him, the moment Predapath began absorbing Senjutsu chakra, its entire body froze. Then, in the next moment, its body exploded from the inside out, scattering into thousands of fragments. While Fujitsu Kyuin could absorb Senjutsu chakra, directly absorbing too much into the body caused a violent imbalance between normal and Senjutsu chakra, resulting in an uncontrollable natural energy explosion. Seeing this, Human Path instinctively tried to retreat, but Gensu's hand moved with lightning speed. Before Human Path could react, its head exploded like a watermelon smashing into the ground. Without a ripple of emotion in his eyes, Gensu turned his gaze toward Deva Path Pain. Even though they were far apart, Nagato, controlling Pain from a distance, suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. He immediately ceased Bansho Ten-in and switched to Shinra Tensei. Almighty push. Boom. A massive shockwave, like a mushroom cloud, once again swept out in all directions. This time, Gensu was pushed back far less, and he even had time to form hand seals. Sage Art, Storm Release, Light Fang. At the moment Shinra Tensei dissipated, 4 beams of Senjutsu-infused light shot out at incredible speed. Even with the Rinnegan's omnipresent vision through creatures like the chameleon, Pain couldn't react in time. In an instant, the blue beams flew straight toward Deva Path, Azura Path, Animal Path, and Naraka Path. Nagato was clearly more careful with Deva Path. Just as the beams reached him, Deva Path narrowly evaded, the blue light tearing through his sleeve. As for Azura Path, Animal Path, and Naraka Path, which had just summoned the King of Hell to revive the remnants of human and Predapaths, they weren't so lucky. Gensu's mastery of ninjutsu far surpassed the norm, and with the added power of Senjutsu chakra, the speed and strength of his storm release, Light Fang were beyond comprehension. The 3 paths only saw a flash of blue light. In the blink of an eye, their headless bodies collapsed to the ground. But it wasn't over. The remaining 3 beams, including the one Deva Path had barely dodged, suddenly curved, once again heading toward Deva Path. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path Pain didn't dare take chances. With Shinra Tensei just barely off cooldown, he unleashed it again, successfully deflecting the 4 beams, causing them to disintegrate under the repulsive force. Seeing this, Devapath didn't even have time to breathe. In front of him, Gensou, surrounded by clouds of dust, charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Realistically, with Gensou's strength, even without Senjutsu, he could have defeated the 6 paths of pain. It would just take a bit more time. But since he would need Sage Mode to locate Nagato later using Senjutsu sensing, he figured it would be quicker to end things now. In less than 30 seconds, 5 of the 6 paths of pain had already fallen. Jensen now fixed his gaze on the last one, Devapath, his intent clear. Bansho Tenin. With Shinra Tensei still cooling down, Devapath used Bansho Tenin to hurl a large boulder toward Gensou. Without even slowing, Gensou shattered the boulder with a single punch and, with a swift step, appeared in front of Devapath. The latter tried to raise a hand to defend himself, but he was too slow. Gensou's fist slammed into his chest. Devapath's torso collapsed backward, while his legs and head snapped forward, forming a V-shape. Immediately afterward, a deafening sonic boom resounded. Devapath was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the distance with a resounding explosion. Chapter 208, Chapter 208. Devapath Pain's flight trajectory resembled a parabolic arc. After being struck by Gensou's powerful punch, Pain was flung high into the air, reaching a critical point before plunging downward, bouncing off the ground like a skipping stone. He crashed into the earth several times, creating deep craters before finally rolling to a stop. Even so, Gensou could sense that Devapath Pain was still able to move. Pretty tough, huh? Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Gensou swiftly closed in. Devapath Pain, with his Akatsuki uniform tattered and some of the chakra receivers damaged, hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Had the other 5 paths not already been destroyed, with their shared strength now converged on Devapath, that previous punch from Gensou would have ended him as well. He's unbelievably strong. Shocked, Devapath Pain knelt on the ground, clasping his hands together. With a surge of chakra, a black sphere began to form in his palms, far stronger than any before. It was a highly concentrated mass of chakra. As the black sphere quickly rose into the sky, Devapath Pain shouted at the rapidly approaching Gensou. Chibaku Tensei. Planetary devastation. In an instant, an overwhelming gravitational force exploded from the black sphere. Crack. Crack. The trees and stones on the ground were immediately uprooted, hurtling toward the black sphere, clinging to its surface. Next, with the sound of the earth splitting, massive chunks of soil were torn from the ground, rapidly flying toward the sphere, covering it. Before long, layer upon layer of rock encased the black sphere. What had started as the size of a ping-pong ball quickly grew to the size of a small house in mere moments. Even so, the gravitational pull from above didn't weaken, it only grew stronger. Unlike in the original story, where Devapath Pain was weakened after using Shinra Tensei during the battle with Naruto, this time, Pain had plenty of strength left. As a result, this Chibaku Tensei was far more powerful. Even Gensou was forced to stop, straining against the pull to keep from being sucked into the air and crushed into the growing mass. However, the ground beneath his feet cracked under the combined forces of the pull from above and the force he was exerting to stay grounded. In the midst of splintering sounds, the earth finally gave way, shattering into countless pieces, all of which were pulled up into the Chibaku Tensei. Gensou found himself suspended in midair. Unlike Superman, who could keep himself steady without a foothold, Gensou had no choice but to be drawn upward. Seeing this, Devapath Pain's face twisted in a vicious grin as he poured even more chakra into the Chibaku Tensei, further intensifying the gravitational force. Gensou was pulled directly toward the mass. Layer upon layer of rock quickly wrapped around him, sealing him inside with no gaps left. It's over. Pain lowered his raised hands, feeling a sense of finality. Meanwhile, in the distance, Nagato, controlling the battle, clenched his hands over his mouth, coughing violently. Seeing blood trickling from between Nagato's fingers, Konan, full of worry, hurried over to support him. This was the first time she had seen Nagato so drained after fighting a single opponent. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Nagato reassured her after catching his breath. Gensou's strength far exceeded my expectations, but in the end, he's still human. And as a human, cough, he can't defeat me, a god. But just as Nagato finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Devapath Pain looked up sharply to see a brilliant white light bursting from within the Chibaku Tensei, shining through to the outside and illuminating the surroundings. It was as though a chalkboard covered in scribbles had been wiped clean in an instant. In a matter of seconds, the massive Chibaku Tensei disintegrated, reduced to atoms, vanishing without a trace. Devapath Pain had no time to process what had happened. In that moment, sensing a grave threat, he clapped his hands together. Shinra. But before the technique could be completed, Gensou was already in front of him, driving a black rod through his hands. Splat. The rod pierced through Devapath's clasped hands, causing his chakra to destabilize. The Shinra Tensei that was about to be unleashed abruptly fizzled out. Taking advantage of the opening, Jensen spread his hands, summoning more black rods, which shot toward Deva Path. The rods targeted the locations of the original chakra receivers, displacing them one by one. Clang. 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 One by one, the black rods fell out of Deva Path's body. The light in Deva Path's once bright eyes quickly faded. Soon after. Thud. Deva Path fell lifelessly to the ground, once again becoming nothing more than a corpse. After experiencing a weakened version of what had once sealed his ancestor, Jensen picked up one of Deva Path's black rods and inserted it into his own arm. With Sage Mode active, Jensen could clearly sense the chakra flow within the rod. It didn't take long for him to locate the source of the chakra. It's time to end this. With that, Jensen moved again, heading toward Nagato's location. Cough, cough, cough. Back in the fake tree several kilometers away, Nagato couldn't stop coughing, his condition worsening as blood splattered onto the bedding like drops of red plum blossoms. Nagato. What happened? Conan hurriedly administered medicine to him. Nagato, as if unaware of what was happening to his own body, muttered in a lifeless voice. Pain has lost. Ever since fully mastering the power of the Rinnegan, even the men who had once taught him, Uchiha Madara, had ceased to pose much of a threat in Nagato's eyes. As for the shinobi world, he didn't believe there was anyone who could stand against him. This confidence was the foundation of his plan to capture the tailed beasts, create the ultimate tailed beast weapon, and single-handedly conquer the shinobi world to bring about peace. But today, everything he had relied on, everything he had prided himself on, was completely shattered. Gensou. The men once mentioned alongside Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, now back from the dead, possessed a strength beyond comprehension. Even the Rinnegan, known as the Eyes of a Sage, was no match for him. Looking back, Gensou had barely used a handful of techniques, yet Nagato had been forced into a constant state of defense, ultimately being easily defeated. With such power, how far removed was Gensou from the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Nagato's face turned ashen. With someone like Gensou around, his meticulously crafted plan seemed to have no hope of succeeding. Nagato, let's retreat for now. Though Conan was shocked to hear of Nagato's defeat, she knew that escaping was now their top priority. It's too late. Seeing Conan ready to flee with him, Nagato sighed deeply and said, Conan, you should leave. Find a quiet place for yourself and live out the rest of your life peacefully, carrying both mine and Yuhiko's hopes with you. Chapter 209, Chapter 209. Conan didn't follow Nagato's command. All along, she had silently followed behind Yuhiko and Nagato, treating their ideals as her own. Although she had grown accustomed to following Nagato's orders, no matter what he did, she had always assisted without objection. But at this moment, she had to go against Nagato's will. Rustle. A large amount of paper quickly lifted the bed beneath Nagato. Ignoring Nagato's attempts to dissuade her, Conan spread a pair of paper wings behind her, taking flight with the bed and returning at full speed, disregarding any exhaustion. She vaguely sensed it. Behind her, not too far away, a suffocatingly overwhelming presence was rapidly approaching. Gensou, having confirmed Nagato's location, immediately pursued. This left the battlefield, already ravaged and sunken by more than 10 meters compared to its original state, in ruins. Not far away, on Mount Katsuragi, Ataru, Utakata, and Tanbai exchanged looks after witnessing the entire process. Although the battle just now hadn't lasted long, the incredibly shocking battle scene was deeply engraved in their minds. Humans can reach such a level. Utakata looked at the battlefield, which had transformed into a massive crater in an instant, and the bubbles he liked to blow were now completely forgotten. Tanbai also stared blankly at the battlefield for a long time. The power displayed by the men fighting Gensou far exceeded that of any Jinchuriki or warriors they had encountered before. Even combined, they couldn't match it. Yet this person had been utterly defeated by Gensou. Tanbai, who had lived for over 60 years, suddenly found the world he knew becoming unfamiliar. Has the world always been like this, or was that just an exception? He couldn't help but question in his heart. Ataru, on the other hand, wasn't thinking so deeply. Seeing Gensou unleash his overwhelming power, her eyes lit up, and the only thoughts in her mind were, Gensou-sama is so cool. Gensou-sama is amazing. The three of them shared similar thoughts. Others also noticed the battle. A squad of 10 mist ninja trackers stood at a small hill not far from the battlefield. If pain was the big fish that Gensou had deliberately lured in with bait, then they were the small fry attracted to the scene. Thank goodness. Looking at the battlefield, which was still shrouded in smoke, the elite mist ninja squad fell into a long silence, feeling a deep sense of relief. Luckily, they had arrived a little later and hadn't taken the bait, instead watching as the much larger fish got hooked and, after a struggle, died a final death. Are those two even human? The mist ninja squad, assigned to chase the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, were all highly skilled. Yet, even from such a distance, the battle had sent chills down their spines, making them too terrified to take another step forward. Their fear and astonishment were evident. At that moment, not just one, but several people felt that the two fighters were something more than human, something much stronger than even-tailed beasts. Especially the one who had emerged victorious. The captain of the tracker squad had some suspicions about the identity of the two, but seeing the demoralized state of his subordinates, he decided not to add fuel to the fire. "Sir," one of his men eventually asked, "what should we do next?" The captain glanced at the battlefield ahead, his eyelid twitching as he shook his head. "Change direction and continue tracking. This place isn't somewhere we should be." The Mist Ninja, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire, wisely decided to retreat. Underground, a white Zetsu who had witnessed the entire battle stood there, dumbfounded, first in disbelief and then in complete shock. A disaster has struck. White Zetsu murmured to itself. No one could have expected it. Pain, who wielded the Rinnegan and had been undefeated all these years, had fallen here. And the one who did it was none other than Gensou. It was clear that Jensen had set a trap for Pain by waiting there. Inform Madara-sama of this immediately. The fact that Gensou had suddenly attacked the Akatsuki was already a significant event. But the more pressing issue was that Gensou was now hunting Nagato, and if the Rinnegan changed hands, it would spell disaster. Realizing this, White Zetsu wasted no time and quickly moved. But it hadn't gotten far. Boom. A huge crack appeared above it. White Zetsu looked up, and before it could fully understand what was happening, a hand grabbed its head, instantly rendering it unconscious. "To avoid any unnecessary complications, you'd best stay here," Jensen's shadow clone said, pulling out a sealing scroll and skillfully sealing White Zetsu within it. Meanwhile, several other shadow clones were performing the same actions elsewhere. Jensen knew that as the leader of the Akatsuki, and now hunting the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Nagato was bound to have White Zetsu spies gathering intelligence around him. While pursuing Nagato, Jensen had purposely summoned a few shadow clones to take care of the White Zetsu spies to prevent them from calling for reinforcements and causing unnecessary trouble. As for the Mist Ninja, they were completely ignored. Whoosh! 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 Not long after, the shadow clones returned with their spoils, and Jensen collected the sealing scrolls, dispelled the clones, and absorbed their memories. Confirming there were no stragglers left, he looked ahead, and his target was already within sight. Loyalty is admirable, but in the end, it's just futile resistance. Jensen said quietly, clapping his hands together. Sage art, water style, rain slash. Pitter-patter. The once clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and a fine rain began to fall over a vast area. Ahead, Konan, who found herself within the rain's range, looked up, her face grim as she realized the rain was man-made. She raised her hand, and a large amount of paper flew into the air, forming a massive paper umbrella to shield herself and Nagato from the rain. Normally, paper feared water. But Konan's paper had been specially treated to be waterproof. Its only weakness was oil. After completing this, Konan was about to speed up their escape. However, she quickly noticed that the paper umbrella above her head was becoming thinner under the impact of the rain. It wasn't an issue with the paper's quality, but rather, the chakra infused within it was steadily weakening. There's something wrong with this rain. Konan realized something was off. Nagato also looked up, scanning the area with his Rinnegan. Understanding immediately, he weakly said, "The rain weakens all jutsu and chakra, except water style. Disperse the paper umbrella." After speaking, Nagato stretched out his hands, and a transparent barrier from the sealing absorption seal enveloped him and Konan, quickly absorbing the rain above them. However, not long after, Nagato erupted into a violent coughing fit, causing the technique to falter. The barrier flickered a few times before completely vanishing. Cough cough. Sorry, Konan. Chapter 210. Cough cough. Sorry, Konan. The recent battle had consumed too much of Nagato's energy, and his old injuries had resurfaced, leaving him unable to offer much help. As the sage art, water style, rain slash, which weakened chakra, continued to fall, and with Jensen closing in from behind, Nagato let out a deep sigh. It was too late for Konan to escape now. Konan didn't mind. She continued holding up the paper umbrella, refusing to give up on taking Nagato with her. However, it wasn't long before she saw someone quietly standing in front of them, and she fell silent. Nagato, who had also seen this, coughed a few times and calmly said, "Konan, put me down." This time, Konan agreed. Jensen stood in front of them, observing the pair. Konan, known for her 6 billion explosive tags that would make even Kakuzu cry, was someone who needed no introduction. Nagato, however, looked frail and emaciated, a consequence of the backstabbing incident caused by Danzo years ago, which had left him with lingering physical ailments. Who says Danzo only messes with his own people? Look. Didn't he cause trouble for outsiders as well? To think that the leader of the Akatsuki, who possessed the Rinnegan, had been paralyzed for so long, this was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Gensou walked over and sized up Nagato. If your body were in better condition, you might have caused me more trouble. The 6 paths of pain were intimidating and more than capable of handling the 5 Kage. But when faced with Gensou, their weaknesses were magnified. Even with the full power of the Rinnegan concentrated in one person, it still wouldn't be enough to defeat Gensou. Let alone when that power was spread across 6 individuals, wasn't that just asking for death to come quicker? Look at Uchiha Madara, who never bothered with the 6 paths of pain nonsense from the beginning. If Nagato had been able to fully wield the power of the Rinnegan, he would have been far more dangerous than the so-called 6 paths of pain. But there was no if. At this moment, Gensou's gaze shifted to Nagato's purple, swirling eyes. The one and only true Rinnegan in the entire ninja world was right here. Rustle. The paper flew. Konan stepped in front of Nagato, blocking Gensou's scrutinizing gaze, ready to take action at any moment. Gensou glanced at her but said nothing. Behind her, Nagato spoke, "Konan, let me handle this." Konan hesitated for a moment, but seeing Nagato's firm attitude, she stepped aside slightly. Sitting on the sickbed, Nagato met Gensou's gaze, but there was no shouting or rage. Instead, he simply asked, "Now, can you tell me what the truth behind the infinite Tsukuyomi and the Eye of the Moon plan is?" Gensou raised an eyebrow. He had indeed mentioned before that he would reveal the truth in front of Nagato's real body. Now that the situation was settled and there was no need to worry about losing due to talking too much, Gensou decided to explain everything. In order to revive the 10 tails, you must first collect the 9-tailed beasts and become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, thereby activating the Eye of the Moon. This is the necessary condition for the success of the Eye of the Moon plan. As Gensou explained, he observed Nagato and Konan with great interest. When he mentioned collecting the tailed beasts and reviving the 10 tails, there wasn't much change in their expressions. But when he continued to speak of the 10 tails Jinchuriki and the Eye of the Moon, Nagato's and even Konan's normally stoic face shifted in shock. This was not the tailed beast plan they were familiar with. The plan they knew was to collect the 9-tailed beasts to create the ultimate weapon, the 10 tails, a power strong enough to destroy entire nations in an instant, and to guide the world toward peace through pain. This was what Nagato and Konan believed the tailed beast plan to be. But now, they were hearing about becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails and activating the so-called Eye of the Moon, a step they had never heard of before, causing them to frown deeply. The original tailed beast plan had been proposed by Uchiha Madara, and they had agreed to it based on that. If the former had been hiding something from them. Nagato and Konan's expressions darkened, but they held their reactions in and continued to listen. Gensou went on, the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi refers to using the power of the Eye of the Moon to project a genjutsu onto the moon, casting a world-encompassing illusion that traps everyone in a dream. And the Eye of the Moon plan is to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to control everyone in the world, uniting them in a dream, creating a world of peace within the illusion, where there is no more war or conflict. Everything will return to tranquility. That is the infinite Tsukuyomi. That is the Eye of the Moon plan. Now, do you understand? Silence. A long silence. Nagato and Konan had never imagined that the truth behind the Rinnegan would be this. The infinite Tsukuyomi, an illusion that would trap the entire ninja world. The true Eye of the Moon plan, hidden behind the tailed beast weapon plan. If this were truly the case, then the ideals they had clung to would be nothing but a joke. Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly constricted, and his hands gripped the wheelchair tightly. There was still one more question he had to ask. How do you know about the Eye of the Moon plan? Nagato asked, his gaze locked on Gensou. Gensou, enjoying watching the expressions change on Nagato and Konan's faces, answered, there is a stone tablet left by the sage of the 6 paths beneath the Uchiha clan's Naka shrine, which records the truth of the Eye of the Moon plan. The Uchiha stone tablet. Nagato slowly lowered his head. Everything was starting to make sense. Uchiha Madara must have seen the Uchiha stone tablet and learned about the Eye of the Moon plan. And Gensou as well. Not long ago, Gensou had led a battle at the Naka shrine, and it was then that he had learned the contents of the stone tablet, leading to this current battle. Uchiha Madara has been deceiving us all along. Everything he's done was just so he could steal the fruits of our labor at the last moment. The ideals that Nagato had upheld for so long were now crushed, and Konan, who shared in his pain, showed a rare expression of rage on her usually cold face. From the moment she first met Uchiha Madara, she had had a bad feeling about him, and even though they had cooperated afterward, she had always kept her guard up. Now it was clear, they were nothing but disposable tools in Uchiha Madara's eyes, completely unaware of the truth behind the scenes. Unlike Konan, Nagato had both guarded against and respected Uchiha Madara. To be fair, Madara had been his guide and his teacher. The tailed beast weapon plan, the development and use of the Rinnegan, the secrets of the ninja world, and various forbidden techniques, these were all things Madara had taught him. But now, looking back, Nagato raised his head, looking at the still clouded sky, and laughed bitterly. Myself, Yahiko, Konan, Akatsuki. All of it is truly laughable. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. When Nagato realized that he was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game, that everything he had done was merely paving the way for another, and that the ideals he had fought for were insignificant in the eyes of others, he couldn't help but laugh. Even though he had now learned the truth, he no longer had the power to change anything. Not long ago, he had proudly proclaimed himself a god, but now, after this revelation, anger, pain, and resentment no longer seemed to matter. All he felt now was that he was a joke. A god. Heh. Next to him, Konan's emotions had stabilized. If Uchiha Madara were here, she would have already showered him with billions of explosive tags out of sheer rage. Jensen watched them for a moment, feeling that he had seen enough of the spectacle, and then spoke. I've told you the truth. Now, will you willingly give me the Rinnegan, or shall I take it by force? Nagato didn't respond. Konan, however, stood in front of him, her cold gaze fixed on Jensen. You also plan to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan now that you know the truth, don't you? Jensen nodded. Otherwise, why would I bother seeking you out? The Rinnegan is the key to the Eye of the Moon plan. You want to trap the entire world in an illusion, a false peace. How can someone like you accept that? Konan found it incomprehensible, even absurd. A lie is still a lie. A world of peace built on an illusion was never the kind of peace she had hoped to see. It was nothing more than deceiving oneself, deceiving others, and deceiving the entire world. Compared to that, Nagato's plan using the tailed beast weapon seemed more realistic. At least in that plan, the people of the ninja world were living in the real world, not in some fabricated dream where everything around them, the people, the things, the experiences, was a lie. Upon hearing this, Jensen simply responded, the world is too noisy, it needs to quiet down. Indeed, it needed a little quiet. Just a little. Then things could return to their normal noisy state. Jensen thought to himself. Although he planned to use the infinite Tsukuyomi, he had never truly intended to carry out the full Eye of the Moon plan, nor did he have any plans to destroy the world. All he wanted was to take a little something from everyone. People pay for brief moments of pleasure. Jensen would give the world a short, real-world nap while they experienced a long, dream-world paradise, where everyone could fulfill their ideals and have fun. And they wouldn't remain trapped in the dream forever. All he would take as payment was a bit of their chakra, which they could easily recover. How could anyone not see this as a great act of kindness? Of course, the fewer people who knew about this plan before it was completed, the better. Especially not Konan and Nagato, whom he had only just met. Thus, Jensen concluded to Konan, a false peace is still peace. Konan's gaze sharpened. She couldn't understand why both Uchiha Madara and Jensen were so obsessed with this false world of peace. But for the sake of Nagato, and for the ideals she held dear, she couldn't allow the Rinnegan to fall into Jensen's hands and turn the future into what the Eye of the Moon plan envisioned. Therefore, Konan raised her hands, and in an instant, countless paper sheets gathered in the air, transforming into razor-sharp paper shuriken, whistling through the air as they shot toward Jensen from all directions. Impressive courage. Jensen was somewhat surprised by Konan's actions. Perhaps this woman, who had always followed behind her companions without voicing her own opinions, had her own inner resolve when it came to peace. Just like in the original story, where, even after learning that Nagato had been manipulated by Uchiha Obito, she continued to uphold Akatsuki's founding ideals, staying true to her vision of peace. Come to think of it, Konan was also convinced by Naruto's talk no jutsu. As the paper shuriken flew toward him, Jensen even had time to muse on this. In the original story, when Naruto used his talk no jutsu on Nagato, Konan had been right beside him. Given her character, if she hadn't truly believed in what Naruto said, she would have stopped Nagato from using the Rinne Tensei no jutsu and attacked Naruto herself. Women, sometimes they only hear what they want to hear. But Jensen wasn't going to let her off so easily. As the barrage of paper shuriken neared him, Jensen opened his mouth, spewing a highly corrosive mist. In an instant, the paper shuriken were dissolved completely. Boom. A heavy sonic boom rang out. In a flash, Jensen took a step forward, appearing in front of Konan before she could react, his hand wrapping around her slender neck. With a forceful squeeze. Rustle. Konan's body instantly transformed into thousands of paper sheets. And not just her. Jensen's gaze shifted toward Nagato, who, along with his bed, had also transformed into countless paper sheets, which swirled in the air and began to wrap themselves around Jensen, as if trying to encase him like a mummy. Jensen casually waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that blew the paper sheets far away. Then, turning to face Konan and Nagato, who had reappeared not far away, he nodded in approval. A very well-executed disguise. But that's not all. Konan shouted, pressing her hand down. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jensen's feet was revealed to be covered with explosive tags. Sizzle. All the explosive tags ignited at once. The Kami no Shisha no Jutsu's camouflage effect was so perfect that not even a Mangekyo Sharingan could see through it. Konan had developed this technique not only to protect Nagato but also as a countermeasure against Uchiha Madara's spacetime abilities. She had even calculated the time limit of Madara's phasing ability and spent years stockpiling explosive tags. Unfortunately, she hadn't accounted for Izanagi. Boom. 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 A series of earth-shaking explosions erupted, accompanied by a massive mushroom cloud. Although Konan wasn't carrying her full 6 billion explosive tags, she still had thousands. While Nagato and Jensen had been talking, she had secretly laid the explosive tags in place, ready for this moment. Such a powerful explosion was beyond the defense of ordinary ninjutsu or physical strength. Konan was about to breathe a sigh of relief. SCHLK. A hand pierced through her chest from behind. Your paper jutsu is impressive, Jensen's voice came from behind her, genuinely complimenting her. Paper style wasn't a Kekkei, and yet, despite only being trained by Jiraiya for 3 years, Konan had developed it to such a degree, her talent far exceeded most people's imagination. Even now, Jensen's technique of sneaking up on her, reminiscent of Black Zetsu, would have taken down even Madara. Although there was now a gaping hole in Konan's chest, it could be seen that her entire body was made of paper. The Shikigami no Mai technique allowed her to transform her body into countless paper sheets, making her immune to physical attacks. Even in Jensen's eyes, it was a remarkable jutsu. Of course, it wasn't without its weaknesses. Jensen opened his right hand, which was still inside Konan's body, and like a black hole, it began to absorb all the surrounding chakra. Though Konan had turned into paper, the chakra maintaining the jutsu was still there, and now it was being rapidly sucked into Jensen's hand. As her chakra was drained, Konan could no longer maintain the Shikigami no Mai, and her paper form began to revert to her true body. The gaping hole in her chest would soon become a reality. At that moment, Nagato finally made a move. Bansho Tenin. He stretched out his hand, and the remaining paper from Konan's body flew back to him. The paper quickly reformed, restoring Konan's body, though she appeared weak and exhausted. Nagato didn't attack again. He looked at Jensen with calm resignation and said, "There's no need to fight. I'll give you the Rinnegan." Chapter 212, Chapter 212. Nagato. Konan's face changed, and she tried to say something. But Nagato shook his head, not giving Konan the chance to persuade him. He forcefully placed his hands over his eye sockets. As 2 streams of blood flowed down, the pair of purple, swirling Rinnegan fell into his palms. With empty eye sockets, Nagato showed no hesitation and tossed the Rinnegan to Jensen. Jensen caught them, inspected them to ensure they were genuine, and nodded in satisfaction. The Rinnegan, successfully retrieved. Cough cough cough. Without the Rinnegan's power to sustain him, Nagato's body grew even weaker, and his breathing became labored as he coughed violently. As blood droplets began to stain the sheets more and more, Konan hurriedly moved forward to support him, pulling out a precious life-saving medicine, ready to administer it to him. But Nagato, with his skin and bones hand, stopped her and shook his head. "Don't waste it. My time is almost up." He knew his condition better than anyone. Back during the ambush led by Hanzo and the Rain Ninja, if he hadn't recklessly summoned the Geto statue, ignoring the damage to his body, he would have already died there. Since then, his legs had been burned by the explosive flame array, and using the Geto statue had drained too much of his life force and chakra, rendering him unable to walk. His body had continued to weaken, and he had relied on machinery to stay alive. The fact that he had survived until now was largely thanks to the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. But now, without the Rinnegan, Nagato knew he didn't have much time left. Looking at Konan's sorrowful face, Nagato managed a rare smile before turning his head toward Jensen. He asked calmly, "Do you really believe the world after the infinite Tsukuyomi will be as good as you say?" Jensen placed the Rinnegan into a prepared container, secured it, and answered casually, "Who knows? We'll find out once we try." "Try, such an arrogant word," Nagato replied with a self-deprecating smile. Not long ago, he had shared a similar attitude. But now, having been fully awakened to the truth behind the Eye of the Moon plan, and no longer possessing the Rinnegan, Nagato had a clearer understanding of himself and the world. He thought back to his teacher, Jiraiya, and the lessons he had taught him and his friends. Cough cough. "The world shouldn't, and won't, be deceived by people like you and Uchiha Madara," Nagato said with newfound conviction. Hearing this, Jensen raised an eyebrow and gave Nagato a surprised look. "Hearing that from you is unexpected. And by the way, the person you're talking about isn't Uchiha Madara." To Nagato, whether it was really Uchiha Madara or not didn't matter anymore. He continued, "This world may be terrible. War, slaughter, pain, and despair exist everywhere. But there will always be people willing to stand up and change it. Not by blinding themselves to reality and living in a false world. Whether it's you, or the fake Uchiha Madara, no matter how powerful you are, there will still be thousands upon thousands of people who will rise up to stop you. Gensu remained calm and even thanked him, saying, "Thanks for the warning. But if you think your talk no jutsu will convince me, you needn't bother. You'd be better off using the time to take one last look at this world." Talk no jutsu. Nagato quickly grasped the meaning of the term and smiled, shaking his head. "I don't have that kind of power. I've just come to understand a lot in a short time and wanted to express my feelings. One last thing." Nagato patted Konan's hand, which was supporting him, and once again turned to Gensu. "I want to make a deal with you." "A deal?" Gensu looked at the blind and paralyzed Nagato and glanced at the weakened Konan, both of whom were powerless to resist. He didn't see what they had left to offer in a trade. Then Nagato spoke, "The ghetto statue." Gensu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The ghetto statue? He recalled that the Rinnegan could control the ghetto statue. Almost as if reading Gensu's thoughts, Nagato explained. "The Rinnegan can indeed control the ghetto statue. But after all these years of being under my command, the statue now bears my mark. With your ability in the Rinnegan, you could forcefully summon the ghetto statue after some time. But don't forget about Uchiha Madara. He knows where the statue is. As for the Eye of the Moon plan, he's not going to let you have the final say." Gensu immediately understood. The ghetto statue, which housed the power of the tailed beasts, was incredibly important. If Uchiha Obito got to it first, it would be a major problem. Gensu asked directly, "What's your offer?" Nagato took a deep breath, "The ghetto statue, in exchange for Konan's safety." Konan's face changed. "Nagato, you." Nagato used all his remaining strength to grip Konan's arm tightly. "Konan, listen to me. I now realize that Yahiko, you, and everyone in the original Akatsuki were all manipulated by Uchiha Madara, becoming something you never wanted to be. I can't fix that, but you can. Take me and Yahiko to a quiet place and live out the rest of your life peacefully. Just like the small cabin we stayed in when Jiraiya-sensei was still with us. Looking back, that was the happiest time of our lives." At this moment, Nagato's face was filled with nostalgia. Tears began to fall from Konan's eyes. Watching the scene, Gensu couldn't help but feel that if he interrupted or refused, he'd look just like those stereotypical villains in the movies. But trading the ghetto statue for Konan's safety wasn't a bad deal. In his eyes, Konan was insignificant. Even if she sought revenge, it wouldn't pose any real threat to him. Compared to that, securing the ghetto statue, which already housed the 4 tails and 7 tails, was far more important. Gensu nodded, "Deal." Seeing that Gensu had agreed, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that someone like Gensu wouldn't go back on his word, Nagato clasped his hands together and barely managed to form a seal. Boom. A massive cloud of white smoke appeared. Gensu looked over and saw, next to Nagato, a gigantic humanoid statue with a withered, tree-like body, 10 pillar-like spikes protruding from its back, and 9 eyes, 2 of which were fully open while a third was partially opened. The statue was bound in chains and sat cross-legged. It was the ghetto statue. Jensen nodded in satisfaction, observing the statue before noting something strange. The ghetto statue has opened 2 of its eyes, corresponding to the 4 tails and 7 tails. That makes sense. But why is one of the eyes slightly opened? This aura, the 9 tails. Chapter 213, Chapter 213. Jensen had encountered Naruto before, so he was quite familiar with the 9 tails. Now, seeing the slightly opened eye on the ghetto statue, he recognized the chakra it contained as that of the 9 tails. Although there was a significant amount, it was clear that it couldn't compare to the full power of the actual 9 tails. This 9 tails chakra didn't come from Naruto, Gensu thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered a trip to the Land of Fire when he passed by the Fire Temple and encountered a boy named Sora, who had some of the 9 tails chakra within him. If he wasn't mistaken, the 9 tails chakra in the ghetto statue had likely come from that boy. Planning ahead, huh? Gensu considered this possibility. Among all the tailed beasts, the 9 tails in its rampage mode was the hardest to deal with. According to the reports from Deidara, none of the Akatsuki members had visited the Fire Temple recently. It was highly likely that this was Obito's doing. Gensu mentally thanked Obito for the gift. Back to the present, with his objectives accomplished, Gensu turned to Nagato and curiously asked. Judging by your previous attitude, I expected you to resist the Eye of the Moon plan with all your might. Nagato responded calmly, rather than giving the ghetto statue to Uchiha Madara, it's better to exchange it for Konan's safety and hand it over to you. At the very least, now Madara will focus on you. And the entire ninja world will unite against you. I have faith in this world and its future. In the end, falsehood can never triumph over reality. You're quite sincere, Gensu chuckled, and bold. With the ghetto statue now in his possession, Gensu could easily betray Nagato if he wanted to. However, for the sake of his reputation, he wasn't about to risk it over someone like Conan. Your time is almost up. You should say your goodbyes. Jensen then approached the ghetto statue, placing both hands on its wooden exterior, focusing on sensing the true form of the ten-tailed shell. How should I deal with this massive thing? It's too big to fit inside a ceiling scroll. After a while, as Jensen pondered, he suddenly sensed something. Turning his head, he saw that Nagato had already passed away. Conan, not one to weep openly, gently laid Nagato down and covered him with a blanket. Afterward, she glanced back at Gensu. There was no visible hatred or anger in her eyes. What remained was a cold silence that seemed to encase her entirely. From this day forward, Conan would no longer live just for herself. She would live for Nagato, for Yahiko, and for the hopes and regrets they had left behind. Without saying another word, she took Nagato's body and quietly left. Judging by the direction, she was likely going to retrieve Yahiko's body as well. The three of them would never be separated again. Gensu watched her leave, then turned his attention back to the ghetto statue, continuing his exploration without concern. The era of pain, and the old Akatsuki, had come to an end. Now, it was time to usher in a new wind. Gensu suddenly looked into the distance. By now, the others should have already started their own actions. Land of Fire, Eastern Coastline. The sound of wind chimes echoed softly in the sea breeze. Finally free from the monotonous task of searching for the three tails, the two Akatsuki artists, Deidara and Sasori, were walking along a narrow path when Deidara took out a pocket watch and checked the time. Noticing this yet again, Sasori asked, Deidara, you've been doing that a lot lately. What's going on? Without looking up, Deidara answered casually, what else? I'm checking the time, yeah. My question is, why are you checking the time? Sasori's voice grew darker. Had his body not already been turned into a human puppet, his face would have been filled with frustration. What do you mean, why? Of course, wait. Deidara's eyes fixed on the pocket watch as the hands finally reached the prearranged time. A wide smile spread across Deidara's face. Crunch. He crushed the pocket watch he had been holding so preciously for days and then turned, brimming with enthusiasm, toward Sasori. Sasori Dana, you asked why I'd been checking the time. Well, here's your answer, it's to get you. As he spoke, in an instant, Deidara's normally handsome face swelled up, along with his entire body, which ballooned like a giant, ever-expanding balloon. Sasori Dana. Feel my passion. Experience the purest expression of art. C4, Karura. The real Deidara, now turned into an explosive puppet, waved kindly to Sasori. Art is an explosion. With a loud, excited shout. Boom. A blinding white light erupted from Deidara's now massive puppet body, expanding dozens of times over in an instant. Sasori. Caught completely off guard, Sasori let out a furious roar. As a fellow artist, he immediately recognized Deidara's technique, one of the very few that he genuinely feared. What shocked and confused him even more was, why on earth was Deidara suddenly attacking him? Why? Just before everything was engulfed in white light, Deidara, with a deep voice, kindly explained. Sasori Dana, I'm sorry. I'm a spyam. Day. Da. R.A. Sasori's final shout was swallowed by the explosion's brilliant white light. Not far away, observing his latest masterpiece, Deidara rubbed his chin and smiled in satisfaction. That's it. That moment of betrayal, the fury, the pain, the despair, and then the explosion. It was truly a moving work of art. All that waiting was worth it. Before leaving to confront pain, Jensen had specifically assigned Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Jin, and Deidara to deal with the remaining Akatsuki members, ensuring the group would be firmly under his control. To avoid alerting anyone, Jensen had synchronized the timing of their attacks. Deidara had been checking his watch constantly, waiting for this exact moment. Sasori, though slightly suspicious, had never imagined that the carefree and youngest member of the group, Deidara, would betray him. As a result, Sasori suffered the full brunt of Deidara's artistic explosion without any defense. At the same time, other members of the Akatsuki faced similarly grim fates. Land of Hot Water, in a private mountain hot spring. Kisame, as usual, was enjoying a hot spring bath with his eyes closed. Step. 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 Footsteps approached without any attempt at concealment. Kisame opened his eyes. A pair of familiar Sharingan entered his view. Land of Earth, Iwatan Mountain Range. Kakuzu and Haiden were returning with their prize, the five-tails Jinchuriki, when a sudden gust of wind blew through the area. It brought with it dust, and a pair of young figures, both wearing clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha fan emblem. Chapter 214, Chapter 214. The first time I saw those Sharingan, I thought Itachi had returned. Kisame opened his eyes and gazed at Sasuke, who bore a slight resemblance to Itachi as he walked toward him. Kisame couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Unfortunately, Sasuke was wearing the traditional Uchiha robes, not the black cloak with red clouds. "Did you respect Itachi?" Sasuke asked as he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes fixed on Kisame soaking in the hot spring. In Kisame's tone, Sasuke detected a hint of respect. "Of course. It's hard not to respect someone like Itachi," Kisame said with a flash of reminiscence in his eyes, nodding as he recalled his former partner. With that, Kisame collected himself and rose from the hot spring. "Mind if I put on some clothes?" he asked. Sasuke briefly averted his gaze and gave a nod, turning his back on Kisame. Kisame stepped out of the hot spring and quickly donned his Akatsuki robe. He didn't bother trying to sneak attack Sasuke, instead saying, "Well then, let's get to the point. Even though it's a bit redundant, I still want to ask. Itachi's brother, Sasuke, why are you here?" Sasuke turned back around, his expression calm as he said, "Submit or die." "As expected." Kisame sighed. "Though I don't know what set it off, it seems that your senior, Gensou, has now turned against the Akatsuki. Quite a surprise. I had a pleasant conversation with him not too long ago." Kisame hoisted same hata onto his shoulder, letting the dripping water soak his clothes. He looked at Sasuke's face, which reminded him of Itachi, and with a slight twitch of his shark-like features, he added, "It feels like there's some twisted sense of humor in sending you all the way here to fight me." "Enough unnecessary talk," Sasuke said coldly, his tone indifferent. He locked eyes with Kisame and asked again, "Submit or die?" Kisame calmly shook his head. "As your senpai, I won't show weakness in front of a junior." Sasuke nodded in understanding. "In that case." Clang. Sasuke unsheathed his sword, and the battle instantly began. "Kakuzu, looks like we have some unexpected guests." "I can see that." "Hey, you two. How about joining the Church of Jashin? We've got all sorts of benefits." "They won't." Amid the perpetual rocky rain and poor air quality of the Iwaden Mountains, Kakuzu and Haiden looked ahead at the pair of young figures blocking their path. Their calm expressions shifted as they began to bicker. "Why not? Why can't they join the Church of Jashin?" Haiden protested. "Because they don't believe." "I'll make them believe." "You can't." "Why not?" "Because they're my targets." Kakuzu pushed Haiden's angry face aside, opening his ninja pouch and pulling out a thick stack of bounty posters. He lifted his head, carefully observing the two figures, and then quickly retrieved two fresh sheets. After comparing them, he confirmed. Uchiha Jin, bounty, 60 million ryo. Uchiha Izumi, bounty, 62 million ryo. Together, that's 122 million ryo. This is a big score. No way am I passing this up. Haiden scoffed, unimpressed. Who cares about money? Kakuzu, you're an atheist. Stop measuring people's worth with lowly things like cash. Personal faith is priceless. Something you could never earn in a lifetime. You can keep your faith to yourself. These two are mine, Kakuzu said, his face expressionless. Haiden protested, "Come on. We finally meet two high-quality recruits. What's the harm in letting me preach to them? I've let you have your way before." Kakuzu remained unmoved. "Then be generous again. You money-grubbing, faithless bastard. My patience has limits. Limits can be stretched. Kakuzu, don't you fear I'll turn on you?" "I don't. Your bounty has been sitting on the exchange board for quite some time." With unexpected guests right in front of them, Kakuzu and Haiden started bickering, and it seemed like they were about to fight each other. On the other side, Izumi watched the spectacle unfold, her confusion evident as she asked, "Are we sure we've got the right people? These two seem a little unhinged." "They may be unhinged, but they're the ones we're after," Jin replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "But now I'm curious about something." "What?" Izumi turned to him. Jin's face turned serious. "Why is your bounty 2 million ryo higher than mine?" They were both Uchiha, roughly the same age, and both had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. There was no way the people issuing bounties would know the results of any internal duels they might have had. So why was his bounty lower than hers by 2 million? Jin couldn't figure it out. Izumi, on the other hand, was left speechless. She couldn't believe that was what was on his mind. Feeling exasperated, she sighed, "If you think your bounty is too low, you can go to the exchange office and add 2 million to it yourself." "That's a great idea." Jin's eyes lit up. "I can add 3 million and surpass your bounty." Izumi responded dryly, "Do you even have the money for that?" "I don't." Jin's enthusiasm deflated as he admitted, "I gave all my money to my wife." As Jin and Izumi continued their conversation, Kakuzu and Haiden's argument reached a climax. This time, our act didn't work. They didn't fall for it, they're just over there chatting as if they don't care about all our effort. Hayden turned angrily toward the two Uchiha. It was true that Kakuzu and Hayden often bickered, but many times, they would deliberately stage their arguments in front of enemies, pretending to quarrel to mislead their opponents. They took great pleasure in watching their enemies' hopes rise, only to crush them by revealing it was all a ruse. Normally, it worked brilliantly. But this time, their antics had completely failed. No point wasting time. Let's just get this over with, Kakuzu said coldly. With years of experience under his belt, he could tell that these two Uchiha were not to be trifled with. There was no need to waste words. But before he attacked, Kakuzu added a warning, be careful. Both of them have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just like Itachi's eyes, huh? Got it, Hayden said, lifting his scythe and charging alongside Kakuzu toward the Uchiha duo. They sure didn't waste time starting the fight, Jean said with a smirk. Well, let's get this over with then, Izumi said. Jean nodded. In the next instant, both of them closed and reopened their eyes. Two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. Chapter 215, Chapter 215. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound of blades clashing filled the air near the hot springs. Wielding his sword with the enhanced perception of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke relentlessly attacked Kisame, who had once left him battered and bruised. Every slash and strike targeted Kisame's vital points from angles difficult to predict. Dodging another strike that narrowly missed his face, Kisame instinctively blocked Sasuke's next attack with Samehada, stepping back onto the surface of the hot spring. He felt the displeasure emanating from Samehada and grinned slightly. I know you're better at wearing down opponents, not clashing head-on, but there's always a way, isn't there? Kisame muttered. As he spoke, he glanced warily at Sasuke, who hadn't even broken a sweat despite the ferocity of his attacks. In just 2 short years, Sasuke had grown immensely. The pressure he was now exerting on Kisame was even greater than what Itachi had once imposed. As expected of brothers. Kisame mused aloud, his hands forming a rapid sequence of hand seals as he prepared to launch an attack. Suten, Suikoden no Jutsu. Water style, water shark bullet technique. Seeing this, Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the technique, instantly copying it as he mirrored Kisame's move. Suten, Suikoden no Jutsu. Water style, water shark bullet technique. Boom. 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 Water sharks leaped from the hot spring, clashing violently midair. Sasuke's hand crackled with lightning as his chakra surged into his water shark, breaking Kisame's apart and sending the remaining 4 straight toward him. Splash. Unable to dodge in time, Kisame's body dissolved into water. A water clone, Sasuke muttered as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly. Splash. The real Kisame emerged from below the water, swinging Samehada at Sasuke from close range. Just as Sasuke was about to evade, a strange thing happened. Samehada expanded, breaking its bindings, revealing a massive, toothy maw that bit down on the lightning chakra surrounding Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke's lightning vanished, slowing him down. Kisame moved in for the kill, raising his arm to strike Sasuke's neck when. Thud. Samehada trembled in his hand. Before Kisame could react, Samehada's chakra flowed into his body without his control. Crack. Crack. The sound of glass shattering filled the air. Kisame's surroundings blurred. Is this Genjutsu? But when? Before he could fully process the situation, Sasuke's form disappeared from view. Chidori crackled in Kisame's ears. Not good. Kisame's expression changed as he tried to dodge. But it was too late. Squelch. Sasuke's Chidori charged hand pierced through Kisame's chest. Blood spurted from Kisame's mouth as he coughed violently. Refusing to give in, Kisame swung Samehada wildly. Having achieved his goal, Sasuke withdrew. Samehada, flying chain slash. Samehada's hilt extended over 10 meters, aiming another slash at Sasuke. Clang. Sasuke parried the attack with his sword, but the force of the blow caused him to stagger back a few steps. Using the brief respite, Kisame quickly reabsorbed the vast amounts of chakra stored in Samehada, accelerating his regeneration. Soon, the wound in Kisame's chest from the Chidori stopped bleeding and began to heal. I almost lost for good that time, Kisame thought, casting a quick glance at Sasuke. Those eyes, they're even more powerful than Itachi's. On the other side, Sasuke took note of Kisame's rapid recovery, his gaze shifting to Samehada. He had encountered one of the 7 ninja swordsman's blades before, the executioner's blade. But compared to that, Samehada was far more valuable. A sentient blade, huh? Interesting. Sasuke studied Samehada for a moment, briefly recalling a blacksmith named Saimai back in the village, thinking that Samehada and Saimai's crafted tools might have a lot in common. After a brief pause, Sasuke's attention returned to Kisame. With the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke had surpassed most shinobi in the world. Very few could now push him to his limits. And Kisame wasn't one of them. Kisame, too, had begun to realize how dire the situation was. But as a shinobi, he had his pride and wasn't about to surrender so easily. In that moment, knowing this was his last chance to fight back with full strength, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his chakra, which rivaled a tailed beast's, into his throat. Suten, Daikoden no Jutsu. Water style, Super Shark Bomb Jutsu. A massive torrent of water erupted from Kisame's mouth. Within seconds, the flood spread out, covering nearly 10 kilometers, forming an enormous spherical water prison that trapped Sasuke inside. As the caster of the technique, Kisame was also inside, but he could swim freely, merging with same hata to transform into a true aquatic predator. Even then, he diligently performed another technique. Suten, Senjikazame. Water style, Thousand Shark Frenzy. 1,000 shark-shaped water projectiles materialized within the vast water sphere, attacking Sasuke from all directions, leaving no room for escape. Seeing the swarm of sharks, Sasuke remained calm as he reached up and touched his left eye. As the sharks closed in, Sasuke's hand dropped, and his left eye spun with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. With the Mangekyo Sharingan he had inherited from Itachi, Sasuke's left eye could now use Amaterasu. The cursed, inextinguishable black flames erupted instantly, consuming the water in the prison like dry wood, quickly spreading and forming a massive inferno. This is bad. Having fought alongside Itachi, Kisame knew all too well the terror of Amaterasu. Never expecting Sasuke to possess the same ability, Kisame could only watch as the black flames began to consume the water prison created by his Daikoden no Jutsu. He had no choice but to flee before the flames surrounded him entirely. If Amaterasu enveloped him, there would be no escape. Boom. The immense water prison, which had just been created, burst like a punctured balloon, completely collapsing. In its place, the black flames of Amaterasu continued to spread. With his most powerful technique easily defeated, Kisame was forced to resort to other tactics to continue fighting Sasuke. But no matter what he tried, even with Samahata's chakra-absorbing abilities, he couldn't match the power of Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. 10 minutes later. With same hata dislodged and sent flying, Kisame collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 216, Chapter 216. The end of one battle signaled the approach of another's conclusion. Boom. 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 Uchiha Zankai was encased in a massive, imposing dark gray Susanoo, enduring various ninjutsu attacks from Kakuzu, who had entered Earth Grudge mode. With every step, Zankai wielded colossal weapons, launching a fierce onslaught toward Kakuzu. After unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan, one of Zankai's unique abilities was the enhancement of Susanoo. Despite only recently awakening the Mangekyo, his Susanoo, empowered by his Mangekyo SI technique, had already reached its third form. With further training, reaching the fourth form or even a complete form was just a matter of time. At this moment, Kakuzu, who had underestimated his opponent's strength, was left with only 3 masked creatures in Earth Grudge mode. He looked at the dark gray Susanoo advancing toward him with a heavy expression, while the fire and wind masks on his creatures immediately opened their mouths. Fire release, head mincing pain. Wind release, pressure damage. Combined style, scorching wind turbulence. A vast sea of high-temperature flames, even larger than the Susanoo itself, swept towards it. Within the sea of flames, though the Susanoo halted its advance, it showed no signs of damage under Zankai's Mangekyo-enhanced power. Kakuzu frowned at the sight. As a ninjutsu artillery type, he loathed facing enemies with strong defenses. He had intended to switch opponents. But Haiden, that fool, had been provoked and was now too far away to change targets in time. In that case, I'll just wait for the Mangekyo Sharingan to wear out, Kakuzu quickly decided. As a member of the Akatsuki for years, though not directly paired with Itachi, he had some understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed powerful, but it demanded a substantial toll on both chakra and the body. Especially for high-level eye techniques, which required a hefty price. Kakuzu doubted that Zankai's Susanoo could be sustained for long. If this stalemate continued, the eventual victor would be him. Thus, Kakuzu ceased his direct attacks and, using the flexibility of Earth Grudge, began dodging the Susanoo's strikes. Noticing this, and seeing that his Susanoo's attempts had yet to connect, Zankai frowned. Understanding that continuing like this would only worsen his position, he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. Futsanamatama. Zankai unleashed another of his Mangekyo abilities. A massive longbow materialized in front of his Susanoo. Futsanamatama, the legendary god of war renowned for his skill with bows and swords, was revered as a protector of warriors. The Mangekyo technique, named Futsanamatama, could manifest powerful weapons, imbued with special abilities. At this moment, Zankai's gaze sharpened as his dark gray Susanoo gripped the longbow, drawing the string back, forming a menacing, dark gray heavy arrow, aimed directly at Kakuzu. Thwang. The thunderous sound of the arrow piercing through the air echoed across the sky. Kakuzu's expression shifted as he continued to dodge. But it was useless. This arrow was unavoidable. The sonic boom grew closer and closer. Seeing the fierce arrow homing in on him, relentless in its pursuit, Kakuzu was forced to sacrifice one of his lightning-attributed masked creatures, positioning it in front. With no resistance, the masked creature was shattered to pieces by a single arrow. Fortunately, the arrow dissipated into the sky after hitting its target. As Kakuzu, left with only 2 lives, began to feel relieved, the loud sound of a bow being drawn echoed again. Kakuzu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned his head. There he saw Zankai's right eye bleeding as the Susanu's bow, powered by the Futsunamatama technique, drew back again. A familiar dark gray heavy arrow was knocked on the bowstring, its icy tip pointed directly at him. Meanwhile, on another battlefield a kilometer away, Hayden's voice roared with fervor. How dare you desecrate God? You vile heretic, accept divine punishment. Don't run away. I'll reduce you to bits and pieces, smeared and splattered. Oh no. I got slashed. Ouch, that hurts. Those who don't understand others' pain shall face divine retribution. Another slash. Ah, it hurts. It feels so good, damn it. Clang, clang, clang. The clashing sound of metal echoed, interspersed with Hayden's loud jeers. Uchiha Izumi, wielding 2 short swords crafted by Saimai himself, faced him calmly and silently. In contrast to the fierce clash happening a kilometer away, this battleground was relatively subdued. Hayden, in need of blood, kept swinging his triple-bladed scythe at Izumi. Izumi, proficient with Susanoo and wielding a unique eye technique, opted to confront Hayden directly. In truth, even setting aside his curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood, Hayden's combat abilities were formidable. His taijutsu, perfectly matched with his bizarre weapon, often overwhelmed even a seasoned jonin like Asuma, injuring him in the process. Combined with his immortal body, he was nearly unstoppable when relentlessly attacking without defense. Izumi, however, was able to keep up in taijutsu, occasionally managing to leave a cut on Hayden, thanks to her Mangekyo Sharingan. Additionally, without needing an explanation from Hagoromo Gensou, Deidara had already spilled the details of Hayden's abilities. From the start, Izumi knew to avoid letting Hayden get her blood. Her precautions kept Hayden frustrated and ranting non-stop. It's about time. After thoroughly analyzing Hayden's combat style, Izumi's eyes gleamed as she took a few steps back, leading the recklessly charging Hayden to a prearranged spot before deliberately pausing. Without hesitation, Hayden swung his scythe. Slish. Blood splattered. Seeing his scythe pierce Izumi's shoulder, staining the blade with her blood, Hayden was briefly surprised, but quickly burst into laughter. Ha ha. You're done for. With that, Hayden eagerly prepared to lick the blood droplets. But in that instant, Izumi and the blood on the scythe vanished. What the? Hayden's eyes widened, but before he could react, a spatial ripple appeared behind him. Hayden tried to turn around, but mid-swing, he was a moment too slow. A short sword flashed. And Hayden's head was separated from his body. One of Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, Time Rewind. Through a preset spatial anchor, the user can return to that location within 5 seconds, with all personal conditions reset to what they were at the anchor setting. This explained Izumi's sudden reappearance behind Hayden, as well as why her earlier injuries were no longer present. The only downside was that the rewind produced a spatial ripple, causing a brief moment of stillness. A powerful opponent might seize this instant to retaliate. Izumi had allowed Hayden's attack to hit her shoulder precisely to slow him down for a fraction of a second. With that, the battle was decided. Chapter 217, Chapter 217. The Sharingan is an eye that reflects the soul. The techniques produced by the Mangekyo Sharingan are also influenced by this reflection. After avenging his deep grudge, Uchiha Zankai, filled with satisfaction, focused his concerns on his family, clan, and village. He needed power to protect them. Thus, his Mangekyo Sharingan techniques included the fortified Susanoo to shield his village and the weaponized Futsunamatama for defensive combat. When Uchiha Izumi saw Uchiha Itachi fall completely, she felt no particular joy. She was simply puzzled. Puzzled as to why Itachi had become like this, puzzled by the demise of the long-standing Uchiha clan, puzzled as to why her innocent family and clan members had met such a tragic end. If it were possible, she wished it was all an illusion, that she could go back and change everything. Hence, one of Izumi's Mangekyo abilities was Time Rewind, allowing her to alter reality and return to the past. As for her other unused eye technique, it was Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu that created an illusionary world, much like Itachi's. Fortified Susanoo and Futsunamatama. Tsukuyomi and Time Rewind. These were the Mangekyo Sharingan abilities of Zankai and Izumi. Compared to Zankai's bold and powerful use of his eye techniques, Izumi's subtlety allowed her to resolve the battle with only a single technique. Of course, part of this was due to the information leak on Haiden and the disparity in strength between him and Kakuzu. At this moment, though Haiden was decapitated, he was still alive and well. Hey, hey, hey. You wicked woman. It's bad enough you played dirty, but you had to chop off my head. Don't you know chopping someone's head hurts? And you tossed me on this filthy ground with no regard. There's even a bug crawling on my face. Quick. Kill it for me. Haiden's eyes glared at Izumi as he continued his endless complaints. Izumi was astounded. Although the intelligence mentioned this, it's still unbelievable to see it in person. At present, Haiden's head was as lively as ever, and his headless body had stood up and was wandering aimlessly. Haiden's head directed his body. Over here. Over here. You idiot. You're facing the wrong way. Huh. I think I just insulted myself. No, I can't help it. I have to say it. A little to the left, walk forward, ah. How are you this dumb? I can't teach you anything. Watching this scene, Izumi couldn't help but mutter to herself. Is this even human? Haiden heard her and looked irritated, saying, how can you insult me? Of course, I'm human. It's a blessing from the great God that I'm like this. How about it? Are you tempted? Join the faith, and you might receive the same gift. Haiden tried to persuade her. Izumi shook her head. Every forbidden technique comes at a price. She wasn't foolish enough to listen to Haiden's nonsense. Izumi walked up, tossed a rope around Haiden's wandering headless body to restrain it, then lifted his head and tied it to her waist. Wait. This is humiliating. At least attach my head back to my body. If you can't do that, could you at least hold my head a bit higher? It's so disrespectful to talk down to someone. MMFF. MMFF. This was Izumi's first encounter with such a noisy opponent, and the sight of a talking head was just too bizarre. Unable to endure it, she took an empty scroll and stuffed it into Haiden's mouth. Finally, there was silence. Izumi let out a sigh of relief. Afterward, she gazed in the direction she had come from. Is the battle not over yet? Izumi murmured, frowning slightly, before heading toward Zankai, dragging Haiden's bound body and carrying his head with her. Meanwhile, on Zankai and Kakuzu's battlefield. The massive Susanoo had dispersed, and Zankai appeared somewhat fatigued. Even so, facing Kakuzu, who was now left with only a fire-masked creature, he still held a significant advantage. However, at that moment, Kakuzu was holding the vulnerable Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, making Zankai hesitant to act. After obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, Zankai was already within the inner circle of Hagoromo Gensou and somewhat familiar with his plans. Opposition wasn't an option. Without Lord Hagoromo, he wouldn't be who he was now. Moreover, the shinobi world, led by the 5 great shinobi villages, was hostile toward unexpected disruptors like them. With Uchiha's pride, there was no thought of retreat. On the contrary, to oppose the world was a source of pride for the Uchiha. Just as they believed that Lord Gensou would lead them to avenge their past grievances. Now, they similarly believed that he would guide them to ultimate victory. Thus, Zankai looked toward the unconscious Five Tails Jinchuriki. If the Jinchuriki were killed, the Five Tails would vanish and take years to resurrect. Frowning, he held back from attacking recklessly. Seeing this, Kakuzu didn't make any sudden moves either. His initial plan for the Jinchuriki was twofold. First, to extract the heart to regain his second life, second, to provoke the tailed beast inside and use the distraction to escape. However, before he could decide, he noticed Zankai hesitating, evidently uncertain about attacking. The experienced Kakuzu immediately guessed the reason, and thus the two entered a stalemate. He was waiting. Waiting for Haiden to return. While Haiden didn't seem remarkable on the surface, his curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood, could kill anyone. In a shinobi battle, injuries and blood loss were common, and no one paid much attention to bleeding. Even with the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, if one were injured, the outcome was inevitable. Having partnered with Haiden, Kakuzu had witnessed many formidable opponents fall to his technique, and he was confident in turning the tables with Haiden's help. Soon, footsteps echoed in the distance. Zankai and Kakuzu looked over. The former smiled. Kakuzu, without a Sharingan, reacted a bit slower. A few moments later, upon seeing Uchiha Izumi and the head of Haiden dangling from her waist, which was making faces at him, Kakuzu's expression darkened as he muttered. Useless fool. Puffed. After several attempts, Haiden finally spat out the scroll in his mouth and turned to Kakuzu with equal disappointment. Kakuzu, I trusted you. I was counting on you to reattach my head. How could you be so useless? You look like you're about to die. Kakuzu ignored the now useless Haiden. Faced with two Uchiha, he abandoned the idea of seizing a heart and instead resolved to trigger the tailed beast's rampage. Just as he prepared to act, Zankai and Izumi stepped forward to intervene. A sudden holographic projection emerged from the Akatsuki rings on Kakuzu and Haiden's headless body. Leader. Boss. Kakuzu and Haiden were instantly taken aback. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. The appearance of the holographic figure caused the battle, on the verge of breaking out, to come to a sudden halt. Leader. Boss. Seeing the multicolored projection appear beside them, Kakuzu and Haiden were both surprised and thrilled. Though they didn't understand why Pain had suddenly projected himself, it was undoubtedly good news for them. At the very least, it might mean reinforcements. Compared to Kakuzu, who could hold out until help arrived, Haiden eagerly shouted. Boss. Someone's trying to take the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Hurry up and, huh. Halfway through his words, Haiden noticed something was off. His eyes widened as he scrutinized the figure beside him. The face, the attire, this didn't look like his boss, Pain, at all. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Zankai bowed respectfully, greeting him. Lord Gensou. Hey. Who's this Lord Gensou? Isn't the hologram supposed to be the boss's technique? Where's my big boss? Haiden's excitement plummeted, and he complained bitterly. Using the Ring of Zero, taken from Pain, Jensou's projection looked at Haiden with a hint of interest. The undying body of a Jashin cultist, quite valuable for dissection and research. Haiden was unsettled by the scientific gleam in Jensou's eyes, and stammered nervously. Hey. Listen to yourself, don't you have any morals? People shouldn't be so twisted. What about my boss? I miss my wise and mighty leader. Where did he go? He's dead, Gensou replied nonchalantly. Haiden, that useless boss. To think he got killed, what was the point of him? On the other side. When Kakuzu realized that the projection beside him wasn't the familiar Pain, he immediately guessed the outcome. As he saw the face of the hologram, distant memories resurfaced in his mind. Gensou. A figure he once looked up to as unreachable had reappeared before him. The sad irony was that nothing had changed. The insurmountable gap from before remained, perhaps even greater now. I heard you've also survived since the Warring States era and fought Hashirama Senju. Did you ever see me back then? Gensou asked Kakuzu, his eyes cold. Kakuzu took a deep breath. I only caught a glimpse of you from afar. As for Hashirama, he spared me, which is the only reason I survived. With others, Kakuzu might have embellished, claiming he escaped unscathed after a fierce battle with Hashirama. But standing before him was someone who rivaled Hashirama in the Warring States era, someone who knew that time all too well. Lying would only invite humiliation. At least you have some self-awareness, Gensou replied indifferently. Times change, things that seem absurd in one era can become normalized, even praised, in another. Take Saimai, for instance, a mere craftsman in the Warring States period. Yet his self-aggrandizing words left an indelible mark on his descendants, who later truly believed that the resurrected Saimai could conquer the shinobi world. Kakuzu claiming he escaped from Hashirama unharmed, was already pushing it. After all, Hashirama was gone, and few from the Warring States era were still alive. In time, Kakuzu could have claimed he fought Hashirama to a standstill. Given another 100 years, after all witnesses were long gone, he could even claim he defeated Hashirama. History is like a doll to be dressed up, and the longer one lives, the more control one has over it. Gensou glanced at Kakuzu, who had one life left, and at the Five Tails Jinchuriki, named Han, still in Kakuzu's grasp, quickly assessing the situation. He didn't waste words and offered a direct choice. Pain is dead. I now lead the Akatsuki. Will you submit, or die? Hearing this, Kakuzu calmly released the Five Tails Jinchuriki and said, I choose to submit. Akatsuki members were all S-rank missing nin from the major shinobi villages. Loyalty to Pain wasn't something even Pain expected, let alone the members themselves. Years ago, Pain had initiated the battle, forcing Kakuzu to join the Akatsuki after a humiliating defeat. If Pain had been replaced by someone even stronger, it was only logical. Especially since the new leader of the Akatsuki was Gensou, a legend from Kakuzu's time. Kakuzu understood well how formidable Gensou was back then. Becoming his subordinate didn't bother him much, as long as he could still make money. Kakuzu decisively aligned himself with Gensou's camp. On the other side, Haiden watched in dismay. Kakuzu. After all the trust the boss put in you. I thought you, with your thick eyebrows, were reliable. How could you just turn to another so quickly? Are you worthy of the boss? I am, Kakuzu replied sincerely. Before joining the Akatsuki, every cent he earned was his. After joining, he had to give up a portion. For someone as obsessed with money as him, he believed he had repaid Pain well enough. Haiden was stunned to see Kakuzu surrender with such ease. He opened his mouth to say something. Meanwhile, Jensen's other projection spoke up. From the way you're talking, it sounds like you're prepared to show your loyalty to Pain. Me. Ha ha ha. Hayden laughed loudly, then straightened his face and said. Of course, not. Dear new boss, I just didn't expect Kakuzu to surrender before me. Although I was a step behind, don't worry, dear new boss. My loyalty to you will be much higher than to that useless former boss. Like Kakuzu, Hayden was adaptable. After all, it didn't matter much whom he followed. Besides, with his head and body in their possession, while he couldn't die, hanging by his head like this was uncomfortable. After making his declaration, Hayden eagerly looked up at Izumi and said. That fierce, that lovely lady, we're all allies now, so please stop hanging my head up. Let me reunite with my body. Izumi listened to him without expression, then looked at Gensu, waiting for his instructions. Gensu glanced at Hayden and said, since you've joined, you should show a spirit of self-sacrifice. Hayden, your next task is to assist the organization in scientific research. Without looking at Hayden's horrified face, Gensu turned to Izumi and instructed, keep him like that to avoid having to dismember him again later. Yes. Izumi nodded. Wait. Hayden tried to protest. Izumi pulled out 2 scrolls and stuffed them into Hayden's mouth. The world fell silent, the situation was resolved, and the mission completed. Gensu's projection disappeared. Now, only 2 remain. Chapter 219, Chapter 219. Art is an explosion. Ha. Boom. A massive explosion shook the ground, adding yet another crater to the already scarred landscape that looked as if it had been struck by a meteor shower. Standing atop his clay bird, Daidara looked down at his handiwork, nodding with satisfaction. Sasori Bro's puppets look beautiful when they explode. Indeed, an instant of explosion is the truest form of art. Daidara. From within the smoke, Sasori's angry shout echoed once more. He looked utterly disheveled. Not only had his puppet, Hirako, been obliterated, but even his main puppet body was now in shambles, with his heart secured only in a regular puppet. With his level of power, this outcome should have been impossible. But one misstep led to another. Daidara's sudden betrayal, along with his C4 Karura, had dealt a devastating blow before Sasori could unleash his full strength. Surviving was already a stroke of luck, let alone staging a comeback. Keeping himself in the fight until now was his greatest effort. At this moment, Daidara, moving his hands to form another clay construct, called out loudly. Sasori, bro. Have you thought about it yet? How about defecting and joining me? Sasori had never been this furious. While dodging, he coldly replied, Daidara. I underestimated you. You betrayed the boss, fine. But is this your idea of persuasion? Starting with C4 Karura. Relax, it's because Sasori, bro, is so powerful. I had to give it my all. Besides, you're still alive, right? Daidara's carefree voice floated down from above. Sasori's gaze darkened. Nearly all the puppets he had painstakingly created were now reduced to rubble. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn Daidara into a human puppet on the spot. But the current situation didn't favor him. Suppressing his anger, Sasori surveyed his surroundings, planning his escape. However, Daidara was well acquainted with his senior partner's tactics. After another clash, Daidara suddenly smirked, forming a seal with one hand. Sasori, bro, as a fellow artist, I've given you another chance. As he spoke, Sasori found himself suddenly immobilized and looked down. 2 massive clay centipedes burst out from beneath him, quickly binding most of his body. His heart's container ended up securely pinned to the centipede's back. Sasori could only surrender. He looked up at Daidara, his tone icy, tinged with confusion. Daidara, have you considered the consequences of betraying the boss? Pain possessed the legendary Rinnegan, information known to everyone in the Akatsuki. Others had challenged him before, but they all lost without exception. Sasori couldn't understand why Daidara, who was perfectly fine, would choose to betray Pain. Especially with Zetsu's intelligence network spread across the entire Shinobi world. No matter how far Daidara fled, he'd eventually be caught. In the Akatsuki, betrayal could only end in death. Hearing this, Daidara shrugged indifferently and said, compared to betraying Pain, I'm more concerned about the consequences of betraying the clan leader. The clan leader? What do you mean? Sasori was about to press further. Suddenly, his jade ring projected a hologram. You're done for. Sasori gave Daidara a glance, preparing to report to the projected leader. But as he opened his mouth, he realized that the figure wasn't their leader. The men looked familiar. It wasn't until Daidara descended, proudly introducing the figure as his esteemed mentor, his clan leader, the legendary Gensu, that Sasori finally recognized him. Then, with a jolt, he realized a certain possibility. While Pain had seemed invincible, if the opponent was someone not from this era, someone as renowned as Gensou. Pain is dead. I now control the Akatsuki, Gensou announced after surveying the scene. So, Sasori of the Red Sand, what is your choice? Sasori was silent. Nearby, Deidara urged him, Sasori, bro, what's there to hesitate about? We can still be the art duo. Don't tell me you're loyal to Pain. That would surprise me. Sasori glanced at Deidara before finally speaking. If Pain is dead, what about Konan? The reason Sasori had joined the Akatsuki in the first place was because Konan had defeated him. Her paper style was, in his eyes, a form of beautiful art. He asked about Konan, not out of deep affection, but simply out of a passing curiosity. Jensen didn't hold back. Before Pain died, we made a deal. The cost was Konan's freedom. She's left the Akatsuki, and I have no interest in knowing where she's gone. Sasori understood. After a moment, he finally nodded and said, in that case, I'll join. But I have one condition. Speak. Sasori glanced coldly at Deidara, who had no sense of his own actions, sidling up beside him. Shifting away, he addressed Gensou. For the next mission, I refuse to be partnered with Deidara again. Hearing this, Deidara was thunderstruck. Sasori, bro, we're both artists in pursuit of grand creations. We're a natural pair. We can't be separated. Sasori let out a cold chuckle, ignoring him. The biggest misfortune he'd endured was partnering with someone like Deidara. If he had to do it again, he feared he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from attacking first. Gensou, glancing between Sasori and Deidara, nodded to prevent the two from clashing later. Agreed. Sasori breathed a sigh of relief. Deidara, however, looked disappointed. Thus, the art duo was disbanded. The Akatsuki had a total of 10 members. With Pain and Itachi dead, Orochimaru defected, Konan gone, and Zetsu now aligned with Uchiha Obito, Jensen could only secure 5 members of the Akatsuki. Only one remained. In Sasuke's location, the once scenic mountain hot springs had turned to ruins. After defeating Kisame, Sasuke was extinguishing the flames of Amaterasu, ensuring that the mountain and everything nearby wouldn't burn down. When he returned, he found Jensu's hologram standing before a bound Kisame. Jensu turned to look at Sasuke, nodding slightly, then addressed Kisame. The Rinnegan and the Geto statue are now in my possession, and the Eye of the Moon plan will be executed by me. Will you continue to follow Uchiha Madara or join me? Kisame had joined the Akatsuki because he believed in Madara's vision and the Eye of the Moon plan. He hadn't expected Jensu to not only know about it but to have seized control of its key components. Having witnessed Jensu's strength firsthand, Kisame suddenly felt that under Jensu, the Eye of the Moon plan might have a higher chance of success than under Madara. He was eager to see if the world would turn out as he envisioned once the plan succeeded. And so, Kisame looked at Jensu, then glanced at Uchiha Sasuke behind him. He withdrew his gaze from Sasuke's Sharingan. After a moment of hesitation and contemplation, he looked back at Jensu and slowly nodded. Thus, the takeover of the Akatsuki was complete. Jensu immediately issued an order, perfect timing, as the Akatsuki now has a mission. Chapter 220, Chapter 220. In a dark cavern, the enormous Geto statue sat towering with its 10 thick fingers extended, each supporting a person in either an ethereal or physical form. These 7 individuals stood, hands forming seals, remaining still. In the center of the 7, Han, the unconscious Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, hovered midair. Chakra belonging to the 5 tails leaked out from his body, flowing into the mouth of the Geto statue. One of the statue's closed eyes gradually showed signs of opening. Apart from the sound of chakra flowing, the cavern remained silent. At a certain moment, Deidara, whose body appeared as a multicolored projected form, glanced around with a bored expression. Maintaining his seal, he yawned and couldn't help but complain. With a new boss, I thought the Akatsuki would have some fresh tricks. Who knew the first task would still be this? Boring. Standing here the whole time, there's not an ounce of artistry in this. Hearing this, Sasori, standing to Deidara's left, continued with his work, eyes closed, ignoring Deidara's comments. To Deidara's right, in a similarly projected form, Kisame grinned, "Be thankful, Deidara." Previously, the Geto statue required 2 days to absorb a tailed beast. With the new leader, it only takes a day. That's an improvement. Yes, that saves time to make some extra money on the side. Kakuzu, in his physical form, opened his eyes and agreed. As one of the Akatsuki's longest-standing members, Kakuzu knew well the importance of showing loyalty to a new leader. Nearby, also in their physical forms, Izumi and Zankai opened their eyes, looking curiously at the assembled Akatsuki members. They had only ever known the organization as a mysterious force. Even Uchiha Itachi, who had slain the Uchiha clan, had joined and become a member. Who would have thought that one day they would fight these same people, and now be standing alongside them. It was truly unexpected. This time, those present for the tailed beast extraction included Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Zankai, and Kakuzu in their physical forms, Deidara, Sasori, and Kisame in projected forms. Lastly, a projection of Gensu was present. Sasuke, due to distance and lacking the Akatsuki ring forged with Rinnegan powers, was unable to participate in the extraction and had returned for now. Standing on the thumb of the Geto statue where Pain once stood, the projection of Gensu slowly opened its eyes, revealing purple, swirling Rinnegan. The original Gensu did not implant the Rinnegan into himself, understanding well that activating infinite Tsukuyomi would require him to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, absorbing the Shinju's power to open the Moon Eye, the Rinne Sharingan, marked by the Rinnegan swirls and Sharingan's red and Tomo. However, the Rinne Sharingan was originally Kagaya's. In the canon, Madara's use of it effectively tapped into her power. Even without Black Zetsu's interference, the act of absorbing the Shinju's power and unlocking the Rinne Sharingan would ultimately allow Kagaya to return. Not interested in allowing anything foreign to merge with his body, Gensu decided the task of casting infinite Tsukuyomi would fall to his clone. He had previously enhanced this clone, replacing Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan with Rinnegan, allowing the clone to master both the Rinnegan and the Geto statue. To wield the Geto statue as Madara had, instantly extracting all 9-tailed beasts with ease, was out of the question. This wasn't a matter of strength but of control. Madara's authority over the Rinnegan and the Geto statue far exceeded even Nagato's and, now, Gensu's clone. The clone of Gensu could quicken the extraction process, but for now, his true self had other tasks. Listening to the idle chatter among his subordinates, Gensu's projection interjected. It won't be a single day. This extraction will take 2 days. Soon, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails will arrive. A new tailed beast added so quickly, impressive efficiency, Gensu-sama, Kisame remarked, pleased. Driven to serve Gensu primarily for the Moon Eye plan, Kisame was glad to see progress accelerating. Deidara simply huffed, not thrilled, yet unwilling to openly challenge Gensu, especially now, facing the intimidating Rinnegan. With his authority reinforced, Deidara felt no option but compliance. Both Kakuzu and Sasori, who had recently joined under Gensu's command, expressed no dissent, while Izumi and Zankai remained obedient. The task went smoothly. Mount Katsuragi. Upon returning, Gensu found that Ataru, Utakata, and Tunbi had remained obediently indoors. Prepare to move, Gensu instructed them directly. What? Ataru and Tunbi looked confused. Gensu, offering them a choice, watched as Tunbi wasted no time, quickly pulling Ataru along to pack. The importance wasn't Mount Katsuragi but rather Ataru herself. As long as she remained, the Tsuchigumo clan would continue to exist wherever they went. Good. At least you're useful, Gensu mused, watching Tunbi bustling around. Soon, the aftermath of today's battle near Mount Katsuragi would attract attention from across the shinobi world, bringing the secluded Tsuchigumo clan into the spotlight. Though Gensu didn't fear Ataru leaking anything, the clan's newfound prominence could easily pull them into future conflicts, potentially with a destructive end. Considering the risk, he decided to bring Ataru along, ensuring her loyalty early on. The Tsuchigumo clan was settled. Now, only the Six Tails Jinchuriki remained. Turning to Utakata, Gensu spoke calmly. The Six Tails within you, I will take it. Utakata's face turned pale. The removal of a tailed beast was fatal to a Jinchuriki. Most Jinchuriki would fiercely resist this fate, no matter how they felt about the creature within them. But seeing who stood before him, Utakata, understanding the disparity between their powers, unclenched his fists in resignation. Just as he prepared himself for the inevitable, Gensu's voice rang out again. Even without the tailed beast, you can survive. In an instant, Utakata's head snapped up, eyes gleaming with hope. Chapter 221, Chapter 221. Tick. Tick. Water droplets occasionally fell from above. Under the guidance of Gensu, Utakata walked with a mix of anticipation and trepidation into this secluded cave. Crossing a dark and winding passage, he noticed a light emerging at a corner up ahead. He took a few more steps, rounded the bend, and looked up. Instantly, a surge of awe filled his heart. What is that? Utakata stood frozen in place, completely overwhelmed. In front of him loomed a colossal, humanoid figure of the demonic statue of the outer path. Unlike the narrow, cramped cave passages before, the space where Utakata now stood was vast and open, large enough to fit most of the Tsuchigumo clan's land. Even so, with the demonic statue placed here, the area felt exceedingly crowded. One could imagine how Utakata felt, seeing this giant figure more terrifying than even the tailed beasts, looming right in front of him. Not only that, for the first time, he could feel an intense, uneasy emotion radiating from the Six Tails within him. The chakra of the Six Tails began to uncontrollably seep out. When facing Gensu earlier, the Six Tails had never shown this level of distress. To think it could make the Six Tails feel so uneasy. Utakata was about to forcibly suppress the Six Tails chakra emerging from him when a mocking voice suddenly sounded above him. That chakra. Six Tails, isn't it? What a surprise that the Six Tails Jinchuriki would walk in here of his own accord. Utakata quickly looked up and noticed several figures standing atop the 10 fingers of the demonic statue, some solid, others hazy. As for the one who had just spoken, Utakata's gaze swept over the Mist Village headband slashed across with a line and the distinctive shark-like face. Hoshigaki Kisame. Being from the hidden Mist Village himself, he quickly recognized this well-known S-class rogue ninja from his village. Likewise, as a former Mist Shinobi, Kisame was familiar with the Six Tails and now grinned broadly. Looks like a lamb wandering into a den of wolves, doesn't it? Do you need me to handle this? From the side, Kakuzu, who was actually present, offered coolly. Hearing this, Utakata looked at Kakuzu, then shifted his gaze to the others until his eyes settled on the figure floating mid-air, whose chakra was continuously being drained, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han. Red clouds on black robes, rogue shinobi, and a person suspended mid-air with chakra being extracted, obviously another Jinchuriki like me. So, this is the rumored secret meeting place of the Akatsuki. Why did Jensen bring me here? Utakata felt surrounded by wolves. Most of the people atop the 10 fingers of the demonic statue wore expressions of indifference, mockery, and amusement, as if they'd found an interesting toy to observe. Once again, his identity as the Six Tails Jinchuriki provided no protection. To these people, he, and even the fearsome-tailed beasts of the ninja world, seemed little more than prey. Utakata gripped his blowpipe tightly, alert and ready. As tensions approached a breaking point, a shadow clone of Jensen standing on the demonic statue's right thumb slowly opened his Rinnegan, turned around, and looked at Utakata. Relax. There are no enemies here. Utakata looked over, momentarily stunned. Gensu. A shadow clone or something else? And what's with those eyes? Seeing Jensu's purple, ripple-patterned eyes, Utakata was surprised. Having met Jensen not long ago, Utakata was familiar with his demeanor and tone, confirming that this person was indeed Gensu and not an imposter. But why did his eyes change? And what was his connection to the Akatsuki? Feeling nervous, Utakata had countless questions in his mind. Fortunately, after Jensen spoke, Kisame and the others relaxed their stances and became more serious. With the tension lifted, Utakata finally managed to take a deep breath. Thud. At that moment, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, who was suspended in midair, had his chakra completely extracted. With no strength left, Han's body fell heavily to the ground, and another eye on the demonic statue opened fully. Prepare to extract the Six Tails, Gensu instructed. Yes. Kisame, Kakuzu, Sasori, Daidara, Izumi, and Zetsu replied solemnly. Then, Gensu gestured for Utakata to step forward without giving him a chance to question and explained. While it's generally accepted that Jinchuriki die when a tailed beast is extracted, this doesn't have to be the case. The Eight Tails had once left part of its severed tentacle within Killer Bee, allowing him to survive even after the Eight Tails was extracted. With Gensu's current understanding and mastery of chakra, he could similarly retain a small portion of the Six Tails chakra within Utakata, sustaining his life through yin-yang release. Even if the Six Tails were extracted, Utakata would survive. Utakata, though somewhat aloof, was fundamentally decent. After being saved by Ataru, he knew staying here could endanger her, so he tried to leave despite his injuries. Later, after being defeated by Gensu with a single punch, his first thought upon waking was concern for Ataru's safety, and he even attempted a rescue, fully aware of the power gap. Additionally, he was now a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Gensu bore no personal grudge against him. Although the Six Tails had to be extracted, Gensu had no issue sparing his life in the process. As for Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, being from the hidden stone village, sparing him would be aiding an enemy. Gensu wasn't that sentimental. Once the Six Tails is extracted, you can live a normal life again, Gensu finally told Utakata. Utakata nodded firmly. Given Gensu's power, if he wanted the Six Tails, there was no need for elaborate measures. Utakata fully believed everything Gensu said. He touched his abdomen. From the beginning, he had always hated his identity as a Jinchuriki. If the Six Tails were extracted, and he could live like a normal person, it would be his greatest wish. Utakata stepped toward the demonic statue of the outer path. Once everything was prepared, Gensu, Kisame, and the others on the 10 fingers began forming hand signs again. In an instant, the demonic statue opened its massive mouth, and Utakata, like Han before him, was lifted into the air, with the chakra of the Six Tails surging out of his body and pouring into the statue. Because Utakata cooperated willingly, this extraction process was much faster. In just half a day, the fourth eye on the demonic statue was about to fully open. Gensu appeared beside Utakata, waved his hand to retain a small portion of the Six Tails chakra within him, placed his right hand on Utakata's chest, and used yin-yang release. Very quickly, The six tails extraction was complete, and the fourth eye on the demonic statue opened fully. Utakata, once the Jinchuriki of the six tails, safely descended from the air. Everything proceeded smoothly. Now, Jensen had captured the 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails using the demonic statue. The tailed beast capture plan would continue. Chapter 222, Chapter 223. Black Zetsu hadn't expected Jensen to act so swiftly, so accurately, and in such an unexpected manner. In a single move, he had struck at Akatsuki's core. Now, Nagato, the men behind Pain, and Konan's lives were uncertain. The Rinnegan and the demonic statue of the outer path had likely changed hands, and Kisame, Sasori, and others seemed to have been attacked, disappearing without a trace. The mighty Akatsuki, known for capturing tailed beasts and feared by the great ninja villages, had been reduced to an empty shell almost overnight. All that remained were Black Zetsu and Obito. Back to square one. Obito's current predicament perfectly illustrated this phrase. Black Zetsu couldn't help but consider abandoning ship. But on second thought, his current cover was as the embodiment of Madara's will. If he left Obito, it would expose his identity. Besides, it was unlikely that Jensen would accept someone of his obscure origins. So, Black Zetsu decided to stick with Obito for the time being. After working together for so many years, he knew how deeply Obito believed in the Moon's Eye plan. Although Jensen had shown his hand and had been impressive, Black Zetsu had reservations. Having hidden for 1,000 years, he wasn't about to trust someone so quickly. Unlike Madara and Obito, Black Zetsu couldn't be certain that Jensen would wholeheartedly support the Moon's Eye plan. Let's wait and see. If necessary, I still have my trump card. Black Zetsu thought about the secret burial site of Madara that only he knew and felt reassured. He turned his attention to Obito, whose expression shifted from confusion to a dark fury. Concerned that Obito might rush to his death meaninglessly, Black Zetsu quickly spoke up. Lord Madara. Lord Madara left me with additional measures before he passed. Obito, don't lose heart, we still have a chance. The battle outside Mount Katsuragi had indeed stirred the shinobi world. After securing the Rinnegan and the demonic statue, and uprooting Akatsuki entirely to repurpose it under his control, Jensen paid no heed to the external commotion. After extracting the 5 tails and 6 tails, he didn't immediately proceed with the next phase of the tailed beast capture plan. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Zetsu, Kisame, Sasori, and Kakuzu had all endured intense battles and multiple tailed beast extractions, leaving them exhausted and in need of recovery. Thus, Jensen led them back to Jomi village. To be cautious, he didn't bring the newly recruited Kisame, Sasori, and Kakuzu into the village. Instead, he stationed them at a hidden intelligence base within the Land of Fire, not far from the Land of Waves, to recuperate. As for Ataru, Tunbi, and Utakata, who had nowhere else to go and had chosen to follow, he allowed them into the village. Unlike Kisame and the others, who still had missions awaiting them, these 3 would not be leaving the village anytime soon. There really is a city in the sky. It's so beautiful. So magnificent. Stepping out into the world for the first time and still feeling a bit nervous, Ataru couldn't contain her excitement upon seeing Jomi village in the sky, her eyes wide and mouth agape. So, I'll be living in this city. It was her first time living among so many people, especially in a city floating above the clouds. It reminded her of the fantastical stories she had read as a child. Her initial anxiety dissipated, her face now filled with joy and anticipation. Beside her, Tunbi and Utakata were just as awestruck as she was. After answering a few of Hataru's questions, Jensen signaled for Hanari to assist them in settling in. He himself sent a shadow clone to the office to handle some matters. The original body, however, carried Hayden's head and body to the research base for study. As a considerate leader, Jensen understood the dedication and ambition of his employees. So, instead of resting upon his return, he immediately began scientific research to ensure Hayden, the new addition to his team, could return to work and fulfill his potential. Boss. Slow down. Really. No rush. I can wait longer. With his head now removed from Izumi's waist and placed in Jensen's hand upon reaching Jomi village, Hayden, having lost his blindfold, watched door after door, each inscribed with sealing techniques, open before him. Disinfection, deodorization, sterilization, all kinds of white sprays covered his body multiple times. Then he saw a variety of unfamiliar but clearly ominous instruments spring to life before him. He even recognized several white Zetsu clones submerged in nutrient tanks, giving off an eerie vibe. Despite his usual fearlessness, Hayden, with his immortal body, finally panicked, begging his new boss that he could wait as long as needed. Though Hayden's concern was appreciated, Jensen would shoulder the responsibility regardless. Placing Hayden's head and body on the operating table, Jensen simply told him to stay calm before getting to work. 2 hours later. With his research into Hayden's immortality complete, Jensen glanced at Hayden, whose screams had subsided, his gaze now vacant. He then focused on the report summarizing his findings. Blood, bones, organs, brain, everything's just like an ordinary human's. When injured, he still bleeds, his bones break, and his organs get damaged. However, a strange energy, different from chakra, sustains his life force. Additionally, his healing rate far surpasses that of ordinary people. There's one prerequisite, though: he needs to consume a lot of nutrients, which means he has to eat a lot. Having read the report, Jensen gained a thorough understanding of Heiden's immortality. While he understood it, replicating the immortality technique itself proved elusive. Just as the Moon's Eye plan required the Rinnegan, gaining immortality would require the being Heiden worshipped, the so-called Jashin. A being similar to the Grim Reaper, perhaps. Jensen's curiosity piqued. He walked over to Heiden, tapped him on the forehead, and said, "Heiden, stop pretending. Preach to me. Preach." Heiden's vacant eyes suddenly sharpened. Jensen was terrifying. Despite the countless agonies he'd endured over the years, the so-called scientific research he'd just undergone was a whole new level of torture, beyond his wildest nightmares. Whoever said Jashinists were insane. Heiden thought Jensen and his kind, scientists, were the real madmen. Yet, his eyes gleamed at the mention of preaching. Preaching. Yes, preaching. If Jensen joined the Jashin cult, bound by its rules. As the current leader of the Jashin cult, Heiden would personally ensure that Jensen paid dearly. So, without waiting for Jensen to prompt him further, Heiden launched into an impassioned sermon, expounding on the teachings of Jashin with all the fervor he could muster. Chapter 223, Chapter 224. The Jashin cult's doctrine was simple: slaughter. Endless slaughter. Kill your family, kill your friends, kill your neighbors, kill anyone you desire. The suffering of the world would be best alleviated early. Followers of the Jashin cult were to empathize with the pain of others, to transfer that pain to themselves, relieving others of it and thus granting salvation. Thus, slaughter was salvation. Heiden enthusiastically explained the Jashin cult's beliefs, in which he had unwavering faith. This was exactly what he did. After achieving immortality, he wielded his scythe and slaughtered every Jashin cult member present, enacting the cult's teachings. After each kill, he would lie in the cursed ritual circle for half an hour, performing complex prayers, even if Kakuzu repeatedly told him to skip steps and finish faster. Heiden never agreed, as that would be blasphemy. Jensen, however, listened to Heiden's lecture on Jashin's doctrine with indifference, filtering it out. The concept of salvation through slaughter was nothing more than a guise for offering blood sacrifices to the Jashin. He urged Heiden to skip the preaching and proceed directly to how to join the cult and gain Jashin's power. Heiden felt a bit slighted, but seeing Jensen's expressionless face, he conceded. Soon, following Heiden's instructions, Jensen used an earth-release jutsu to mold a statue of Jashin. "We'll need a blood sacrifice next." Heiden looked expectantly at Jensen. Without a word, Jensen took a knife to Heiden's chest, now reattached to his body. Blood gushed onto the Jashin statue. "Is that enough?" Jensen said he could add another cut if needed. "It's enough. More than enough." Heiden, unwilling to provoke Jensen, quickly began the summoning ritual. After a ritual dance incomprehensible to Jensen, Heiden held up the Jashin necklace around his neck and proclaimed loudly, "Lord Jashin, please descend into this world and guide a new follower." Technically speaking, Heiden was only partially initiated. The true higher-ups of the Jashin cult, knowledgeable in its rituals and prayers, had all been slaughtered by Heiden himself, leaving no one to teach him further. Although he'd improvised both the ritual and the prayer, Heiden was nonetheless favored by Jashin as the only immortal devotee. And indeed, under his heartfelt prayer, the ordinary statue of Jashin suddenly began to emit an eerie light. The god has descended. At that moment, Heiden puffed up his chest, feeling vindicated, and glanced at Jensen, waiting for a moment to boast. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit the back of his head, and he blacked out. "You didn't even introduce me to the god," he thought in confusion and indignation before losing consciousness. Jensen's shadow clone appeared behind Heiden, his Rinnegan detecting the presence of a spatial rift opening at the statue, releasing Jashin's aura into the statue. The entity also seemed to sense something amiss, slowing its descent even before Heiden passed out. Knowing that waiting further could ruin the plan, Jensen decisively had his clone knock Heiden unconscious, then stretched out his right hand toward the rift. Bansho Tenin. A powerful force of attraction burst from Jensen's clone's hand. This high-level Rinnegan technique, as long as a rift existed, could pull even beings from other dimensions. Roar. Sensing impending doom, the entity known as Jashin struggled desperately against Bansho Tenin. But it was futile. As Jensen channeled more chakra into his clone, the force of Bansho Tenin grew stronger. Soon, with a roar of unwilling rage, Jashin was dragged from the rift into the Shinobi world. Jensen surveyed the entity. Its appearance matched the statue he had just molded, though it lacked a physical body. Having seen the Grim Reaper before, he wasn't surprised. After all, the Shinobi world had many strange spirits in the past. After the six-path sage's cleansing, entities that had physical forms and couldn't revive like tailed beasts were nearly wiped out. The few remaining ones that survived now existed as spirit-like beings in alternate dimensions, like Jashin. At this moment, Jashin, who had been comfortably seated in his domain, occasionally enjoying sacrifices from his followers, was forcibly pulled into the shinobi world. He looked at Gensou, the culprit behind it all, with fury. "How dare you defy a god?" Jashin could speak, but Gensou's response was 2 words. "Fool. Stay a god for long enough, and you might actually believe it." Before Jashin could attack, Gensou clapped his hands together. Instantly, around Jashin, a 10-meter-wide area lit up with a dense array of sealing symbols. Jashin, ready to tear Gensou apart, felt an intense fluctuation in his emotions and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Black, tadpole-shaped sealing symbols rose and formed a tight barrier, sealing Jashin firmly inside. At Jensou's command, the sealing array closed in, forcing Jashin to curl up, his form compressed inward. Finally, the seal shrank into a small, fist-sized orb, trapping the now tiny Jashin inside. Gensou walked up, holding the seal orb, and looked at the struggling Jashin within. He smiled faintly and said, "Jashin, captured." Gensou had prepared extensively for Jashin's summoning. This was his stronghold, already equipped with various sealing arrays powerful enough to restrain even tailed beasts, let alone a spirit like Jashin. Now, time to conduct some proper research. As Jashin showed a similar look of unease to Haiden, Gensou began his examination. It's unclear how much time passed. When Haiden regained consciousness, he felt a chill down his spine. That was from lying on the floor for too long. "Honestly, couldn't they have put me somewhere more comfortable?" Haiden muttered as he slowly sat up, rubbing the back of his head and looking around. Soon, he spotted Gensou, who was squeezing and twisting something in his hand, a wailing, pleading Jashin. "Huh? Am I seeing things?" Haiden rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. "Maybe my brain isn't fully awake yet." He waited a bit longer before looking a third time with a solemn expression. Then, "It really is Lord Jashin." In that instant, Haiden's faith crumbled. Chapter 224, Chapter 225. "Awake, are you?" Hearing movement behind him, Gensou spoke without turning his head. "If you're awake, put on your blindfold and leave. Someone will take you to regroup with the other Akatsuki members." "I." Haiden, looking disheartened, seemed like he wanted to say something. "Ah." A sharp scream erupted from Jashin. Gensou tightened his grip, channeling chakra through the sealed orb to probe into Jashin's inner workings. Hearing Haiden's voice, Gensou's hand didn't pause, though he turned his head to face him. "Anything else?" Shuddering under Gensou's gaze, Haiden felt more terror now than he had on the operating table. "And no, nothing at all." He quickly shook his head, swallowing the words he had wanted to say. "Then get going. The organization has more tasks waiting for you," Gensou instructed. "Yes, boss. I'll complete my mission." Haiden's assurance was entirely sincere. He had no choice. The new boss was terrifying. Even the god he once revered was now just a plaything in Gensou's hands. He had experienced confusion, anger, fear, and panic, followed by emptiness. Eventually, a realization dawned on him. So gods could scream. While he screamed too, he hadn't done it quite like that. The god was even more pathetic than he was. What a letdown. Realizing this, Haiden's idealized view of Jashin shattered, and his once unshakable faith began to crumble. He looked at Jashin, who was still wailing, and shook his head, deciding there was no longer any point in worshipping him. Since the new boss was even more powerful than his god, he might as well follow him completely. Especially since Haiden could now sense that his new boss could truly end his life. Unwilling to risk any insolence, Haiden resolved to obey without question. Just as he was about to leave, Gensou called him back, instructing him to abandon the Jashin teachings. Haiden nodded decisively. After all, with Jashin captured, there was no point in following his teachings. But he still needed something new to believe in. He wasn't like those non-believers. Haiden asked Gensou for guidance. Gensou replied offhandedly, "Love, peace, kindness, or whatever else you can come up with." Haiden, huh? Watching Haiden depart with a bewildered look, Gensou turned back to the captive Jashin. Using a combination of tools, personal techniques, and his Rinnegan, Gensou now had a comprehensive understanding of Jashin. Much like the Grim Reaper, who extracted souls from both the caster and target during the dead demon-consuming seal in exchange for the caster's life, Jashin also bestowed power upon his followers through rituals. In return, they offered blood sacrifices to him. Ordinary Jashin followers had abilities similar to Haiden's curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood, allowing them to trade injuries with their foes. But they lacked Haiden's immortality, meaning that if they stabbed their own heart, both they and their enemy would die. Haiden was the sole exception. The reason he remained immortal wasn't only due to the unique traits analyzed earlier, it was mainly because of Jashin. Gensou examined the malleable, dough-like form of Jashin in his hand. Haiden's immortality was tied to the mark of Jashin imprinted on his soul. During that experiment long ago, Haiden's soul had been wholly claimed by Jashin. Unless something happened to Jashin, even dismembering Haiden wouldn't kill him. This was the secret of his immortality, a unique power of Jashin. However, Jashin had never expected that his most loyal follower would turn on him, delivering him directly into the hands of the nearly invincible Gensou. Jashin wasn't a Six Paths level being, otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden away in an alternate dimension. Now, with Jashin in Gensou's grasp, Haiden's soul effectively belonged to him as well. This was why Haiden had sensed that Gensou could now be fatal to him. Jashin's power is useful, how should I use it? Gensou could take Jashin's power for himself with a bit of effort. He could significantly enhance his body's recovery rate, reattaching even severed limbs. But true immortality was impossible. He had no intention of entrusting his soul to another. While Jashin's power was useless to him, Gensou, who had seal and advanced cellular regeneration, could self-heal like Hashirama without needing Jashin. However, his clone, which had a Rinnegan and relied on White Zetsu's body, would benefit from it. Though this clone would ultimately be expendable after the infinite Tsukuyomi, it still needed to be formidable to prevent detection by figures like Black Zetsu. This clone, though infused with his cells and granted the Rinnegan, was still much weaker than Gensou's original form. Strengthening the clone would be wise. He looked at the sealed Jashin in his hand, this was one option. Additionally, it was time to accelerate his research and application of Hashirama cells. Increasing the clone's strength was one goal. Another was to infuse Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Zetsu with Hashirama cells so that using their Mangekyo Sharingan techniques wouldn't strain their eyesight. Energized, Gensou dove into his work. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki members, fatigued in mind and body, took the opportunity to rest. Back at their base, Obito and Black Zetsu, who found their hideout ransacked, did not retaliate openly but instead disappeared, seeming to wait for something. On the Shinobi world stage, one side fell eerily silent. Meanwhile, the other side, led by the 5 great Shinobi villages, moved without pause, hastening preparations for the coming war. Amidst this brewing storm, Orochimaru, long silent, finally emerged from his lair. "You found traces of the Three Tails," his raspy voice echoed in the dim chamber. Kabuto, ever by Orochimaru's side, replied, "Thanks to sending in Yukimaru, we finally tracked the Three Tails." Surprisingly, it didn't remain in the ocean but hid in a lake instead. In the shadows, Orochimaru licked his lips with excitement. As a rogue ninja and Akatsuki defector, constantly hunted by them, he relished the chance to capture the Three Tails first, thwarting Akatsuki's plans. He also sensed the growing unease across the Shinobi world. With chaos looming, possessing a tailed beast would certainly be advantageous. Thus, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. "From now on, capture the Three Tails with all our might." Chapter 225, Chapter 226. Is there still no sign of the Three Tails? Steam wafted as the rich aroma of tea filled the air. Haneri leaned over to pour a cup of green tea. Gensou, who had recently left the experimental base, took a sip, savoring the refreshing taste on his tongue before asking. Haneri set down the teapot, shaking her head. "Not yet." Gensou furrowed his brows. Among the 5 remaining tailed beasts in the outside world, only the Three Tails was still in the wild with no leads on its whereabouts. The One Tail was in the Sand Village, and its Jinchuriki was the 5th Kazekage, making escape nearly impossible. Both the Two Tails and Eight Tails were in the Cloud Village, and with Samui as an insider, Gensou could keep track of the Eight Tails' Jinchuriki's movements. As for the Two Tails, it was just a matter of time. As for the Nine Tails, that one was too familiar to even bother mentioning. Gensou's plan for capturing the tailed beasts differed from Pain's approach of capturing them one by one. He aimed to catch them all in one fell swoop, much like his previous handling of the Akatsuki. Capturing all the remaining tailed beasts at once would prevent the ninja world from reacting in time, allowing him to absorb them into the Geto statue and transform into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, realizing his goal of ascending through his bloodline network. Of course, this was the ideal scenario. Unexpected challenges might arise during the actual operation. However, as long as the general plan remained unchanged, it would be manageable. Currently, Gensou was following this plan step by step. Thus, finding the wild Three Tails, which didn't belong to any faction, and absorbing it into the Geto statue was crucial. If the other 8-tailed beasts were secured but the Three Tails remained elusive, it would be a significant setback. By the way, how was the Three Tails captured in the original story? Time had dimmed Gensou's memories of plot points unrelated to the main storyline. The Akatsuki's capture of the tailed beasts that left the deepest impression on him included the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, who was captured under the watchful eyes of countless sand ninja. There was also Sasuke's failed attempt with the 8 Tails and Pain's search for the 9 Tails. Other than that, he vaguely recalled the captures of the Six Tails and Two Tails Jinchuriki. But the Three Tails? Since the death of Yugura, the fourth Mizukage, the Three Tails had disappeared, leaving Gensu without any clues. He could only rely on the Three Tails' affinity for water and turtle-like nature, sending Deidara, who excelled in flight, and Kisame, a master of underwater combat, to search for it. He even took a small risk by dispatching several teams of ninja equipped with aerial devices from the land of sky to aid in the search. However, with the vastness of the ocean, results weren't immediate. Gensu shook his head. Forget it. He would set the matter of the Three Tails aside for now. There was another task awaiting his attention. The village of Jomi had found traces of Orochimaru. This snake has stayed hidden well over the past 2 years. How did the village discover his location? Gensu asked curiously. Haneri replied, the village gathered intelligence from Konoha. Apparently, it was information relayed by an ANBU operative just before their death. After listening to Haneri's account, Jensen nodded in understanding. Normally, with Jomi Village's intelligence network in Konoha, it would have been difficult to uncover such hidden information, especially after the death of a key operative. All thanks to their old friend, Shimura Danzo. Years ago, when Gensu raided the root base, he focused primarily on advanced equipment and experimental materials, leaving most other items behind unless they were convenient to carry. Upon returning to Jomi Village, he handed those miscellaneous items to Haneri and others to sort out. In doing so, they discovered sensitive documents collected by the root, containing damning evidence against several key Konoha personnel. Revealing these would ruin these individuals' reputations beyond redemption. Danzo's goal was clearly to keep these people under his control. Now, all of this fell into Jomi Village's hands. To avoid desperate self-destruction, the village refrained from pressuring these Konoha operatives excessively. Even so, one individual eventually caved completely. Not every Konoha shinobi believed in the will of fire. This time, it was that individual who relayed the information. Orochimaru, huh? Gensu tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Orochimaru himself didn't concern him much. Even if Orochimaru had unmatched survival skills, he was merely an obstacle that Gensu would eliminate whenever necessary. However, Gensu thought of Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu, recalling the Fourth Great Ninja War, where legendary deceased shinobi with great historical impact had a greater impact than an army of thousands. A smirk played on his lips. He had no desire to engage in a grand reenactment with those long-dead figures. So, kill. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, would meet his end by seeking power beyond his control. For Gensu, Orochimaru, feared by most, was no different from an ordinary ninja. With speed and decisiveness, Gensu resolved to act immediately. But first, there was another task to complete. Ding. Main quest, Chunin Exams, completed. The Chunin Exams began. In the first round, the written test, the host answered all questions correctly, demonstrating knowledge exceeding even Sakura's. The host passed smoothly. In the second round, the Forest of Death, the host and their teammates reached the central tower without incident. During the preliminaries, the host successfully defeated Akimichi Choji. In the finals, the host defeated Nara Shikamaru. Due to the outbreak of the Konoha destruction plan, the host's journey in the Chunin Exams came to an end. Congratulations to the host on completing the Chunin Exams. Rewards: Jonin-level chakra capacity, mastery in 1 chakra nature transformation and 1 shape transformation, Nintaijutsu, lightning release chakra mode. After completing tasks in Konoha and spending several days equivalent to the Chunin Exams duration, Gensu's main quest was finally settled today. Due to the importance of the Chunin Exams, he reaped an especially rich system reward. Casually choosing the Een nature for his chakra transformation, Gensu sensed the mastery-level chakra nature and shape changes but found them of little improvement. Unsurprisingly, he shifted his attention to the other 2 rewards. Had he truly been, as the system presumed, a fresh genin of less than a year, these rewards from the Chunin Exams would have elevated him to the level of a jonin. Not bad. As the missions progressed, the rewards grew increasingly substantial. Even if the infinite Tsukimi plan failed, he still had a viable backup plan. Gensu took one last look at the completed Chunin Exam quest and the newly released mission. Before setting off, he'd complete it with ease. Chapter 226, Chapter 227. Jomi Village Training Grounds. Sasuke stared in confusion as Gensu appeared beside him, patted him on the shoulder as if to encourage him to train hard, and then disappeared in an instant. What was that about? Sasuke was a bit puzzled. Shaking his head, he assumed that Gensu had just come to urge him to continue his training, so he resumed his practice. Ding. Main quest, long-awaited S-rank mission, completed. Sasuke, acting on impulse, pursued Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, in a desperate attempt to continue their unfinished fight. Assigned by Kakashi, the host, Naruto, Sakura, and others undertook the S-rank mission to retrieve Sasuke. After a pursuit, the host successfully caught up to Sasuke and subdued him, completing the mission. Reward: 2 random A-rank jutsu. Jensen felt that bringing Sasuke back was one of his wisest decisions. Not only did it secure a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan on his side, but it also provided an efficient way to complete many system tasks. Many of his previous main quests had been Sasuke-related. It wouldn't be surprising if future main quests also involved Sasuke leaving the village. Just a simple pat on the shoulder and the task would be complete, couldn't get any easier. Jensen received his mission rewards at random. The 2 A-rank jutsu were Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu and Earth Release, Camouflage Concealment Technique. Not bad. He had already mastered camouflage concealment, but this was his first time acquiring the Third Hokage's technique, adding to his collection of jutsu. With everything done, Jensen flashed away and soon appeared at the entrance of the aerial lift. There, waiting for him, was Hanari, dressed in shinobi attire and carrying a large scroll strapped to her back. This trip was to eliminate Orochimaru and preemptively remove any hidden threats. However, Jensen suspected that, like with Danzo, Orochimaru's hideout would yield a wealth of valuable loot, so he specifically brought Hanari along. After all, an extra person meant an extra pair of hands. Upon meeting Hanari, Jensen didn't pause. He waved his hand, signaling, "Let's move." The two of them set off immediately. At the same time, Konoha had already gathered a team, dispatching Kakashi and Team 8 as the vanguard to investigate Orochimaru's base. Meanwhile, on Orochimaru's side, Kabuto led a team that included Yukimaru, who could influence the Three Tails, Guren, a crystal-release Kekkei user, and several subordinates bearing cursed marks to capture the Three Tails. Thus, with different goals, the three groups set off, some sooner, some later. A storm was brewing. As with the journey to Mount Katsuragi, time passed, and the grand search led by the 5 great shinobi villages continued to intensify rather than subside. However, this had no impact on Gensu. He and Hanari, though starting the farthest from Orochimaru's base, moved at the fastest pace. In just a day, they crossed the land of fire and the land of fields, arriving in a remote, little-known country in the ninja world. This is the location from the intel. Hanari noted the hidden entrance, now completely collapsed, confirming the place with a slight frown. It looks like it's been deliberately destroyed. Also, there's a strong smell of blood inside. Hanari sniffed the air delicately. Trained as a spy, her ability to gather information and detect details was highly professional, though her combat skills were secondary. Gensu wasn't surprised. If Orochimaru were that easy to catch, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the sealed entrance. With a surge of chakra, the blocked pathway softened, causing soil and stones to move aside. Soon, a 2-meter-high passage leading inside was cleared. Step. 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 Their steady footsteps echoed loudly in the otherwise silent cave. Hanari looked around, noticing severed limbs and other body parts scattered among the soil. But this was nothing compared to what awaited them deeper inside. Following Gensu, they reached the innermost area, where Gensu created a large fireball, illuminating the surroundings. In its light, an enormous coliseum came into view. On the coliseum floor lay countless corpses, stacked layer upon layer, so numerous they were impossible to count. Even more disturbing, the bodies were horribly disfigured, some had wings made of bone, some had tentacles for arms, and others had spider legs instead of a lower half, resembling horrific amalgamations of creatures and humans. Despite her experience, Hanari had never seen such a grotesque and brutal sight. Orochimaru. The scene gave Hanari a deep impression of this man, once one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Gensu, familiar with Orochimaru's twisted nature, showed no reaction. If he was a scientist of tradition, then Orochimaru was a rogue scientist, constantly pushing the boundaries of forbidden and immoral science. The number of people who had died under his experiments far exceeded the bodies here. It was astounding that someone like him could eventually be redeemed. Gensu surveyed the Colosseum. It was clearly one of Orochimaru's human experimentation sites. The prisoners here bore cursed marks but were only flawed attempts, far from the level of the Sound 4. A violent clash had recently taken place here. It didn't seem like a riot, more like a selection process. This was typical of Orochimaru's methods. What would he need people for? This wasn't the location where Orochimaru was supposedly hiding, but Gensu wasn't disappointed. He followed the clues, ready to continue his pursuit. Capturing a snake, especially a seasoned, cunning old snake, required patience. At that moment, Jensen noticed something. He approached a pile of corpses and stomped down, causing a number of bodies to roll away, revealing a man with ashen skin, covered in cursed mark symbols, and with claws on both hands and feet. "Help me." Barely alive, the man's eyes were full of desperate hope as he looked up at Gensu. Gensu glanced at him briefly. The cursed mark was out of control, his body on the verge of collapse, with only a breath left, beyond saving. Without wasting time, Gensu locked eyes with him. He swiftly delved into the man's memories, seeing image after image. As he suspected, this was indeed a human experimentation base. Yesterday, under Girin's command, a slaughter had taken place here, with a portion of the survivors chosen to follow her and serve Orochimaru. Jensen withdrew his gaze. Casting one last look at the man, who had now melted like a snow cone, he laid him to rest and then continued tracking in the direction Girin and her team had taken. Chapter 227, Chapter 228. A dense white mist enveloped the entire lake, giving the eerie sensation of dusk even though it was broad daylight. On a small boat, Kabuto adjusted his glasses out of habit as he observed the mist-laden surroundings, thinking to himself. This place feels unsettling no matter how many times I come here. But it's surprising that the Three Tails actually resides here. Even more surprising is that Lord Orochimaru's experiment succeeded. Yukimaru truly has the power to control the Three Tails. Kabuto turned his gaze to the boy seated behind Girin, a boy whose hair color and eye hue resembled the former perfect Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. Kabuto smirked before calling to the large man rowing the boat at the stern, Wutu. This should be the place. Stop here. Wutu, one of the last survivors of Orochimaru's brutal experiments, glanced at Girin. Seeing no objection from her, he halted the boat. Kabuto then pulled out a helmet designed to amplify sensory perception and handed it to Yukimaru. Put this on. Yukimaru obediently donned the helmet. Kabuto also took out a bottle of pills, this time pouring out over 20 tablets, far more than before. Seeing this, Girin's face changed. That's too many. Worried for Yukimaru's safety, she stepped forward to intervene, but hesitated when Kabuto invoked Orochimaru's name, ultimately choosing to step back. Yukimaru glanced at Girin, who appeared conflicted but gave a reluctant nod. Summoning his courage, he swallowed all the pills at once. Satisfied, Kabuto nodded and turned to Girin. Girin, it's your turn. Stop ordering me around. Girin didn't get along well with Kabuto. Nonetheless, she formed the necessary hand seals and performed her jutsu. Crystal release, jade crystal hexagonal pillars. With a splash, 6 towering crystal pillars rose from the lake, enclosing a large area that included their small boat. What's going on? Wutu, who still hadn't grasped the plan, watched the scene with confusion. It wasn't long before Yukimaru's body reacted to the medicine, and he clutched his head in agony as his chakra surged forth, transforming into a pillar of blue light that pierced the sky. The lake rippled violently in response to Yukimaru's chakra, and an enormous dark shadow slowly emerged from the depths. The experiment is a success. The target has appeared. Kabuto exclaimed excitedly. Unable to hold back, Wutu asked, what exactly is going to appear? A tailed beast. Girin replied grimly. The Three Tails. Kabuto added. As the massive, three-tailed form became visible beneath the lake, Kabuto adjusted his glasses again, declaring. Our mission is to capture the Three Tails. For most shinobi, a tailed beast is synonymous with disaster and is an opponent they cannot hope to face. But in Kabuto's team, they had Yukimaru, who could somewhat control the Three Tails, and Girin, who possessed the formidable crystal release, giving them a reasonable chance of success. However, they underestimated the tailed beast's power. With a deep, thunderous roar, the Three Tails shattered Girin's crystal hexagonal pillars in an instant, breaking free of Yukimaru's influence. The small boat was destroyed, and Girin, now standing on the lake's surface, quickly formed hand seals. Crystal release, jade crystal shuriken. Crystal shurikens in the shape of snowflakes materialized midair, launching toward the enormous Three Tails. But it was futile. With a series of metallic clangs, the crystal shurikens failed to penetrate the Three Tails' tough hide. In a surge of intense water currents, the Three Tails fully emerged from the lake, fixing a fierce gaze on Girin and her companions. At that moment, the Three Tails' chakra, now unrestrained, spread in all directions. The first to sense the disturbance was Kakashi and his team, who had been waiting for reinforcements after a previous encounter with Girin. Without hesitation, Kakashi quickly organized a battle formation, and his team dashed toward the lake. At a greater distance. Just as Jensen was about to move on after disposing of a suspicious bat, his Rinnegan suddenly picked up on something. He looked toward the lake, his Rinnegan swirling with a faint ripple. For the record, it was Jensen's true self who currently bore the Rinnegan. His clone was still in a culture tank, undergoing enhancement and evolution with the aid of various techniques, to reach Jensen's expectations. This would take time. So, for now, it was his true self using the Rinnegan, giving the outside world the impression that he alone possessed it. The Rinnegan, as he was finding, was vastly superior to the Manjikyu Sharingan he once used. Apart from the various ocular jutsu Pain had demonstrated, the Rinnegan's wielder automatically mastered all 5 nature transformations and the Yin-Yang release. Having Yin-Yang mastery himself, Jensen was able to extract unique insights from the Rinnegan's interpretation of these elemental powers, completing the final piece in his truth-seeking ball. With this gain, obtaining the Rinnegan had already proven worthwhile. Of course, the Rinnegan was not truly his. Like Nagato, he couldn't unleash its full power. But Jensen didn't mind. Until the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated, he would use it as much as he could. After that, if his plan succeeded, it wouldn't matter whether he had the Rinnegan or not. Returning to the present, Jensen turned his gaze toward the lake. Though the Rinnegan didn't have the range of the Byakugan, its perception exceeded that of both the Sharingan and the Byakugan. And due to its connection to the Geto statue, the Rinnegan had a heightened sensitivity to tailed beasts. Moments earlier, Jensen had sensed a tailed beast's chakra through his Rinnegan. A tailed beast here. Jensen was surprised. Judging by Orochimaru's subordinates' route, it seemed they were connected to the tailed beast in some way. Were they fighting a Jinchuriki? Or perhaps. With a glint in his eye, Jensen signaled to Hanari, and the two of them redirected their path toward the lake. 5 minutes later, Jensen and Hanari arrived at the lakeside. Standing on a tree branch by the shore, there was no need to go further. From here, Jensen could see a gigantic turtle thrashing about on the lake. Fighting it were the people he had glimpsed in the memories of the men he'd interrogated, Guren and a large man. A bit farther away, Kakashi led a team of Konoha shinobi, battling against Guren's subordinates. Interestingly, Naruto wasn't among the Konoha shinobi. Ignoring all other shinobi, Jensen's gaze focused on the massive turtle and, most importantly, the three large tails emerging from its back. The three tails. Hanari exclaimed in surprise. She turned to Jensen, shocked that the very three tails they'd been tracking, seemingly without any clues, would suddenly appear in this unremarkable lake. Jensen was equally astonished. Why hide in a secluded lake instead of the vast, safe ocean? Makes me wonder if you're just not thinking straight. Jensen shook his head. From the start, their approach to finding the three tails had been flawed. But who could have guessed that the three tails would choose a small inland lake over the seemingly safer open ocean? Chapter 228, Chapter 229. The three tails was furious. It had been sleeping peacefully at the bottom of the lake when, suddenly, a child forced it to rise to the surface. Though Yukimaru's control was weak, allowing the three tails to quickly break free, the tailed beast was not without anger. Breaking through the crystal barriers surrounding it, the three tails unleashed its rage upon those who dared disturb its slumber. The lake was its domain, an environment where it could fully exert its power. Guren and Wutu were struggling to defend against its onslaught. Not wanting to see Guren hurt, Yukimaru, despite his weakness, shouted loudly and released an even stronger burst of chakra. For a moment, the three tails froze. This scene was not only seen by the Konoha shinobi, who were fighting Guren's subordinates nearby, but also by Jensen. While Kakashi and his team were shocked and worried about the implications of Orochimaru's subordinate controlling the three tails, a significant threat to Konoha, Jensen merely glanced at Yukimaru, losing interest quickly. It didn't matter what method the boy was using to control the three tails. Neither a tailed beast nor a Jinchuriki was of any consequence to him. He had more important matters to attend to. Recalling his original purpose, Jensen scanned the surroundings. Soon, his Rinnegan detected Kabuto retreating from the lake, hiding within the dense forest. As Orochimaru's right-hand man, Kabuto possessed valuable knowledge. In an instant, Jensen vanished from his position. Nearby, Kabuto was frowning as he watched the ongoing battle at the lake, contemplating how to draw more power from Yukimaru. Suddenly, sensing danger, Kabuto turned to flee without hesitation. But it was too late. A slender, pale hand gripped his neck and lifted him off the ground. "Your sensory skills are quite sharp," Jensen remarked calmly. His eyes locked onto Kabuto's as he activated his ocular jutsu. Kabuto, helpless as the grip around his neck tightened, looked at his captor with bloodshot eyes, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Upon recognizing the face, vibrant and full of life, he felt a surge of panic. "You're Jensen." Kabuto couldn't believe that Jensen would appear here. And judging by his demeanor, he was clearly hostile toward Orochimaru. Not good. Kabuto's face tightened in horror. "You're prying into my memories." Kabuto realized, terrified, that a foreign force was probing through his mind. He reacted immediately. Bang. Kabuto's body burst into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Jensen murmured, surprised. Even the powerful Kaguya couldn't differentiate between Naruto's clones and his true self, and Jensen hadn't expected that Kabuto here would be a mere clone. Clever, Jensen chuckled. But in the brief moment of eye contact, he had already extracted the location of Orochimaru's latest hideout from Kabuto's memories. The elusive snake wasn't far from here. Kabuto's real body will certainly alert Orochimaru now. If I delay, he might slip away. Understanding the need for speed, Jensen turned back toward the lake. The battle there had come to a temporary halt. Sensing that the situation could worsen if the fight continued, Guren seized an opportunity to retreat, taking Yukimaru and her team with her. Not inclined to leave the lake, the three tails sank back to the depths. Kakashi's team, momentarily hindered by a smoke screen, could only watch as the three tails submerged, deciding to report its appearance to Konoha for further orders. The once chaotic battlefield fell silent. Seeing this, Jensen no longer had to choose between the three tails and Orochimaru. He would take them both. Returning to Hanari's side, Gensu issued orders swiftly. Contact Deidara and Kisame to capture the three tails here. During the interim, Hanari, you are in charge of monitoring it. I'll deal with Orochimaru. Deidara and Kisame were patrolling a northern coastline and could arrive quickly on their clay bird. While Gensu could likely handle the three tails himself, transporting and guarding such a massive beast would take time. Orochimaru and Konoha couldn't touch the three tails anytime soon, so he could afford to leave it to Deidara and Kisame. Hanari quickly wrote Gensu's orders on a blank scroll, used the summoning technique to send it out, and then concealed herself to monitor the three tails. Meanwhile, Gensu wasted no time, setting off at full speed toward Orochimaru's hideout. In a dark underground base, Orochimaru sat in his chair, one arm resting lazily on the armrest, the other supporting his chin as he watched the flickering candlelight with a trace of amusement. Human lives were like candle flames, drifting with the wind, and occasionally flaring up with brilliance, only to fade back into obscurity. He had placed Gyurin with Yukimaru not out of loyalty, but because of the bond between them, which would only deepen over time. People were at their strongest when their most precious bonds were about to be severed. Such was human nature. Even if it meant the candle would burn out faster beneath the brilliant flame. Kabuto doesn't understand that. He only uses drugs to stimulate Yukimaru's potential, but the greatest strength always comes from genuine emotion. Orochimaru shook his head, thinking he should advise Kabuto on this. Then he noticed Kabuto returning in haste. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto, out of breath, ignored protocol and burst into the room, calling for Orochimaru. An unexpected problem? Orochimaru asked, still lounging in his chair with a calm expression. Knowing Kabuto, Orochimaru could tell from his assistant's expression that something significant had happened. But he remained unbothered. If the sky fell, he was there to catch it. He had always found the ninja world more boring than frightening. Until the next moment. Lord Orochimaru. Gensu is here to kill you. Kabuto exclaimed anxiously. At this, Orochimaru calmly stood up. Then. Run. Without another word, Orochimaru and Kabuto immediately fled. Chapter 229, Chapter 230. The lush forest whipped past as Orochimaru sprinted through it, feeling a fleeting sense of déjà vu. The last time he had fled in such a state was when he defected from Konoha. He thought he would be free from such predicaments, but here he was, running once more, and in an even more desperate situation. Reflecting on how he'd ended up in this position, he realized it all traced back to his own actions, collecting Gensu's cellular remnants and using Edo Tensei to resurrect him during the Chunin Exams. Instead of gaining control, Gensu had escaped and was now pursuing him for revenge. For the first time, Orochimaru felt a deep regret. Why had he meddled with Edo Tensei on Gensu in the first place? Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, he snapped back to reality, his face growing dark as he muttered, "He's here." The connection with the snakes he'd left at his base had just been severed. Clearly, Gensu had arrived. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto looked at him anxiously. Having personally experienced the overwhelming pressure Gensu exuded, Kabuto found it unnerving to see Orochimaru, typically unfazed by both Konoha's and Akatsuki's pursuits, now showing genuine anxiety. As Orochimaru's assistant, Kabuto knew well that Orochimaru's genius, talent, and intellect surpassed everyone in the shinobi world. The living corpse reincarnation, cursed seals, Edo Tensei, each of these jutsu was enough to leave an indelible mark on history. And yet, hearing Gensu's name alone was enough to make Orochimaru decide to retreat without hesitation. It dawned on Kabuto that someone could truly be powerful enough to disregard everything. Now, faced with this overwhelming force, Kabuto felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. In contrast, Orochimaru, having weathered countless crises, remained calm. Unable to sense his snakes within the base, Orochimaru didn't hesitate. Opening his mouth wide, he released thousands of serpents, each slithering out with thick, viscous mucus. In no time, a vast army of snakes blanketed the area in front of them. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto beside him. Unlike other subordinates who could be replaced, Kabuto held special value to him. With a quick command, one of the larger snakes swallowed both Orochimaru and Kabuto, concealing their presence entirely. Under Orochimaru's orders, the mass of serpents dispersed in all directions, spreading quickly. Back at Orochimaru's base. Sensing the sudden surge of summoning energy nearby, Gensu wasn't surprised. "I anticipated this," he muttered, placing his hand on one of the serpents from Ryuchi Cave. With a surge of chakra, the snake's eyes turned into Rinnegan, losing its aggressive aura and obediently coiling at Gensu's feet, awaiting his command. The Rinnegan's animal path ability could override existing summoning contracts, temporarily claiming the summoned creatures as his own. Orochimaru, assuming his snakes had been killed, was unaware that Jensen's Rinnegan-controlled snakes were now tracking his serpentine escape route. Snakes understood other snakes best. No matter where Orochimaru fled, the Rinnegan-controlled snake army would find him. Jensen stepped out of the base, observing the impending chase with a calm smile. Elsewhere, a hawk, flying at high speed, had already begun delivering Jensen's message to Deidara and Kisame. Meanwhile, Hanari lay in wait by the lake, monitoring the three tails and watching the movements of Konoha and Girin's group. Kakashi. Hanari had spotted Kakashi earlier but hadn't paid him much attention until now, as the lake had finally calmed down. She found herself recalling the day he had accompanied her in Konoha, remembering how he'd shown restraint during the prisoner exchange. She also remembered the intelligence indicating that he was still single and that his biggest hobby was reading certain adult novels. Shaking her head with a hint of regret, she murmured to herself. If it's because of me that you lost interest in real women, then I'm truly sorry. You don't have to apologize. I'm single because I haven't found the right person, not for any other reason. A steady, slightly emphasized voice suddenly spoke from behind her. Hanari's eyes widened as she instinctively prepared to move. But the cold touch of metal against her neck froze her in place. A kunai was now pressed to her throat. Hanari ceased all movement, lowering her eyes as she calmly enunciated. Kakashi. It's me. Kakashi held the kunai to her neck. We meet again, Hanari. Kakashi acknowledged her before adding. Though this meeting isn't exactly friendly, Hanari, there's no need to spread rumors about me right from the start. Rumors? Did I say something wrong? Hanari raised her hand, which had been reaching for her ninja pouch, signaling she wouldn't resist. Kakashi kept the kunai steady, replying briefly, about why I'm single. Realizing his concern, Hanari chuckled softly. So, that's it. I see I misinterpreted things. Kakashi, thank you for understanding. With them were Team 8 and Team 7, minus Naruto, along with Yamato as their leader. The rest of the group looked on, intrigued by this unexpected interaction. Kiba, ever curious, whispered eagerly, what's Kakashi-sensei's relationship with that woman? I know. Sakura, the only one who had met Hanari before, whispered excitedly. Her name is Hanari, and she was someone Kakashi-sensei used to like. Hearing this, Yamato's eyes lit up. So that's it. I'd heard rumors that Kakashi-senpai once had someone special, and it was her. But. Sai raised his hand, puzzled, didn't they just say they weren't connected? Before Sakura could answer, Shino, hands in his pockets, calmly remarked, when my parents argue, they often claim to love insects more than each other, but it doesn't stop them from continuing their life together. Sakura nodded approvingly, adding, didn't you notice? Kakashi-sensei is talking more than usual to an enemy. Ah, so verbal statements don't always match one's true feelings. This is what they call speaking contrary to one's heart. Sai, enlightened, quickly jotted down this revelation in his notebook. Hearing the sound of his pen scratching on paper, Kakashi looked back at his teammates with a helpless expression. Honestly, could you guys be any louder with your whispers? Chapter 230, Chapter 231. After briefly restoring order within the group, Kakashi looked at Hanari, seriously asking. I remember you once said you wouldn't serve your village anymore. Yet, here you are. So, Hanari, are you now working for Gensou? The moment Kakashi uttered Gensou, the atmosphere, previously light and buzzing with curiosity, instantly turned tense. Yamato, Sakura, Kiba, and the others grew serious, their gazes at Hanari now filled with apprehension. While Kakashi's past connection with Hanari had stirred their interest, hearing she was now allied with Gensou was even more shocking. Hanari slowly turned to Kakashi, not denying it. As a member of Jomi village, I, of course, follow Lord Gensou, she replied. Noticing the brief flash of regret in Kakashi's eyes, she added with a smirk. I've told your former student this before, don't trust what pretty women say. Kakashi, last time you made the mistake of trusting my words. I won't make that mistake again, Kakashi replied coldly. Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer. Why are you here? As he spoke, Kakashi pressed the kunai even more firmly against Hanari's neck. If she made any suspicious moves, he wouldn't hesitate to act, his loyalty to the village unwavering. Feeling the kunai's chilling touch on her throat, Hanari remained calm. Torture and threats of death won't work on me, and you know it. But I'll answer your question, on one condition. How did you find me? Aware of Hanari's resilience against interrogation, Kakashi pondered briefly before nodding at Shino. Shino stepped forward, extending his right hand. A tiny insect emerged from Hanari's clothing and landed on Shino's finger. He adjusted his glasses, casting a knowing look at Hanari. The Abirame clan's parasitic insects. It must have been after the clan had left, Hanari murmured, realizing. If Jensen had been present, these tracking insects wouldn't have gone unnoticed. It seemed this group was unaware of everything. In that case, there was no need to keep up any pretense. Now, will you answer my question? Kakashi demanded. Of course. I came here to. With a sly smile, Hanari met Kakashi's gaze. And then. Her body suddenly exploded. Boom. A massive explosion resounded. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, face pale, moved to rush forward, ignoring the blast's aftereffects. A hand held her back. I'm fine. Kakashi emerged from behind, revealing that the one holding the kunai to Hanari was only a shadow clone. Thanks to his caution, he'd avoided a grim fate. She fooled me again. And this time, she really tried to kill me, Kakashi mused, then coolly commanded. That was just a clone. Hanari is still out there. Stay alert and watch the surroundings. At his words, the Konoha shinobi quickly heightened their vigilance. Soon. There. With her Byakugan active, Hinata pointed to the right of the blast smoke cloud. Without hesitation, Kiba and Akamaru lunged forward. Fong over Fong. Two spiraling tornadoes hurtled toward the area Hinata had indicated, crashing with a loud rumble. As more dust rose, Hanari emerged, glancing briefly at the Konoha shinobi before sprinting in the opposite direction. Stop right there. Prepared for her escape, Sakura suddenly appeared in Hanari's path, tightening her gloves as she clenched her fist and charged. Hanari locked eyes with Sakura, subtly forming a hand seal. The next second. Just as Sakura threw her punch, Hanari, already aware of her moves, sped up, grabbing Sakura's wrist and flinging her aside effortlessly. Sakura. Avoid eye contact with Hanari, she can read your memories. Kakashi warned. Understood. Yamato responded, aiming his right hand at Hanari. Wood release, great tree technique. Wooden stakes shot from Yamato's arm, extending rapidly to ensnare Hanari. Glancing back, Hanari noticed the wood pursuing her even as she changed directions. And that wasn't all. Shino's insects and Sai's ink beasts closed in from all directions, blocking every escape route. Seeing this, Hanari halted, forming a rapid sequence of hand seals. She wasn't an elite like an Uchiha or an Akatsuki member, but Jensen's training had honed her abilities to rival a Jonin from any major village. Yet, knowing her mission was to monitor the Three Tails, she had no intention of engaging the Konoha shinobi in prolonged combat. As she completed the final seal, she unleashed her jutsu. Facing the oncoming wood, parasitic insects, and ink creatures, Hanari placed her fingers to her lips, expelling a thick, scalding ash that spread in all directions. Fire release, hiding in ash and dust technique. Not this again. Several Konoha shinobi recognized this technique from the battle at Mount Katsuragi. But recognition did little to help. As the ash ignited and scorching waves spread outward, the Konoha team had no choice but to pull back. By the time the ash settled, Hanari had vanished. Kakashi issued orders, keep tracking. With Team 8 present, locating Hanari was only a matter of time. As a member of Jomi village, she undoubtedly held critical intelligence about its inner workings. In particular, Konoha and the other great shinobi villages needed to discover Jomi village's location. Even if they only recovered Hanari's body, it would be worthwhile. For Kakashi, the village always came first. Woof, woof. Kiba, ready to pick up Hanari's trail with Akamaru, suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked at Akamaru, who shared his puzzled expression. Hanari used some method to mask her scent, Kiba reported to Kakashi, frowning. Shino examined the parasitic insect circling in confusion on his hand and said calmly, she sprayed a bug repellent agent before fleeing. I'll need half an hour to breed insects immune to it. The tracking unit was momentarily stalled. Fortunately, Hinata's Byakugan was still functioning. Kakashi instructed Shino to remain behind, resolve the insect issue, and catch up later, while he led the others, following Hinata's Byakugan, to continue the pursuit of Hanari. Compared to the Three Tails, Jomi village's Hanari was of even greater significance to Konoha, and the entire shinobi world. Chapter 231, Chapter 232. Hiss. The sound of snakes hissing and slithering filled the narrow, damp underground cave, creating a mental image of countless serpents winding their way toward the center of the cavern. In the heart of this underground lair, Orochimaru and Kabuto were hiding inside the belly of a large snake. Orochimaru, once so familiar with snakes, now found himself cornered by them. It seems there's no escape, Orochimaru muttered with a cold smirk. No matter where he hid, the snakes with Rinnegan eyes pursued him relentlessly, driven by their innate knowledge of his every tactic. Even as he eliminated them, Jensen's ability to convert new serpents to his side brought forth fresh waves of Rinnegan-eyed snakes, along with other animals joining the hunt. Orochimaru had done all he could to delay them, but ultimately, he was forced into this nameless cave. Though he had initially chosen to flee, Orochimaru was never one to lack the resolve to fight when pushed to his limits. Drenched and weary, he slithered out from the snake's belly. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by dozens of pairs of Rinnegan eyes, each fixed intently upon him in the dark, humid space. It's a surprise that Pain was killed by Gensou, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed. In his time with the Akatsuki, he had coveted Pain's Rinnegan but was unable to act due to Pain's overwhelming strength. Instead, he had set his sights on Uchiha Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan, only to meet disastrous results. Now, seeing those coveted eyes again, this time wielded by Gensou, who was even more formidable, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel bitter. He wondered if resurrecting Gensou using Edo Tensei had been part of Gensou's plan all along. How else could he explain how Gensou had so swiftly broken free and completed his own resurrection? If that were true, then Gensou was far more terrifying than he had imagined. A slight twitch crossed Orochimaru's eyelid as he looked at one of the nearby snakes with Rinnegan eyes. He sneered and called out. Lord Gensou, after all, I'm the one who released you from the underworld. If you're going to kill me, I think I at least deserve a reason. Orochimaru genuinely wanted to know Gensou's motive for hunting him down. They hadn't crossed paths since the events in Tanzaka town, and their only connection was Sasuke, through whom Orochimaru had suffered rather than gained. From his perspective, they should have no real quarrel. He stared at the snake's Rinnegan eyes, awaiting a response. But what he received was nothing more than a gaping, foul-smelling maw. Gensou's message was clear. My reasons for killing you are none of your concern. Fine. A frosty glint flashed across Orochimaru's face as he tore the attacking snake in two. Accustomed to treating others as disposable, he never expected to one day be viewed with equal disregard, denied even the courtesy of conversation. Just a pitiful creature who was defeated by Hashirama. You might have crawled back to life, but the one who killed you isn't here anymore. Did you really think you're invincible now? With a clap of his hands, Orochimaru summoned a coffin from beneath the ground just as the Rinnegan-controlled snakes closed in. Welcome to your inevitable fate, he declared with a cold smile. With a heavy thud, the coffin lid fell open, and a commanding voice echoed from within. With style, deep forest emergence. Massive trees sprang up from the ground, even more powerful than during the Chunin Exams, rapidly transforming the damp cave into a sea of green. The summoned snakes attempted to resist but were quickly ensnared by the overwhelming force of vines and branches, which only grew stronger. In moments, the wood-release forest pierced through the cave's ceiling, extending through layers of soil and reaching the surface. You again, young man. With the clinking sound of armor, Hashirama stepped out of the coffin, casting a frown at Orochimaru. Once again, he'd been summoned to the living world. By his count, this was the third. No, there had been more, though he couldn't recall them clearly. He sighed, blaming his brother Tobirama for developing Edo Tensei, which had left both the living and the dead restless. Greetings again, First Hokage. Orochimaru smiled, hands forming seals as he maintained control. This time, due to using a high-quality sacrifice enhanced with Hashirama's own cells, his reanimation was far stronger than in the Chunin Exams, forcing Orochimaru to stay on guard to prevent the First Hokage from taking control. Just as I expected, he's terrifyingly strong. Having experienced Gensou's defiance during his reanimation, Orochimaru should have been more cautious, especially with someone of Hashirama's caliber. But given the current situation, he had no choice. To combat a monster like Gensou, he needed another monster like Hashirama. Should Hashirama break free of his control, that was a risk he would have to take. First Hokage, an old friend is waiting for you up there. Seeing Hashirama look at him thoughtfully, Orochimaru urgently pointed upward. An old friend. Hashirama immediately thought of someone and was about to speak when a commanding voice suddenly echoed from above. Shinra Tensei. Instantly. An unstoppable repulsive force obliterated the wood-release forest that had extended to the surface and continued downwards. Soil, rocks, the cave, the forest, everything in its path was pushed back with immense force. Orochimaru turned to Hashirama, shrugged, and said. He's here. The next moment, with a loud crash, Orochimaru gave up all attempts at resistance and was sent flying back, his body twisted and battered. Chapter 232, Chapter 233. After the effects of Shinra Tensei finally faded, a massive crater 1 kilometer in diameter lay upon the earth. At its center was the once dark underground cave, previously hidden beneath a lush forest, now fully exposed to sunlight. Everything inside the cave, forest, snakes, rocks, had been obliterated, replaced by layers of compressed earth. Amidst the swirling dust, Hashirama Senju, his body covered in cracks, stepped out from the wooden mask created by his wood-release jutsu. A bit further away, a battered Orochimaru emerged from the dirt, his body split and dripping with mucus as a new version of him crawled out, fully healed but covered in sticky fluid. Descending slowly from above, Jensen glanced at Orochimaru before turning his attention to Hashirama. He wasn't surprised to see Hashirama's return, having learned from Kabuto's memories that Orochimaru had restored his own hands. Since Orochimaru had managed to reclaim his soul from the Reaper, it wasn't surprising that he would resurrect other previously sealed Hokage. "We meet again, Hashirama," Jensen greeted him calmly. After so many battles against the unfinished versions of Hashirama summoned by Edo Tensei, he had grown too familiar with him. Only if this were the peak version of Hashirama from the Valley of the End would Jensen feel any true excitement. As it was, their meeting felt nothing more than a polite exchange between old acquaintances. Gensu. While Jensen remained calm, Hashirama's emotions were far more complex, especially upon noticing Jensu's unusual Rinnegan, marked by a purple swirl. It seemed familiar somehow, but he couldn't recall exactly where he had seen it before. At that moment, Orochimaru stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with greed as he explained to Hashirama, "That is the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the sage." Hashirama's face registered shock. The Rinnegan. I never imagined such legendary eyes actually existed. And Jensen managed to develop them. Given Jensu's exceptional talent, Hashirama's initial thought was that he had awakened the Rinnegan himself. Hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. Developed? Oh no, Jensen didn't develop those eyes. He took them from someone else. Not only has he seized the Rinnegan, but he now intends to take Konoha, the 5 great shinobi villages, and the entire ninja world as his own. Since Hashirama was beyond his control, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to paint Gensu in the worst possible light, doing whatever he could to influence Hashirama against him. And, in a sense, he wasn't entirely lying. Hashirama, however, remained largely unfazed. From the moment Gensu had broken free of Edo Tensei and achieved true resurrection, he knew the ninja world would face upheaval. It appeared that upheaval had already begun. Gensu, may I ask what your goal is? Hashirama asked earnestly. Gensu did not answer directly. Instead, he simply replied, boring. He genuinely felt bored. Every battle ended up being against the same people. He had fought them in life, and now even in death, they were back. But that wasn't the worst of it. Unlike him, who continued to improve, his opponents had stagnated, some even growing weaker. The fights lacked any real thrill. Shaking his head, Gensu remarked, Hashirama, if you were thinking of a way to bring yourself back to life, I'd be interested in talking. But since you're content with being dead, there's no need for you to concern yourself with the affairs of the living. Return to where you came from, or rather, I'll send you back myself. Realizing the conversation was unlikely to progress any further, Gensu raised his hand. Bansho Tenin. A powerful force of attraction burst from his palm. Hashirama and Orochimaru were pulled toward Gensu before they could even resist. Gensu. Feeling a significant change in Gensu's aura, Hashirama's gaze sharpened. Thud. 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 Thick wooden stakes extended from Hashirama's body, anchoring him to the ground and halting his movement. Beside him, Orochimaru quickly grabbed hold of the nearest stake, managing to stop his own momentum. Gensu observed this but continued without concern, switching the force in his palm. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A violent repulsive force swept over them. First the pull, then the push. The combined forces twisted Orochimaru's organs as if he were in a blender, causing him to vomit blood as he was flung backward like a broken doll. Hashirama fared better. Though he was forced back, he remained capable of observing Gensu's movements. Seeing Gensu step forward, Hashirama clasped his hands together and invoked a jutsu. Would release, flower tree world. Massive trees sprouted from the ground, and enormous flowers bloomed, releasing a cloud of paralyzing pollen that threatened to blanket the entire area. As Shinra Tensei was still cooling down, Gensu kept walking forward. Blue eye markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. Sage art, frozen impact technique. Crack. Crack. Instantly, waves of freezing energy radiated from Gensu, flooding the area like a surging tide. Not only did it freeze the pollen, but even the unseen bacteria and viruses in the air were frozen solid. In moments, the once lush flower tree world was transformed into an icy realm, helpless before the cold. Is that Sage mode? From a distance, Hashirama stared in astonishment. As a master of Sage mode himself, he easily recognized the Sage chakra within Gensu's technique. He glanced at Gensu. Sure enough, there was a blue marking around his eyes, different from Hashirama's own, yet unmistakably Sage mode. As expected of Gensu, Hashirama muttered with admiration. Chapter 233, Chapter 234. Hashirama was well aware that for people like him, power had reached its ceiling, and further progress would demand unimaginable time and effort. Madara had been the same back then. But Gensu was different. The youngest and most gifted of the three, Gensu's strength was already formidable, yet he showed no signs of slowing down. Hashirama deeply felt this reality. The last time they met, when he faced Gensu alongside the other 3 Hokage, Gensu's strength had already surpassed what he showed during the Valley of the End, with new powers like Yin Seals and Black Rods. And this time, he had Sage mode. It was impossible to imagine what new abilities Gensu might unveil the next time they met. Hashirama knew, even with the challenges of advancing further, that Gensu was unlikely to stagnate. To others, the term God among men referred to Hashirama himself as the God of Shinobi. But in Hashirama's view, Gensu was a figure with boundless potential, one who could stand shoulder to shoulder not with himself, but with true divinity. Back then, their battle at the Valley of the End had interrupted Gensu's momentum. Now, there was no one left to stop him from shining in his full brilliance. Hashirama looked at Gensu, watching as he easily dismantled his wood release, his old rival moving toward him with a calm expression. Hashirama set aside his musings, feeling an old, familiar urge to fight. Though his Edo Tensei body couldn't use his full strength, it was more powerful than it had been during the Chunin Exams or the Shinigami summoning. Sage Art. Hashirama clapped his hands, and the familiar sage markings appeared on his face. In the next moment, he and Gensu exchanged a look. No further words were needed. Hashirama attacked without hesitation. Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. Multiple red torii gates descended from above, targeting Gensu. Gensu looked up briefly. Sage Art, Storm Release Laser Circus. Beams of storm release shot out from behind him, fanning out like a peacock's tail to intercept and destroy each of the descending torii gates. Hashirama observed this but had no time to act. Gensu didn't give him a chance. Bansho Tenin. With Sage Chakra enhancing it, the gravitational pull of Bansho Tenin had the force of a black hole, far stronger than before. Hashirama was pulled toward Gensu's outstretched hand before he could clap his hands again. Rinnegan. Hashirama's mind flashed to Madara. Compared to the Sharingan, with which he was very familiar, the Rinnegan was even more overwhelming. Hashirama decided not to waste energy resisting Bansho Tenin. As they drew closer, Hashirama's eyes sharpened, preparing to release his full Sage Chakra. Gensu smirked and threw his hand downward. Boom. Hashirama's body was slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. Gensu moved into the crater, hand outstretched to finish him off. Suddenly, vines and tree branches erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Gensu. Before they could do more, a deafening explosion rang out. In an instant, Gensu's clone detonated, destroying the vines and sending Hashirama flying backward. At the same time, the real Gensu appeared beside Hashirama, grabbing him by the neck, ready to send him back. Abruptly, Hashirama's body transformed into a wooden decoy, while his real self emerged from the other side of it. Gensu tossed the wooden clone aside, pivoted, and unleashed a powerful punch towards Hashirama. Hashirama met the attack head-on, throwing a punch of his own. In the next moment, everything around them froze. Then, a massive shockwave erupted. With a deafening sound and earth-shaking tremor, the ground beneath them collapsed, while dense waves of energy rolled outward in thick clouds of smoke and dust. Nearby, Orochimaru, who had barely freed himself from Gensu's Sage Art, frozen impact technique, was blown backward by the sheer force of their clash. By the time he managed to steady himself and look forward, he found he could barely make out the movements of the two combatants engaged in close combat. All he could sense was the deafening roar of their strikes, and the overwhelming force of each blow, rivaling the power of an S-rank jutsu. For what felt like an eternity, the ground quaked, space distorted, and even the thick cloud cover above was cleared by the rising waves of pressure, revealing a bright blue sky. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene created by just two individuals, Orochimaru was shaken to his core, much like the second Mizukage and others who had witnessed the battle at the Valley of the End. This is the true power of the god of Shinobi and a man who stands beside the divine. Is this really something a human can achieve? Orochimaru felt a deep despair. Though he prided himself on his brilliance and mastery of numerous jutsu and forbidden techniques, he realized that in the face of these two, he was utterly insignificant. Senju. Gensu. Orochimaru had always considered himself not far from Gensu in talent, yet the gap was immense. The answer was simple. Bloodline. Some people were born in Rome, while others would spend a lifetime struggling to reach it. Ninja were no different. Through countless experiments, Orochimaru had concluded that every ninja had a limit to their potential. No matter how gifted or hardworking, a person's body and bloodline set a cap on their growth. Just as common ninja often had less chakra than those born into clans, the oldest clans, Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, produced shinobi with more chakra than clans like Sarutobi, Shimura, and the Ino Shikacho. It wasn't just chakra. In all aspects, the advantages of ancient bloodlines were undeniable. Orochimaru didn't know the full story of Otsutsuki Hagoromo or his sons, but he understood that clans like the Uchiha, Senju, and Gensu's own had inherited an exceptional bloodline, one that placed them on a different plane altogether. The emergence of Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, and Gensu was proof of this. As someone born of common blood, Orochimaru envied it deeply. He had every means to ascend, but an invisible ceiling held him back. Throughout ninja history, the main players were always descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. That was why Orochimaru coveted Sasuke so much. For someone as ambitious as him, it was unacceptable to remain beneath others. Chapter 234, Chapter 235. Now, the Senju clan had faded into mediocrity, with only Tsunade remaining to carry its name. The Uchiha clan, nearly annihilated, was left with only 2 brothers, though their numbers had increased slightly. Like the Hagoromo clan, they remained out of the public eye. Beyond these 3 great families, other historically significant clans had either vanished or were difficult to approach. The Uzumaki clan had long since ceased to exist. The Hyuga clan was bound by the caged bird seal, with only a few members of the main family confined to the Leaf Village, and since the death of Kimimaro, the Kagaya clan had fallen completely silent. Orochimaru surveyed the entire Shinobi world. The ancient clans either no longer existed, or they were out of reach. No, there was one exception in his own ranks, Karen. Her vibrant red hair, the natural mastery of the Kagura mind's eye, and her unique regenerative abilities made it clear she was an excellent surviving member of the Uzumaki clan. Previously, Orochimaru had focused too much on Sasuke and his Sharingan, neglecting Karen, whose training he had somewhat disregarded, leaving much of her potential untapped. But now, with Sasuke having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and his own soul fragmented, he realized he could no longer control him. And after witnessing this incredible battle between Hashirama and Gensu, Orochimaru understood the true power of bloodline inheritance. He decided that his next living corpse reincarnation would not involve his backup candidate, Guren, the wielder of crystal release, but Karen, with her inherited Uzumaki talents. But all of this hinged on whether he could escape alive. Casting a glance at Gensu and Hashirama, who were still fiercely engaged in battle with no sign of fatigue, Orochimaru continued to watch the fight on the surface. Meanwhile, a white snake slipped silently out from his clothing and slithered away undetected. However, it hadn't gone far when a beam of storm-release laser shot from the battlefield, piercing through the empty shell Orochimaru had left behind and continued toward the white snake. The snake's pupils shrank. Realizing it couldn't dodge the laser's speed and tracking ability, it opened its mouth, and Orochimaru's true body quickly slid out. Moments later, the white snake disintegrated into ashes from the impact of the laser. Rising once more, Orochimaru grimaced and looked back at the battlefield, just in time to catch Gensu casting him a warning glance, one full of deadly intent. Orochimaru muttered, his tone dark, engaged in such an intense battle with the first Hokage, and still keeping an eye on me, truly at ease. He began to realize that his estimation of Gensu's power might have been vastly understated. But the stronger Gensu appeared, the more Orochimaru knew he had to escape. Orochimaru was not easily intimidated. He quickly began making his next move. And all of it was observed by the Rinnegan-controlled summoned creatures lurking nearby. Naturally, Jensen noticed it as well. It's time to end this. Having made up his mind, Gensu raised his power against Hashirama. Boom. Boom. After a few more exchanges, Hashirama was forced to retreat a few steps. Suddenly, Gensu teleported behind Hashirama and grabbed his shoulder. Unconcerned about the loss of his arm, Hashirama prepared to counterattack. But Gensu's Rinnegan activated. Chakra absorption. Instantly, the sage chakra within Hashirama began flowing into Gensu. Also proficient in sage mode, Gensu had no fear of natural energy rampaging within him and absorbed it without restraint. Quickly, Hashirama's chakra drained faster than it could replenish, and his energy waned. Sensing the difference in his own sage chakra compared to Hashirama's, Gensu's aura intensified as he directed his hand toward Hashirama. Thwip. 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 Black rods shot from his palm, piercing Hashirama's limbs, head, and chest, pinning him to the ground. Having accomplished this, Gensu stepped over Hashirama's prone form and strode purposefully toward Orochimaru. Damn it. Orochimaru fled desperately. He could never have predicted that the previously unstoppable Hashirama would fall so quickly. Realizing Gensu had now set his sights on him, Orochimaru, knowing he was no match, used every possible method to escape. Yet no matter what technique or secret method he employed, Gensu could effortlessly see through it, unable to delay him for even a second. Before long, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming force of attraction seize him. Knowing what would happen next, his eyes filled with resolve. Eight-headed serpent technique. A massive roar shook the air, and Orochimaru's form vanished, replaced by a colossal eight-headed, eight-tailed serpent, larger than even an incomplete Susanoo. This was Orochimaru's ultimate technique. Clearly, he was going all out. Interesting, Gensu muttered, slowly lowering his hand as he clenched his fingers. He looked at the legendary eight-headed serpent curiously, but then shook his head indifferently. As the serpent lunged toward him, Gensu vanished, reappearing atop one of the serpent's heads. Cutting off each head like Susanoo did. Too much trouble. Let's be direct. Murmuring to himself, Gensu extended his fingers, pressing them against the serpent's head. Rinnegan human path, soul extraction. With a firm grasp, he began forcibly pulling Orochimaru's soul from within the eight-headed serpent. How can this be? Orochimaru was horrified. His prized 8-headed serpent technique was utterly useless against Gensou, as his soul was being wrenched away. This was far more brutal than the Reaper Death Seal. Roaring in defiance, Orochimaru struggled against the human path's power, trying to manipulate the serpent to hurl Gensou off. But it was too late. Gensou intensified his focus, and with one final pull, Orochimaru's soul was completely extracted. Instantly, the massive 8-tailed serpent froze, its remaining heads and tails poised to strike, but paralyzed. As Gensou crushed Orochimaru's soul in his grasp, the serpent's form disintegrated, melting away like a statue made of wax. At that moment, a tiny white snake slithered unnoticed from the remains of the serpent, burrowing into the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. A single scorch-release fireball descended from above. Despite its struggle, the little white snake was reduced to ashes. The hunt was successful. Orochimaru perished on the spot. When Gensou returned to where he had left Hashirama, he found that the Edo Tensei technique had unraveled due to Orochimaru's death, releasing Hashirama's soul. There was no time for a farewell this time. Now, everything was truly over. Or was it? There was still one last little pest. Chapter 235, Chapter 236. Gensou lowered his gaze to the massive crater beneath him. Previously, within the underground cavern, there had been someone else besides Orochimaru. Though it seemed the other person had perished under the effects of the Shinra Tensei, reality was different. Crack! Crack! A fissure extending deep into the earth formed quickly beneath Gensou's stomp. Soon, a mangled and lifeless large snake appeared before his eyes. Gensou extended his hand, drawing the snake up before him. He then split open its abdomen, revealing the grotesquely disfigured and almost unrecognizable Kabuto lying within. Noticing Kabuto showed no signs of life, Gensou glanced at the still intact glasses perched on his face and chuckled softly. Your skill at playing dead is impressive, but you can't hide the chakra within you. Kabuto's disguise was convincing enough that even experienced ninja would assume he was dead. However, in the presence of the Rinnegan, Byakugan, and Sharingan, even suppressed chakra flow couldn't go unnoticed. Gensou reached out with his right hand, and a black rod extended from his palm. At the same time, Kabuto, realizing his disguise had failed, opened his eyes helplessly and began to speak. I. Thud. Before Kabuto could finish, the black rod pierced through his forehead. His head snapped back, his gaze dimmed, and he was truly dead this time. Gensou had no interest in listening to Kabuto's words. This so-called Dreamweaver of the 4th Shinobi War had always been Orochimaru's loyal dog. Giving him the best possible ending meant sending him off to accompany Orochimaru. With this, Orochimaru's main body was dead, and his most trusted and knowledgeable confidant was also gone. Those remaining, like Karen and Yugo, would likely either be indifferent to Orochimaru's death or even celebrate it, having no intention to revive him. As for those still loyal but weaker, their lack of access to the inner circle would prevent any attempts to bring him back. This ensured that Orochimaru would pose no further threat in the future. With the task complete, Gensou turned to look in the direction he had come. Judging by the time, the surprise involving the Three Tails should also be reaching its conclusion. At the lake where the Three Tails resided, a thick, unnatural white mist blanketed the water's surface. Anyone entering the mist could see nothing, not even their own hands, unless they had abilities like the Byakugan, making it easy to lose their way. At this moment, Hanari was hidden on the lake's surface. Having temporarily evaded pursuit from the Konoha ninja, she knelt down on one knee amidst the rippling water and retrieved bandages from her pouch, skillfully wrapping her injured left arm. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on water reached her ears. Turning her head, Hanari saw Gensou approaching through the mist. Unlike before, Hanari didn't immediately bow in greeting but instead formed a hand seal and said, "Release." In an instant, Gensou vanished. The surroundings returned to a sea of white. The mist released by the Three Tails carried a built-in genjutsu effect. Hanari had relied on this mist's illusionary properties to escape pursuit by Konoha ninja with Byakugan. As for her falling into a genjutsu herself, as a master spy, her willpower was as solid as iron, and ordinary genjutsu had little effect on her. Hanari resumed tending to her injury. Before long, just as she finished wrapping her wound and was about to lower her hand. "So, this is our first meeting, but you must be the secretary working for the leader, correct?" A stranger's voice came from ahead. On high alert, Hanari looked up. Through the thick mist, a figure in a black cloak with red clouds emerged, revealing a shark-like face as he addressed her. As Gensou's secretary and intelligence chief, Hanari immediately recognized the newcomer as Kisame, the Akatsuki member recently recruited by the clan leader. Still cautious, she formed a release seal to confirm the figure's reality and exchanged coded phrases before finally relaxing. "It's me. I expected you to arrive in half an hour after receiving the message, but you're already here," Hanari said. "You can always count on Akatsuki's efficiency, especially when it comes to capturing tailed beasts," Kisame replied politely. Kisame showed no signs of carelessness toward Hanari, who was not only trusted by Jensen but also a beautiful woman. He glanced at the freshly bandaged wound on Hanari's shoulder. Ran into some trouble. I was discovered by Konoha ninja, Hanari said calmly. Need me to take care of it? Kisame grinned, patting the same hata strapped to his back. Hanari shook her head. Focus on the task at hand. She pointed to the lake below. The Three Tails is at the bottom of the lake. Got it. Kisame nodded. In that case, things are about to get noisy. For safety, you should leave first. Hanari had no objections. Her mission was complete. The capture of the Three Tails could be left to Kisame and his companion. Without hesitation, she vanished to rendezvous with Gensou. Once she was gone, Kisame patted the same hata. Time to get to work. Splash. Kisame plunged into the water. 15 minutes later. Boom. The large lake erupted in a violent upheaval. The white mist dispersed. Before the Konoha ninja pursuing Hanari could react, a massive column of water shot skyward, covering the entire lake. Roar. At the crest of the colossal wave, a towering beast let out an enraged bellow. Amid the chaos, Kakashi barely managed to steady himself against the churning waves. Hearing the roar, he looked up, his Sharingan narrowing in shock. The Three Tails. Beside him, Yamato took a sharp breath. This is insane. Someone actually forced the Three Tails out of the lake. As a Konoha Jonin, he instantly realized the massive wave was man-made. It's him. Kakashi's Sharingan quickly locked onto Kisame, who was surfing the waves with ease. Akatsuki has arrived. The other Konoha ninja also noticed the figure atop the water column, far more composed than the involuntarily airborne Three Tails. This small lake had become a battlefield for Orochimaru's subordinates, Jensen's forces, and now Akatsuki. The Konoha ninja felt a growing sense of unease. Especially since they couldn't intervene at the moment. Amidst the Three Tails' roars, the water column lost its strength, collapsing after launching the beast skyward. The momentum sent the massive creature further into the air. Just then, the sound of wings beating broke through. Standing on a giant clay bird, Deidara grinned as he hovered beside the Three Tails. You've arrived. Chapter 236, Chapter 237. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sharp sound of something cutting through the air filled the skies. The Three Tails, unable to find footing midair, watched helplessly as Deidara's clay birds, 10 or so of them with flapping wings, darted rapidly towards the only vulnerable spot on its body, near the corner of its eye, where its thick turtle shell didn't cover. Deidara let out a shout, and the clay birds flashed white. Boom. 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 A series of explosions echoed across the lake. When the smoke cleared, the Three Tails, struck directly by the blast, was visibly disoriented and stunned. Deidara tossed out 3 more clay birds, which caught the Three Tails from multiple angles, suspending it midair. At the same time, they carried Kisame up to join him. The Three Tails has been captured. This was surprisingly easy, Seated on the clay bird, Deidara, who hadn't even broken a sweat, flipped his golden ponytail and spread his arms nonchalantly. Hearing this, Kisame wrung out his damp clothes and remarked, "It might have been easy for you, but I was down there wrestling with this beast for quite a while." "Well, the Three Tails is a turtle, and water's your domain, Kisame," Deidara replied with a grin. "Now that your tailed beast quota is complete, I still have one left to go. According to our leader, my next target is the One Tail." The One Tail. Kisame raised an eyebrow. That one's no easy task. He's the Kazekage of Sunagakure now and rarely leaves the village. Taking him on means dealing with the thousands of shinobi in Suna. Deidara patted the head of his clay bird confidently. "That's why the One Tail is mine to capture." Kisame glanced at the clay bird and nodded in understanding. "True, you're the perfect choice to go after the One Tail. Still, I won't be joining you on this one." Kisame was a straightforward man. Not only did he excel at forming seals, but he didn't mind lending a hand to his teammates in capturing tailed beasts if he had the capacity to help. However, Deidara's future battle style against the One Tail's Jinchuriki wouldn't suit him, so his presence would be unnecessary. Deidara waved dismissively. "I hear we're getting a new recruit to help me with the One Tail. Never thought I'd live to become a mentor, A new recruit?" Kisame hadn't heard of this yet. However, anyone approved by their leader, Gensou, wouldn't be lacking in ability. That worked out fine. The faster they captured all the tailed beasts, the sooner the world he anticipated would come to fruition. With the Three Tails in tow, Deidara and Kisame left in high spirits. Meanwhile, the drenched Konoha ninja below could only stare in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before them. No way. That's a tailed beast. And it was taken down so easily by just 2 people. Kiba struggled to believe his eyes. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power unleashed by the Three Tails earlier. Even with Kakashi-sensei and Captain Yamato, two seasoned jonin, on their team, the Konoha group had been powerless against the beast. But somehow, just two people, in such a short amount of time, they had captured the Three Tails. Is Akatsuki really this strong? Kiba felt like his worldview had shattered. He wasn't the only one. The other younger Konoha ninja shared similar thoughts. Although some had witnessed Gensou in battle before, his legendary status from the Warring States period made his immense power unsurprising. But Akatsuki? They had previously dismissed the organization as a group of rogue ninja. Since when had rogue ninja become so overwhelmingly powerful? This went beyond their understanding. In comparison, Kakashi, who had encountered Akatsuki before and knew their members were formidable, wasn't as shocked. Watching as the massive silhouette of the Three Tails shrank into the distance, he frowned. The Three Tails is captured. This complicates things even further. The tensions between the 5 great shinobi villages and Jensen's faction were already escalating. Now, Akatsuki was ramping up their hunt for the tailed beasts. And then there was Orochimaru. Kakashi scanned the area. After the commotion caused by the Three Tails and Akatsuki, Hanari had vanished without a trace, and Orochimaru's subordinates had also disappeared. This mission had yielded no tangible results. When did it feel like everything Konoha does starts going wrong? Kakashi couldn't help but wonder. Kakashi-senpai, what do we do now? Yamato's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Kakashi refocused and replied calmly, report the capture of the Three Tails to the village. Until the Hokage sends new orders, we'll split into 2 teams, one to track Hanari, the other to follow any leads on Orochimaru. With his instructions given, the Konoha team resumed their mission. But their efforts were doomed to fail. Hanari would soon rendezvous with Gensou. As for Orochimaru's faction, Gyurin, Yukimaru, and Wutu had already left. Gyurin-ne, where are we going? Yukimaru, who had always longed for a real home, asked with hopeful eyes. Gyurin gently patted his head, casting one last glance toward Orochimaru's base. Compared to Orochimaru, Yukimaru had become far more important to her. We're going to find a new home. One that truly belongs to us. With those words, Gyurin, Yukimaru, and the loyal Wutu set off for a distant place. Orochimaru's forces were now entirely dismantled. Back at Orochimaru's base, Jensen began a thorough cleanup operation. Although Orochimaru's laboratory housed many instruments, they were inferior to the resources of Konoha's root division. What intrigued Jensen the most were Orochimaru's research notes, particularly those on the Edo Tensei. Among the materials, he found blood and tissue samples of relevant individuals and a scroll containing Orochimaru's insights into the Edo Tensei. Although it wasn't a complete manual, it provided valuable inspiration for Gensou. The Edo Tensei. I do have a team well suited for this technique. However, as he pondered, a message came through his zero ring. The Three Tails has been successfully captured. Now, only the 1 tail, 2 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails remained. Gensou's eyes glinted. After carefully storing the Edo Tensei materials, he sent Deidara and Kisame the coordinates for the Geto statue and resumed his work. Some time later, Hanari arrived. After delegating tasks to her, Gensou activated the hologram transmission technique. In an instant, his multicolored projection appeared on one of the Geto statue's 10 fingers. Simultaneously, Deidara and Kisame arrived with the massive Three Tails. Chapter 237, Chapter 238. Despite its immense size, the Three Tails still paled in comparison to the Geto statue. Summoned by Gensou, the projections of various members began to appear on the 10 fingers of the statue. Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Jin, and Uchiha Sasuke, who hadn't participated last time, all made their appearances. Including Gensou himself and the physical presence of Deidara and Kisame, there were now 9 individuals, each standing on one of the statue's fingers. After obtaining the Rinnegan, Jensen had used its power to craft additional Akatsuki rings, which he distributed to the 3 Uchiha, allowing them to project their images here. Standing for the first time in the spot that once belonged to Itachi, Sasuke glanced curiously at the assembled group before his attention was drawn to the imposing Geto statue. The loud crash of the Three Tails hitting the ground pulled his focus. For the first time, he took a direct and comprehensive look at the tailed beast. From the opposite finger, Deidara noticed Sasuke and spoke with interest. Itachi's little brother. I wonder how much of his strength you've inherited. Sasuke turned his gaze toward Deidara and replied coolly, you're welcome to find out. Deidara's lips twitched. No doubt about it, they were brothers. Sasuke's tone and expression were just as irritating as Itachi's. He grimaced at the thought. Would this guy be his next partner? Or perhaps one of the other Uchiha here? Either way, his upcoming mission seemed destined to be unpleasant. While Deidara's expression shifted rapidly, Haiden spoke up. Work already. Weren't we just saying the Three Tails was impossible to locate? How did it suddenly turn up? Lately, Haydn had been preoccupied with refining his new doctrine, scratching his head so much he'd almost gone bald. If given the choice, he'd rather keep pondering his religion than engage in the dull task of extracting a tailed beast. However, knowing that Gensou, far more powerful than his so-called god, was present, Haydn quickly shut his mouth after voicing his complaint. The other tailed beasts should be next, right? Kakuzu asked eagerly, his demeanor completely different. He was ready to take advantage of the tailed beast hunt to earn some extra cash. Yes, Gensou confirmed with a nod. The tailed beast capture plan is entering its final phase. I will assign relevant missions to you all shortly. For now, we begin extracting the Three Tails. With Gensou's command, everyone straightened their expressions and began forming seals. The ghetto statue opened its massive mouth, and as the chakra of the Three Tails poured in, the colossal beast slowly floated upward. Compared to the last extraction, the process was faster due to the increased number of participants and Gensou leading the operation in person. Gensou estimated it would take about an hour to complete. Closing his eyes, he focused on the task. Meanwhile, as Tsunade's new orders reached Kakashi's team, the Konoha ninja, having achieved nothing, begrudgingly began their return. If only Naruto were here, Sakura said wistfully along the way. Feeling obligated to respond as a teammate, Sai replied, that's true, Naruto is strong. But he missed the point. Sakura shook her head. It's not just because he's strong. Naruto always brings unexpected surprises. And with him around, he inspires everyone to keep fighting, no matter how tough things get. I see. Sai glanced at their subdued group and began to understand Sakura's sentiment. He looked at her and asked, so, where is Naruto now? Naruto had been absent for a long time, missing many significant events. Sakura shook her head. According to Jiraiya-sama, Naruto is training in a very mysterious place. After a moment of thought, Sai said, then, let's hope Naruto returns soon. Yes, Sakura said, gazing into the distance. I hope he comes back soon. Why can't I go back yet? How much longer do I have to drink this disgusting green soup? Naruto, the very person on Sakura's mind, was currently pulling at his hair in frustration, staring at a bowl of green soup filled with wiggling insects. No matter how many times he drank it, he just couldn't get used to it. Shima-sama, I've already mastered Sage Mode. Why won't you let me leave? The village and my friends need me. Naruto complained, leaning as far as he could away from the so-called nutritious soup. Shima, wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen, didn't even turn around as she replied. Mastered it. You mean that constipated look you make while gathering chakra, and then barely maintaining Sage Mode for 5 minutes? Sure, you're better than little Jiraiya, but compared to your village's first Hokage or the Gensou I saw recently, you've got a long way to go. Hearing her mention Gensou, Naruto fell silent. Sasuke. He regretted not being present during the events Shima had described. Naruto's urgency to return to the village stemmed from his desire not to miss any more crucial moments. But Shima wasn't wrong. Naruto looked down at his hands. Even with Sage Mode, he was still far behind Gensou. If he couldn't bring Sasuke back, then what was the point? Resigned, Naruto decided to continue his rigorous training. With the air of a man facing execution, he gulped down the green soup and immediately bolted outside to practice using the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto. I just perfected a new recipe for the nutritious soup, hey! Don't run so fast. Shima, carrying an even greener soup, sighed as she watched Naruto flee. She handed the bowl to Fukasaku and asked, what do you think, dear? It's excellent. Fukasaku praised. Shima smiled proudly. See? It's delicious. Naruto just doesn't appreciate good food. Naruto. Fukasaku watched the young man training by the waterfall and said quietly. Naruto's mastered Sage Mode. He could leave now. I know, Shima replied absent-mindedly, brainstorming her next soup recipe. But the Great Lord said Naruto should stay longer. The Great Lord. Fukasaku hesitated before continuing, something seems off about him lately. Shima's eyes lit up. You think he's gone senile too? That's not it. It's something else. It feels like he's not as carefree as he used to be. Chapter 238, Chapter 239. Isn't it just old age catching up? Shima grumbled, flipping her eyelids dismissively. Confusion before, uneasiness now, it's all the same. I've heard humans develop all kinds of senile conditions as they age. The Great Lord is so ancient, it's only natural he'd show signs of it too. Fukasaku hesitated to argue with his wife. After a vague nod, he glanced at Naruto training hard in the distance and frowned, recalling something. Little Jiraiya instructed me to send Naruto back to the village after mastering Sage Mode. Perhaps the Great Lord made a momentary mistake with the order to keep Naruto here. Well, what are we waiting for? Shima clapped her hands. Let's go wake him up and have him retract the order. For all we know, he might have already forgotten about it. Though Shima frequently called the Great Lord senile and lacked formal respect in conversation, the truth was different. As the Great Toad Sage, an elder who had lived for over a millennium, his authority in Mount Myaboku was unquestionable. Shima and Fukasaku would never openly defy his will. Even if the order was mistaken, it had to be rectified through him. The two quickly and skillfully made their way to the Great Lord's chamber. The Great Toad Sage, Gamamaru, once a small, ordinary toad who assisted Hagoromo during the battle against Kaguya, had grown into an immense being. Adorned with prayer beads engraved with the kanji for oil and wearing a scholar's hat, he sat atop a throne marked with the kanji for sage. Shima and Fukasaku's arrival didn't catch his attention. Upon closer inspection, they noticed his eyes were closed, and faint snores were escaping his mouth. See. Shima threw Fukasaku a knowing look. Ignoring his attempts to stop her, she leaped closer to the Great Lord's ear and shouted. Great Lord! Great Lord! Wake up! It's urgent. After several loud calls, the Great Toad Sage finally stirred, barely opening his eyes to peer at them. Who are you? He asked groggily. Shima sighed heavily. He's getting worse. Don't speak of the Great Lord like that, Fukasaku chided, albeit weakly. Once the Great Toad Sage had fully awakened and recognized them, he let out a massive yawn. So, it's you two. What brings you here? Fukasaku quickly spoke before Shima could interrupt, explaining the purpose of their visit. The Great Toad Sage listened, his expression turning contemplative. After a few seconds, he asked. Who's little Jiraiya? And who's Naruto? Fukasaku froze. Shima spread her hands in exasperation. See? What did I tell you? Leaning in, she yelled again, reminding him of Jiraiya and Naruto. After a moment of recollection, the Great Toad Sage nodded in understanding. Then came a long silence. Just as Shima and Fukasaku feared he drifted back to sleep, the Great Toad Sage suddenly spoke. No. The unexpected firmness in his voice left both Shima and Fukasaku stunned. For as long as they'd known him, the Great Toad Sage had always been gentle, almost absent-minded. But now, his tone was unyielding, brooking no argument. Even Shima, who was rarely intimidated, lowered her voice as she cautiously asked. Why not? The Great Toad Sage fully opened his eyes for the first time in centuries, his usual laziness replaced with solemnity. Adjusting himself on the throne, he sat upright and peered down at them. For the first time in hundreds of years, the true aura of Mount Myaboku's elder descended upon the chamber. Overwhelmed by the atmosphere, Shima and Fukasaku remained frozen, unable to move or speak. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a deep sigh echoed through the room. When they dared to look up again, the Great Toad Sage appeared noticeably more fatigued. I dreamed of different futures, he began quietly. Dreams. Different futures. Fukasaku furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the Great Toad Sage's ability to foresee the future through dreams. Though Shima and some other toads dismissed these dreams as mere senile ramblings, many, including humans like Jiraiya, took them seriously. Jiraiya had firmly believed in the prophecy, dedicating his life to finding the child of prophecy. But now the sage was speaking of different futures. Did this mean the prophecy had changed? Fukasaku's gaze locked on the Great Toad Sage. The elder's voice grew somber, even trembling slightly, as he continued. I saw a sky dyed red, a full moon falling from the heavens. I saw the earth crumbling, the world wailing in agony. I saw time and space in chaos, beings from infinite voids tearing everything apart. Too vast, too distant, too chaotic. A great calamity, far beyond the shinobi world, is approaching. A new prophecy. Though much of it was unclear, Fukasaku could feel the despair in the Great Toad Sage's words. Even Shima, who was usually skeptical of prophecies, felt a flicker of doubt. This time, the sage's demeanor was too different, too unusual. Could it really be true? Fukasaku suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. So, Great Lord, is Naruto staying here because he can avert this crisis? Jiraiya had once told him that Naruto was likely the child of prophecy. Though Jiraiya had made errors in the past regarding the prophecy's fulfillment, this time he had been certain. Fukasaku, having seen Naruto's potential and rapid mastery of Sage Mode, had also come to believe it. But if Naruto was the child of prophecy, could keeping him at Mount Myaboku really prepare him to face such a crisis? The Great Toad Sage didn't offer a detailed explanation. His gaze pierced through layers of space to where Naruto was training by the waterfall. Naruto will stay at Mount Myaboku, he declared firmly. This decision cannot be changed. Chapter 239, Chapter 240. Rain poured relentlessly, washing away the dust from the structures of the Sky Fortress, while the barrier allowed it to pass freely. Inside an office, Jensen stood by the window. Having returned to the village after dealing with the Three Tails, his Rinnegan pulsed with ripples as he gazed beyond the barrier. Through the misty rain, a flying device sped toward the ocean in the distance, one that clearly didn't belong to Jomi village. The remnants of the Sky Ninja, have the 5 great shinobi villages finally found them? He asked without turning as Hanari entered the room. Hanari, who had returned with Gensou, hadn't rested. She had already analyzed and compiled intelligence from various sources and now stood before him to report. Yes. It seems that Kirigakure discovered the remnants of the Sky Ninja on a remote island. They captured them and obtained their flying device technology. More importantly, they have learned about the existence of the Sky Fortress. After subduing Shino and relocating the fortress, Gensou had largely left the matter of the Sky Ninja to the village leadership. With Shino's cooperation, measures were taken to prevent the fortress's secrets from leaking. Most of the Sky Ninja had been absorbed into Jomi village, unwilling to continue their precarious existence. However, as with any organization, there were stubborn individuals who refused to comply, especially since Shino, who frequently traveled, had limited control over his subordinates. Though Jomi village had decisively sent ninja to eliminate these rebels, some managed to escape their grasp, using the cunning that had allowed them to evade the 5 great villages for years. But luck had finally run out for these remnants. While Gensou was pursuing Orochimaru, they were discovered by Kirigakure during a large-scale search operation. Under torture, they revealed everything. Now Kirigakure, and by extension the other great villages, knew what they needed to know. It didn't take long for the 5 great villages to conclude that Jomi village was likely in the sky. There was no other explanation for a village of its size remaining hidden despite exhaustive searches. With this realization, they began producing flying devices and dispatched ninja to search the skies. The flying device Jensen had just seen was from Kirigakure. Although it had passed near the hidden sky fortress, it failed to detect its presence due to the invisibility barrier. However, if searches continued at this rate, it was only a matter of time before Jomi village was exposed. The 5 great villages. They may have lost much over the past 60 years, but when they truly commit to something, they're still capable of achieving results, Jensen remarked with mild amusement. Should we relocate the Sky Fortress? Hanari asked. No, Jensen replied firmly. While the fortress could move, it posed significant logistical challenges for the thousands of villagers living there. The fortress lacked the capacity for large-scale farming, making it reliant on supplies secretly procured from the Land of Waves. The Rockhead Group, which controlled the daimyo of the Land of Waves, ensured that these transactions remained discreet. Relocating the fortress would require re-establishing a supply network, increasing the risk of exposure. Staying put was the best option. Besides, the 5 great villages won't have time to focus on Jomi village for much longer, Jensen said calmly. With the 3 tails secured, the plan to capture the remaining tailed beasts was entering its final stage. Soon, the great villages would face challenges that would demand their full attention. Hanari, aware of the plan, asked, "Is it starting so soon?" "Almost," Jensen replied. "Rather than waiting for them to come to us, we'll take the initiative. Notify Samui to locate the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails and 8 tails as quickly as possible." "Yes," Hanari said, bowing before leaving to carry out her orders. As she departed, Jensen turned his gaze back to the window. Once the locations of Kimogakure's 2 Jinchuriki were confirmed, the final phase of the plan would begin. The shinobi world was on the brink of unprecedented upheaval, the true curtain was about to rise. In a hidden base, Obito sat silently, lost in thought. The man who had once manipulated the shinobi world from the shadows was now alone, having been abandoned after recent events. A moment later, a plant-like figure emerged from the ground. Zetsu's voice echoed, "I've learned from Konoha that the 3 tails has been captured by Deidara and Kisame. It's likely being absorbed by the Geto statue as we speak." "The 3 tails?" Obito muttered. "Along with the 4, 5, 6, and 7 tails, that makes 5-tailed beasts inside the statue now. Don't forget the 9 tails chakra you captured," Zetsu reminded him. "No," Obito said flatly. "That was a contingency measure. Someone like Gensou wouldn't be satisfied with just a fragment. The 9 tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, is already on his menu." Unbothered by the shift in how Zetsu addressed him, Obito asked, "Zetsu, are you certain about the technique involving the Geto statue?" "Absolutely," Zetsu replied confidently. "As the embodiment of Madara's will, I understand the Geto statue far better than Pain or even Gensou." "Good. Then we can proceed." Obito rose to his feet. "I'll need an opportunity to meet Gensou at the Geto statue." "That won't be easy," Zetsu said, frowning. Noticing Obito's assured demeanor, Zetsu asked, "Do you already have a plan?" "Yes. It's time to pay the Land of Lightning a visit." With that, Obito walked out of the base. Watching him leave, Zetsu's eyes narrowed. "Let's see if you can surprise me, Obito," he mused. Hopefully, it'll be a surprise that renders you completely useless. Chapter 240, Chapter 241. It's starting. Outside Kumogakure in the land of lightning, Samui held a handwritten note, silently reading it over one last time before rolling it up and placing it into the message hawk's carrier tube. Footsteps approached from behind. Sister, her younger brother, Atsui, called out as he walked over, glancing at the sealed message tube. With a serious tone, he reported. The perimeter has been checked. Everything is secure. Samui nodded silently, reaching into her ninja pouch and pulling out several ration pills designed for summoning beasts. She offered them to the message hawk, which skillfully took one in its beak, ready to consume it mid-flight. Watching the bird prepare, Atsui hesitated but finally spoke. Sister, about Lord B. I know, Samui interrupted. She was well aware of what her younger brother wanted to say. As one of Killer B's students, she had been deeply cared for by him. Naturally, Atsui himself had developed a close bond with the mentor they both admired. Now, knowing they were about to betray him, it was hard not to feel guilt. Samui felt it too, but she remained composed. This world was full of difficult choices. Family, friendship, love, and loyalty to one's teacher. It was impossible to keep them all. Trying to do so would only result in everything shattering. The world is cruel, and sacrifices must be made. As for our choice, we decided long ago, she stated calmly. Unlike her measured maturity, Atsui, with his fiery temperament, couldn't hide his unease. But this will cost Lord B his life. If it had been anyone else, Atsui would never believe that someone as strong as Killer B, one of the Shinobi world's finest warriors and a perfect Jinchuriki, could be in danger. But this time, the information Samui had sent would land in his hands. And if Killer B became a target of that man, Atsui couldn't imagine any chance of escape. Samui looked at Atsui and, for the first time, addressed him by his real name. Hi-8, do you know the most dangerous flaw, whether for ordinary people or Shinobi? What is it? Atsui, whose full name was Hagoromo Hi-8, asked, confused by the sudden question. Indecision. With that, she raised her arm, and the message hawk spread its wings, soaring rapidly toward its destination. Ah. Atsui instinctively reached out, wanting to say something, but the hawk was already far away. He could only lower his hand in resignation. Hi-8, don't disgrace your name, Samui said as she turned and walked away. After a few steps, she paused briefly and added. I've pleaded for leniency. That's all I could do. Atsui's eyes lit up with hope at her words. Fueled by the ration pills, the majestic message hawk flew tirelessly, crossing mountains, plateaus, forests, and finally feeling the ocean breeze as it glided over a strait to reach an island. Hovering for a moment, the hawk sensed something unusual. Its wings beat rapidly, and in a flash of spatial distortion, it disappeared. Jomi Village. Haneri watched as the hawk arrived, whistling softly to signal it. She raised her arm, and the hawk landed gracefully. After feeding it a strip of meat, Haneri retrieved the note from its leg, quickly deciphering the coded message. The locations are confirmed. The operation can begin, she said, her expression shifting slightly. And Hagoromo Samui, so she can plead for mercy, too. For the 8 tails, no less. That decision wasn't hers to make. After filing the note and sending the hawk to rest, Haneri hurried to Jensu's office. Moments later, Jensu reviewed the intelligence and made a swift decision. With the coordinates of the 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki confirmed, it's time to begin the operation. For the 8 tails, I'll instruct our people to hold back somewhat. Haneri was surprised. Clan leader, such requests from Samui are beyond her duties and needn't be entertained. After all, sparing the life of a Jinchuriki from an enemy village wasn't a logical choice for a ninja. Jensu shook his head. Even the strictest laws must leave room for humanity. Our clan members work hard, and their efforts deserve acknowledgement. If a request can be fulfilled within reason, I see no harm in granting it. As a leader, enjoying privileges beyond those of your clan comes with the responsibility to meet their needs in return. The words left Haneri in awe. She couldn't help but admire Jensu. To serve such a leader was their greatest fortune. It's time to move. After sending Haneri to finalize the preparations, Jensu glanced at the 0 ring on his hand. In an instant, his holographic projection appeared on one of the ghetto statue's 10 fingers. One by one, Kakuzu, Haiden, Kisame, Daidara, and Sasuke joined him. This time, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Jin were not summoned. To ensure Jomi Village's safety in their absence, the 2 would remain to oversee and serve as a reserve force. Standing before his gathered forces, Jensu wasted no time and issued his orders. As of now, the final phase of the tailed beast capture operation begins. Kakuzu, Haiden, your target is the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. Yes. Kakuzu and Haiden responded. Sasuke, Kisame, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails is yours. Yes. Sasuke and Kisame replied, the latter's enthusiasm undiminished despite completing his previous quota. Deidara, you'll remain here. A new recruit will join you shortly, and your target will be the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Yes. Deidara nodded, curious about his new partner. He had assumed it would be Sasuke, but apparently not. Without offering any explanation, Jensen swiftly relayed the locations of the Jinchuriki and the timing for the attacks. Finally, he declared, I will personally handle the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Begin the operation. Disperse. Chapter 241, Chapter 242. Ding ding ding. The familiar sound of wind chimes echoed as the Akatsuki base, used for brief respites, became the scene of preparation. Wearing their Akatsuki uniforms, Kakuzu and Haiden, the duo assigned to capture the Two Tails, donned their straw hats and, citing Kakuzu's mantra of time is money, declined Kisame's suggestion to wait for joint travel. They departed first, heading toward the Land of Lightning. Kisame, also bound for the Land of Lightning, could only shrug and wait with Deidara for their new team member. Soon, the sharp sound of something cutting through the air reached their ears. Kisame squinted, his sharp eyes catching sight of Sasuke approaching. With his black hair and dark eyes, Sasuke bore an uncanny resemblance to someone Kisame knew well. Let's go, Sasuke said, tilting his head slightly and speaking in a calm tone. For a fleeting moment, Kisame felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as though Itachi had returned to his side. Slapping the hilt of same hata strapped to his back, Kisame grinned. I'll leave the planning to you, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded briefly and started walking. Kisame followed immediately, and thus the Eight Tails capture team set off. Left alone in the cold wind, Deidara watched Sasuke's back with a slight scowl. No greeting, no acknowledgement, just like Itachi. No manners at all, Deidara muttered. And as for that tardy newbie who's left me out here freezing for ages, they're no better. As Deidara mulled over what kind of a gift to give his new partner, the sound of something descending at high speed broke his thoughts. I am Saimai. Fully armed and emotionless, Saimai landed gracefully and introduced himself with just 4 words. Deidara blinked, waiting for more, but when nothing followed, he blurted out, that's it. Just 4 words. No respect for his seniority, no pleasantries, no proper introduction. Nothing. Deidara clenched his fists, irritation bubbling up. Looks like I'll have to teach you what it means to respect your seniors. Senior. Saimai finally looked at Deidara, his expression as composed as ever. When I was around, your grandfather hadn't even been born. I don't mind if you call me senior. To Deidara, this sounded like pure mockery. About to lash out, he was interrupted by a familiar voice from behind. He's not wrong. His age far surpasses yours, Sasori remarked as he stepped out from the base, scrutinizing Saimai with curiosity. Surprised, Sasori added, I didn't expect to see eternal art embodied in someone else. Saimai turned to study Sasori. After a moment, he replied, it's surprising to see the once niche field of puppetry achieve such progress. Still, puppets are inherently fragile, far inferior to well-forged tools. As for eternal art, that's an accurate description. I am eternal. Sasori's expression darkened. What I meant was that you possess a hint of the beauty of eternal art. True eternal art is me. Puppetry surpasses so-called tools in both potential and utility. No. Tools excel in defense and power. Tools are too simplistic. The versatility of puppets is true eternity. Tools are eternal. Puppets are. The debate escalated into a heated argument. Standing off to the side, Deidara was stunned. How did this happen? Weren't they about to fight? Still, the discussion about art intrigued him, and before long, he joined in, declaring. You're both wrong. True art is the beauty of a fleeting moment. Eternity has no place in art. Ridiculous. Deidara. What began as a 2-person argument quickly became a 3-way clash of artistic philosophies. Fortunately, all 3 knew their priorities. Realizing no one could convince the others, they grudgingly called a truce. Deidara sighed, shaking his head as he prepared his clay bird for departure. First Sasori, now another eternal art fanatic. Honestly, I'd rather work with Sasori. Sasori glanced at Deidara, smirking. Fine. Disappointed but resigned, Deidara had no choice but to team up with Saimai. You better not get yourself killed out there, old man, Deidara muttered as he climbed onto his clay bird. I'll say the same to you, Saimai replied calmly. As the ultimate weapon, Saimai had long targeted tailed beasts as potential energy sources. Fearless of tailed beasts, and with aerial capabilities of his own, Saimai was an ideal partner for Deidara in capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Having been tempered by his time in Jomi village and thoroughly intimidated by Jensen's overwhelming power, Saimai had fully aligned himself with Jensen's camp. Serving under Jensen seemed far better than endlessly crafting weapons. With that thought, Sai ascended into the air, following Deidara. Thus, the one-tail capture team began their mission. Watching them leave, Sasori turned and headed off to fulfill his own task. After suffering heavy losses to his puppet army in an explosion, Sasori had been assigned to guard the ghetto statue's perimeter rather than participate in the tailed beast captures. With all operatives moving into action, the final phase of the plan was underway. Gensou, the key figure in this operation, also set out. His destination, Konoha. His target, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 242, Chapter 243. Konoha Village. The village had become noticeably quieter lately, with frequent movements of ninja leaving it less lively than usual. Experienced elders, worried about impending conflict, began stockpiling food supplies. Scenes like these reminded them too much of the prelude to the previous Shinobi wars. Is there going to be another war? Tired and confused voices echoed through the streets. While Konoha's people, moods, and atmosphere were changing, one thing remained constant: the steadfast presence of its two gate guards. Despite the Uchiha invasion during which the two guards had been overpowered, they faced no punishment. After all, no one else in the village could have fared better in their place. With Konoha short on manpower, assigning high-ranking ninja to guard the gates was out of the question. Thus, Izumo and Kotetsu continued their duties, their workload significantly increased by the frequent comings and goings of ninja. As Izumo stretched to grab a fresh logbook, ready to replace the filled one, a hand suddenly gripped his head. Enemy. Izumo's face froze as he instinctively tried to resist, but his body wouldn't obey. With great effort, he turned his eyes toward Kotetsu, only to see his partner in the same predicament, a hand adorned with a ring pressed firmly against his head. His final thought lingered on the ring's unfamiliar design. Who? With that, Izumo lost consciousness. Uzumaki Naruto hasn't left the village recently, has he? Jensen's voice came from behind the two unconscious guards as he used the human paths technique to extract their memories. Moments later, having gleaned information on the comings and goings of Konoha's ninja, and noting the lack of recent mentions of Naruto, Jensen released them. The two guards slumped onto the desk, unconscious. Turning his gaze toward the village, Jensen sped through its streets in a blur, moving too fast for anyone to notice. When he passed Irika, he appeared silently behind the instructor, pressing a hand to his head and delving into his memories. The same, Naruto hasn't been seen for a long time. Irika collapsed, unconscious, as Jensen moved on to Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome. Oh, where? Tucci began, only to find himself alone before he could finish his sentence. Moments later, he too slumped over, unconscious. Removing his hand from Tucci's head, Jensen mused aloud. Even Ichiraku hasn't seen Naruto in ages. That's unusual for him. There's only one explanation. Moments later, Jensen stood atop the Hokage rock, his Rinnegan scanning the village below. Uzumaki Naruto isn't in Konoha. But where could he have gone? Considering the situation, Konoha's alliance with Kumogakure hadn't yet necessitated moving the Eight-Tails and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to Turtle Island for protection. Moreover, Naruto wasn't the type to leave on a secret mission alone, his superiors wouldn't allow it. The most likely scenario was that Naruto was training in Mount Mayaboku. Looks like he's been there longer than expected. But there's no sign of Nine-Tails chakra in Konoha, so it must be true. Wouldn't you agree, Hatake Kakashi? Jensen spoke without turning. Behind him, hidden behind a boulder several meters away, Kakashi froze. He had been planning to retreat and warn the village, but now. Without hesitation, Kakashi drew a signal flare, preparing to launch it into the sky. Snap. A hand grabbed his wrist, stopping him mid-motion. In an instant, Jensen stood before Kakashi, his eyes fixed on the flare. Do you want to see Konoha destroyed? Jensen asked calmly. Kakashi's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. During another timeline, Pain's assault on Konoha had begun as a search for Naruto. However, Tsunade's defiance had pushed him to unleash the Shinra Tensei to its full destructive potential, leveling the village. Without that cataclysmic event, even Naruto's return wouldn't have been enough to defeat Pain. While Gensou was more composed than Pain, his patience was not limitless, especially when someone obstructed his plans. And unlike Pain, Gensou could use the Shinra Tensei without significant consequences to himself. Some things were better left untested. Understanding Gensou's warning, Kakashi crushed the flare in his hand. In the same motion, his free hand reached for a kunai, striking at Gensou with precision. Clang. With a flick of his finger, Gensou deflected the kunai effortlessly. Kakashi twisted his restrained hand free, launching a relentless assault of punches and kicks. Thud thud thud. The rapid exchange of blows echoed as Kakashi pushed himself to the limit, his movements a blur. But Gensou countered each strike with ease, his movements calm and precise. When Kakashi finally retreated, panting and shaken, he looked at Gensou. The man's clothing remained unruffled, and his Rinnegan glowed with an unnerving calm. Those eyes. Kakashi muttered, his own Sharingan spinning. Their insight surpasses even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Realizing the disparity in their abilities, Kakashi felt a deep unease settle over him. Chapter 243, Chapter 244. During the battle at the Naka Shrine, Jensen didn't yet wield the Rinnegan. Now, faced with those swirling purple eyes, Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan seemed powerless, subdued, even. A sinking realization struck Kakashi, the enemy has grown stronger yet again. For Gensu, the brief exchange that left Kakashi reeling wasn't worth a second thought. Looking at Kakashi, Gensu asked calmly, back to the matter at hand, Naruto's whereabouts. As his teacher, you must know, don't you? The unmistakable chirping of Chidori resonated as Kakashi, resolved to give his life, activated Raikiri. His right hand glowed with lightning as he lowered his stance, one foot forward, the other braced behind. Hearing Gensu's question, Kakashi shook his head firmly. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Is that so? Unfazed, Gensu stepped forward. But before he could take a second step, Kakashi lunged like a bolt of lightning, his Raikiri aimed directly at Gensu's heart. Clap. Just as during the Chunin Exams years ago, Gensu effortlessly caught Kakashi's wrist mid-attack. But this time, Kakashi wasn't done. Kamui. With their faces mere inches apart, Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated its space-distorting jutsu. Immediately, spiraling distortions began forming around Gensu, pulling at his body. But with a mere jolt of his body, Gensu vanished, reappearing at Kakashi's side in the blink of an eye. Too slow, Gensu remarked coldly. Had Kakashi wielded both Kamui eyes, the attack might have posed a challenge. But a single Kamui was slower to execute. Against most ninja, it was insurmountable. Against Gensu, it was simply inadequate. Kakashi, drained from the strain of using his Mangekyo Sharingan, barely had time to react. Desperate, he turned and lunged, aiming to grapple Gensu and drag them both into the Kamui dimension. Thud. A black rod pierced through Kakashi's outstretched hands, halting his plan in its tracks. Thrown off balance, Kakashi staggered forward, his hands skewered together by the rod. Almost forgot, Gensu muttered as he glanced at Kakashi's left eye. Might as well reclaim this Sharingan. Kakashi let out a cry of pain as Gensu extended his hand, plucking the Mangekyo Sharingan from his eye socket. The bloodied eye rested in Gensu's palm, and with a faint smile, he pocketed it. After claiming the Rinnegan and Geto statue, Gensu had expected Uchiha Obito, the real mastermind behind Akatsuki, to make a move. Yet Obito had seemingly vanished. Anomalies were always cause for suspicion. With the final stage of his plan at hand, Gensu couldn't afford to overlook any threats. Obito's unpredictability came primarily from his Kamui. With this eye in Gensu's possession, Obito's advantage was effectively nullified. Obito. Despite his injuries, Kakashi pushed through the pain. With his hands rendered useless, he leapt forward, his legs scissoring toward Gensu in a last-ditch attack. Thud. Kakashi spat blood as Gensu's knee struck his torso, sending him flying backward. Before he could hit the ground, Gensu caught him by the head, fingers digging into his skull. Human path, mind-reading technique. The Rinnegan's technique forcibly breached Kakashi's mind, extracting his memories with ruthless efficiency, even bypassing mental seals. Flashes of recent conversations flooded Gensu's vision until he reached one in particular. In the memory, Jiraiya was speaking to Kakashi. I'll be taking Naruto to Mount Myaboku next. He'll train there and grow stronger. Senjutsu. That's a good idea, Kakashi replied, casually flipping through his Ika novel. The village could use Naruto's strength in these times. It's also to protect him from the Akatsuki, Jiraiya added gravely. Compared to Gensu, who's targeting the tailed beasts for obvious reasons, the Akatsuki is just as dangerous. I understand. Any group that Itachi would join is no joke. But is Mount Myaboku safe? Jiraiya laughed confidently. Of course. With the great Toad Sage and Gamabunta there, and the natural energy-enhancing Senjutsu, no one, not even the Akatsuki, can breach it. Good to hear. The memory faded, and Gensu withdrew his hand. Just as I thought, Naruto is at Mount Myaboku. As for its location. Though Jiraiya hadn't explicitly stated its whereabouts, he had mentioned the abundance of natural energy there. The three great sacred sites were known for their senjutsu, situated in regions with the densest natural energy. In the past, Gensu might have struggled to locate it. But now, having mastered senjutsu himself, his understanding of natural energy surpassed most. With the Rinnegan's enhanced perception, he could track the flow of energy across the ninja world. Looking skyward, Gensu focused his senses. In the invisible expanse above, chakra and natural energy flowed toward three distinct locations, likely the three great sacred sites. Now then. Gensu mused. What kind of environment do frogs love? Chapter 244, Chapter 245. Not far away, Kakashi struggled to rise, blood streaming from his empty left eye socket. As Jensen pondered the possible location of Mount Myaboku, the sound of movement caught his attention. Leaf-strong whirlwind. A sudden gust accompanied a powerful spinning kick aimed directly at Jensu's head. Jensu raised an eyebrow but remained calm, raising his hand to block. Smack. Jensu stood unshaken, his palm effortlessly catching the attack. He looked down at the leg he had caught and saw Might Guy, his body radiating blue steam, his seventh gate fully opened. Guy spun midair, his other leg delivering a more forceful strike. Uninterested in prolonging the skirmish, Jensu tightened his grip and hurled Guy like a cannonball. Guy was flung through the air but managed to stabilize himself mid-flight, landing beside Kakashi. What incredible strength! Guy said, his expression grim as he glared at Jensu. Even with his immense physical power and the boost of the seventh gate, the pain from Jensu's grip lingered. The seventh gate isn't enough, Guy thought, his hand hovering over his heart, prepared to unlock the final gate. He glanced at Kakashi, seeing his comrade in such a dire state for the first time. Guy's eyes brimmed with tears instantly evaporated by the heat of his body. He asked, Kakashi, can you keep going? You're here, Guy, Kakashi replied, his voice steady despite his condition. I'll manage, but I'll likely be a burden. No worries. Leave the enemy to me. Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his dazzling white teeth shining through a determined smile. For the first time, his exuberance was tinged with an unprecedented resolve. Guy, you. Kakashi's face shifted as he realized what Guy intended. Guy beamed at him and said, retreat isn't an option for youth, Kakashi. To unleash all my passion is my youth. Besides, this is our home. With those words, Guy pressed his hand against his chest, ready to force open the eighth gate. On the other side, Jensu's expression twitched slightly. Now's not the time to witness the full power of the 8 gates. With a clap of his hands, Jensu unleashed a storm of wind blades toward Guy and Kakashi. Guy didn't flinch at the blades, but he couldn't ignore Kakashi's condition. He halted his attempt to open the gate of death, grabbing Kakashi and dodging the oncoming assault. Seeing this, Jensu decided it was time to leave. With a burst of speed, he vanished from sight. For Jensu, Guy in the 8th gate posed the greatest threat, especially the near-apocalyptic evening elephant. Even without attaining the power of the 6 paths, Jensu knew that one misstep could send him back to the afterlife. The risk wasn't worth it, especially with his plans so close to fruition. With his objective clear and Naruto not in Konoha, Jensu chose to avoid unnecessary conflict. Moments later, Guy obliterated the last of the wind blades. Assured that Kakashi was safe, he scanned the area but found no sign of Jensu. Huh? Where'd he go? Guy scratched his head in confusion, searching the surroundings. Jensu was already long gone. As he moved toward the suspected location of Mount Myaboku, something caught his eye, a purple-haired woman devouring dango nearby. Orochimaru. Jensu's eyes glinted. In a flash, he appeared behind the woman and knocked her unconscious with a swift chop. Lifting her collar, he exposed the heaven curse mark on her pale neck. Without external interference, the fragments of Orochimaru's soul embedded in the mark couldn't activate on their own. That had been Jensu's assurance after eliminating Orochimaru. His loyal and capable subordinates were gone, and those remaining were clueless about the curse mark's secrets. Still, seeing Mitarashi Anko, Jensu decided to eliminate this potential threat. As he had once done with Sasuke, Jensu unsealed the heaven curse mark on Anko's neck. Placing his hand over the mark, he activated the human path soul extracting ability. In one swift motion, a fragment of Orochimaru's soul was pulled from the mark. Orochimaru. The soul fragment glared at Jensu, writhing with hatred and desperation. Without a word, Jensu crushed it in his grasp. With the task complete, he continued on his way, focused on uncovering Mount Myaboku's location. 10 minutes later. Anko woke up with a groan, clutching her neck in pain. Her first thought was for her crushed dango. My dango. Naturally, Jensu hadn't been kind enough to set her down gently. The skewered dango had been flattened under her weight. Tearing up, Anko reluctantly discarded the ruined treat, her mind racing to piece together what had happened. Someone knocked me out. Her face darkened. Though a special jonin, she knew few could incapacitate her so effortlessly. What were they after? Frantically checking herself, Anko found nothing missing, no marks, no residual traces of jutsu. But something felt off. Touching her neck, she froze. The heaven curse mark was gone. How is that possible? The curse mark had baffled even Konoha's best, who could only seal it to prevent its activation. Yet now, it had vanished completely. A mix of relief, confusion, and unease filled Anko. Who could erase the curse mark in such a short time? Could it have been Orochimaru? Anko's thoughts turned grim. If Orochimaru had returned to Konoha, the consequences would be dire. Her face hardened as she sprinted toward the Hokage's office to report the incident. Elsewhere, Guy carried the injured Kakashi, also making his way to the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Irika, having regained consciousness and sensing something amiss, headed there as well. Only Tuchi of Ichiraku Ramen remained blissfully unaware, mulling over new recipes. After all, food never betrays. Chapter 245, Chapter 246. At the Hokage's office in Konoha. Carrying Kakashi on his back, Guy arrived first. Before any explanation could be given, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, sitting behind her desk, looked up. Her hand slammed onto the desk as she stood abruptly, exclaiming, "Kakashi, your eye." Kakashi's Sharingan was gone. Tsunade's shock was evident on her face. Without wasting a moment, she quickly approached the severely injured Kakashi and began performing medical ninjutsu. In no time, the bleeding from Kakashi's left eye socket stopped, and the other injuries on his body began to heal. Seeing his close friend's pale face finally regain some color, Guy let out a sigh of relief. As Tsunade continued treating Kakashi, she turned her head with a grave expression and questioned Guy. What happened? Why is Kakashi in this state? As one of Konoha's elite jonin, Kakashi's strength was well known. Yet now, not only had he suffered such severe injuries, but the Sharingan that had become his hallmark was also missing. Tsunade was both furious and puzzled. It was Hagoromo Gensou. Guy reported hastily. He came to the village. Kakashi was the first to encounter him and engaged him in battle. I arrived after that. Guy might occasionally forget the names of others, but he would never mistake the name Hagoromo Gensou. Having heard it countless times and even witnessed him in action during the battle at the Naka Shrine, Guy was certain of his words. Hagoromo Gensou. Tsunade's expression changed. Him again. Why has he come to Konoha? I don't know, Guy admitted honestly. Cough, cough. Kakashi, who had regained some strength under Tsunade's treatment, spoke up. Naruto. Gensou's target is Naruto. Naruto. Irika's voice came from outside the door. Having just arrived, Irika overheard Kakashi's words. Connecting them with his own recent experiences, he hurried into the room, about to report his findings to Tsunade. However, upon entering, he caught sight of Kakashi's current condition and was momentarily stunned. Kakashi-senpai, you. My opponent was Gensou. The fact that I'm alive is already fortunate, Kakashi said, waving his hand dismissively. The guilt he felt towards Obito could wait. For now, Naruto's safety was the priority. Turning to Irika, Kakashi asked, Irika, you must have experienced something as well. Report it to the Hokage now. Oh, right. Irika nodded quickly, averting his gaze from Kakashi's altered face. He relayed everything that had just occurred, along with his subsequent speculations. Combining Irika's and Kakashi's accounts, Tsunade had a general understanding, though she remained puzzled. Hagoromo Gensou is looking for Naruto's whereabouts. Why? For someone of Gensou's stature, there didn't seem to be anything about Naruto that should interest him. The two had encountered each other in the past, yet Gensou hadn't shown any particular interest in Naruto then. Why was he now intruding into Konoha to search for Naruto? Could it be because of the 9 tails sealed within him? But wasn't capturing tailed beasts the goal of the Akatsuki? Had Gensou also become interested in the tailed beasts? Deep in thought, Tsunade's expression grew increasingly complicated. At this moment, Kakashi quickly added. Cough, cough. Hokage-sama, we must notify Mount Myaboku immediately. Gensou already knows that Naruto is there. He won't give up. Tsunade nodded solemnly. There's no direct line of contact between Konoha and Mount Myaboku. I'll contact Jiraiya right away and have him reach out to them. However, don't worry too much. Mount Myaboku has the Great Toad Sage. Even if Hagoromo Gensou goes there, he likely won't gain anything. Naruto is safe there. Having personally witnessed the Slug Sage's immense power, Tsunade was confident in the abilities of the Great Toad Sage, who was of equal standing. Her greater concern was why Gensou had suddenly targeted Naruto. Given Gensou's personality, it was unlikely he was acting out of a desire to eliminate potential threats. While Naruto held many secrets, the only thing that could truly interest someone like Hagoromo Gensou was the 9 tails. Was Hagoromo Gensou acting against the Akatsuki by targeting the 9 tails first to disrupt their plans? Or had he joined forces with the Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts together? If it was the latter, the situation would take a dire turn. Tsunade furrowed her brow, preparing to summon Shikaku Nara and the rest of her advisory team. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Enko burst in, her expression grave as she shouted, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru might be in the village. Orochimaru. Tsunade, Kakashi, Irika, and Guy all froze. Yes. Enko nodded solemnly. Wait, Kakashi, you. Like Irika before her, Enko was taken aback upon noticing Kakashi's changed appearance. Kakashi, used to such reactions by now, calmly urged Enko to focus on her report, pulling his headband back down to avoid further interruptions. Enko complied and revealed the mark where her heaven curse seal once was. This isn't Orochimaru's doing, Kakashi quickly deduced. Then who else could it be? Enko asked, confused. Hagoromo Gensou, Kakashi replied. Given the timing and location, only he has the capability to do something like this. Orochimaru wouldn't be so benevolent. As for why he did it, that remains a mystery. Much like how they couldn't fathom why Gensou was searching for Naruto, his actions were shrouded in mystery. In their limited understanding of Gensou, Konoha, the 5 great shinobi nations, and even the entire ninja world were like blind men groping in the dark, unable to grasp his true motives. The only ones who seemed to know anything about Gensou were Black Zetsu and Obito. But unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't willingly share information with Konoha. And about those purple, swirling eyes. Kakashi continued recounting details from his battle. Hearing this, Tsunade recalled a report from Kirigakure about a battle near Mount Katsuragi involving Gensou and several individuals with similar eyes, possibly members of the Akatsuki. If that's the case, then this situation is far more complicated than I initially thought. Not being an expert in intelligence analysis, Tsunade decided to consult her advisors. But first, she turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Go to Konoha Hospital and rest for a few days. As for your eye, don't worry. We'll arrange for a replacement. It just wouldn't be another Sharingan. Watching Kakashi leave calmly after giving his full report, Tsunade sighed internally. Kakashi's fighting style had been long established. Returning to the sword techniques of the Hatake clan would mean starting from scratch. There simply wasn't enough time. For now, she could only hope that he could forge a new path based on his existing skills. Chapter 246, Chapter 247. After his trip to Konoha, although Jensen failed to locate Naruto, he still reaped some benefits. He obtained Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan and removed Orochimaru's lingering influence on Anko. In the following days, he dispatched shadow clones to search for the 3 great sage lands. Despite some delays, his speed still placed him among the fastest teams tasked with capturing the tailed beasts. The only ones faster were Deidara and Saimai, who traveled by air and had already reached the outskirts of Sunagakure. This is the Sunagakure where Sasori once lived. Pretty desolate. The environment here is worse than most smaller villages. Deidara remarked, standing on his clay bird and peering down at the village, encircled by towering walls with only a narrow passage for entry and exit. He had thought that the rocky terrain of Iwagakure, often plagued by rockslides, was harsh enough. But Sunagakure, buried in endless sand and lacking greenery, was even more unforgiving. For shinobi, a harsh environment can sometimes be an advantage, Saimai commented, hovering nearby. Desperate conditions breed resilience. The adverse environment tempered Sunagakure's shinobi, fostering their unyielding spirit despite being the least funded of the 5 great villages and having fewer ninja. This was why, despite suffering repeated defeats in past wars, they never bowed their heads completely, always returning to the battlefield at the first opportunity. In contrast, Takumi village had a more hospitable environment, yet its shinobi had long since submitted to the 5 great villages, crafting ninja tools for them in an endless cycle of labor. Even when the 4 celestial symbols men of Takumi tried to revive their former glory, the entire village fled overnight in fear of retribution from the 5 great villages. As the founder of Takumi village, Saimai felt this deeply. Deidara, uninterested in such historical insights, glanced at his ring. The leader hasn't given the order to act yet. Guess we'll wait. Keep an eye on those flying tools, don't let them spot us, Saimai warned. Just toys, Deidara dismissed with a wave. Still, he chose a concealed location to wait. While he wasn't concerned about being discovered and was confident in overpowering the One-Tail's Jinchuriki if necessary, he knew their clan leader valued precision. The thought of delaying the leader's plan sent a chill down his spine. Deidara admired his leader's art but wasn't eager to experience it firsthand, especially since he believed his own art still had room to grow. So, he waited patiently. Land of Lightning. Sasuke and Kisame, slower on foot, were making their way to the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Though still some distance away, they could already hear the faint rumble of thunder, a hallmark of the area, where lightning struck more frequently than anywhere else due to its unique terrain. The 4th Raikage had confined the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, here to aid in his training. I hear the 8 Tails Jinchuriki is a perfect host. I wonder how his strength compares to ordinary Jinchuriki, Kisame mused as they traveled side by side. Sasuke, confident as ever, replied, against the Sharingan, whether it's a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki, the result is the same. Sharingan, Kisame said with a glance. Compared to Itachi, You're certainly more self-assured. Itachi. Sasuke's eyes flickered briefly. He considered asking a question but ultimately refrained, instead reminding Kisame, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki has a clone technique that even the Sharingan can't easily see through. Be careful not to let his real body escape. Also, Jensen-sama instructed us not to harm him too much if possible. Got it, Kisame nodded. The two pressed on toward the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Elsewhere in the Land of Lightning, Kakuzu and Haiden were taking a different route, one shorter in distance. With extra time to spare, Kakuzu had even taken the opportunity to kill a wanted criminal from the bounty list and exchange the reward at an underground market. Haiden, long accustomed to such detours, sat outside like a philosopher contemplating his new doctrines. Kakuzu, what do you think love is? Love is money. No, no. Money isn't love. Love is an emotional eruption. Money is also an emotional eruption. Still wrong. Whatever, I'm not arguing with someone obsessed with money. Kakuzu, do you think I should experience love myself to understand it? The essence of love is money. Do you need a loan? 900% interest. Their banter continued as they leisurely made their way to their destination. However, upon arrival, they found themselves staring at a wasteland. If I'm not mistaken, that should be where the Two Tails Jinchuriki was, Haiden said, pointing at the ruins in shock. The area, a Cloud Village outpost, was now completely destroyed. A heavy stench of blood lingered in the air. Something went wrong. Exchanging glances, Kakuzu and Haiden dashed toward the ruins to investigate. There are traces of the Two Tails chakra. This happened about an hour ago. The Jinchuriki's body isn't here, either they escaped or were captured, Kakuzu deduced. What now? Chase them, of course. It was their first mission under the new leader, and neither wanted to fail. As one of the most experienced shinobi in the world, Kakuzu quickly discerned the direction their target had fled. Without hesitation, they set off to hunt down the culprit and reclaim the Two Tails Jinchuriki. After spending considerable time following the flow of natural energy, Jensen's shadow clones located 3 places where natural energy was most concentrated. One was full of vibrant life. Another was a cold, underground cavern. After dispelling his clones, Jensen chose the third location. Surrounded by towering mountains with lakes dotting the terrain, the area was shrouded in dense mist that obscured the central region from view. Activating his Rinnegan, he scanned the area. Within the mist, he sensed the familiar chakra of a tailed beast. At last, Mount Myaboku had been found. Chapter 247, Chapter 248. Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sage lands, was nestled among mountains and bordered by tranquil lakes. For millennia, it had been visited not only by Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Naruto, but also by others who had stumbled upon it through fate. Those who passed the trials were taught senjutsu and forged contracts with the toads of Mount Myaboku. However, successful senjutsu practitioners were exceedingly rare. Most who tried ended up as stone toads within the mountain. Hagoromo Gensou did not come to learn Mount Myaboku senjutsu, nor did he expect a warm welcome. Without ceremony, he stepped into the thick mist that marked the mountain's outer perimeter, ignoring the illusions meant to test intruders, and walked straight ahead until he reached a cave within the mountain. Here, the mist dispersed. Drip. Drip. Droplets of water fell from the cave ceiling as Gensou surveyed his surroundings. He paid little attention and pressed forward. The cave was deep. Gensou walked for a while without seeing its end. Moreover, his sharp perception revealed that the path beneath him seemed to stretch endlessly. Stopping in his tracks, a deafening voice echoed through the cave. "Who are you?" "Hagoromo Gensou," he replied politely, unperturbed. "Hagoromo Gensou. I know of you." The voice, tinged with surprise, continued. "This is Mount Myaboku. Why have you come?" "I seek the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto," Gensou stated plainly. "Hand him over, and Mount Myaboku will remain undisturbed." "Uzumaki Naruto, absolutely not," the voice boomed with conviction. "Leave now, Hagoromo Gensou. Or remain here forever." "Though I anticipated your answer, I'm still somewhat surprised by your resolve." Gensou shook his head. "What a pity." "Pity for what?" "Pity that a sanctuary as ancient as Mount Myaboku may soon cease to exist." "Arrogant fool." With an enraged roar, the entire cave transformed. Deep red, fleshy walls rapidly grew from the surrounding walls, ceiling, and floor. In the blink of an eye, Gensou found himself inside what appeared to be a massive stomach. The walls pulsed and contracted, shrinking his space until they threatened to crush and digest him completely. This scene feels familiar. Gensou casually drew a kunai and hurled it at one of the walls. The blade sliced through easily, creating a gash. Yet, as the kunai penetrated further, the wall writhed and healed itself rapidly, continuing to press inward. The kunai vanished without a trace. Gensu recalled something from the original story. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame had once been caught in this very technique while pursuing Naruto. They had only escaped thanks to Itachi's Amaterasu. If he wasn't mistaken, he was now inside the stomach of the great toad Iwajuku. In that case, Gensu brought his hands together. Jinten, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu. As the walls closed in, a translucent cubic barrier expanded from Gensu's hands. With a blinding flash of light, everything within 100-meter radius of him vanished into nothingness. After a moment of upheaval, Gensu found himself standing inside Mount Maiboku. Behind him, agonized cries echoed. Turning, he saw an enormous toad, larger than the nearby mountains, its stone-gray skin trembling as it glared at him with fury in its eyes. Such a massive toad. Impressive, Gensu remarked with mild surprise. This was by far the largest toad he had ever encountered, comparable in size to a fully manifested Susanoo. Boom. A nearby mountain was uprooted by the furious Iwajuku and hurled at Gensu with tremendous force. As the guardian of Mount Maiboku, Iwajuku was second in strength only to the great toad sage. Though it had just endured the Jinten attack, its stomach, enhanced by centuries of senjutsu and barrier techniques, had evolved into an alternate dimension. This was why Jiraiya could summon portions of its stomach and why the toad had survived the assault without exploding. Now, with its wounds healing rapidly from the abundant senjutsu chakra, Iwajuku launched another attack. Dodging the flying mountain with ease, Gensu watched as dust filled the air. Its size makes Shinra Tensei ineffective. But since you're offering yourself, I'll send you off properly. Unhurried, Gensu spared a glance toward the depths of Mount Maiboku, where the commotion had alerted the other toads, who croaked noisily. Also, it's time to fully initiate the tailed beast capture operation. Gensu's finger moved over his zero ring, transmitting his orders to all teams involved in the mission. With his command issued, he looked up calmly at Iwajuku, whose massive body now filled his entire vision, ready to crash down. Meanwhile, at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, Sasuke and Kisame exchanged glances as they swiftly eliminated the Cloud Village guards and entered the valley. There, they found Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, humming a tune while scribbling lyrics. "Yo yeah, who are you guys?" Killer Bee asked, gesturing flamboyantly. Elsewhere, Kakuzu and Haiden increased their pace, spotting the unconscious Two-Tails Jinchuriki in the distance. "Be cautious. There may be traps," Kakuzu warned. "No problem. I'll take the lead," Haiden replied confidently. The duo quickly formulated a plan and advanced. Above Sunagakure, Deidara grinned with excitement as he soared on his clay bird alongside Saimai. Finally, the moment has come. Holding a handful of clay bombs, Deidara hurled them toward the Kazekage's office with glee. Art is an explosion. Katsu. Boom. The battle had officially begun. Chapter 248, Chapter 249. At Mount Maiboku. Fukasaku, the elder toad, had just received Jiraiya's report. Upon learning that Gensu might soon arrive, his expression darkened. Beside him, Shima noticed his reaction and asked curiously, "What's wrong, dear?" "Gensu is coming to Mount Maiboku." Fukasaku replied grimly. "Gensu? That young man?" Shima asked in surprise. "Why would he come here?" "Naruto. He's after Naruto." "Naruto?" Shima's brows furrowed as she glanced at Naruto, training diligently nearby. Whether it was under the Great Toad Sage's orders or their own feelings, there was no way they would hand Naruto over. Still, having experienced Gensu's strength firsthand, Shima couldn't help but feel uneasy. That young man is incredibly strong. He's going to be trouble. Even if she and Fukasaku joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. "Don't worry. The Great Toad Sage is here," Fukasaku reassured her. "Not to mention, Mount Maiboku is home to many toads who've mastered senjutsu. Gensu won't succeed on his own." The Great Toad Sage. In the past, Shima might have doubted the power of the aging and often muddle-headed Great Toad Sage. But after witnessing the overwhelming pressure he could exude when serious, Shima found Fukasaku's words comforting. Fukasaku added, "We still need to inform the Great Toad Sage of the potential attack and ensure Mount Maiboku is prepared." "I'll go with you," Shima offered. Just as the two were about to set off. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted in the distance. Turning to look, they saw a massive plume of smoke rising like a dragon into the sky from the direction of the mountain's entrance. That's the entrance to Mount Maiboku, Iwajuku's domain. Exchanging glances, the two elders immediately realized the worst. What's going on? Are the toads fighting each other? Naruto, who had also heard the commotion, paused his training. Having never imagined an external threat to Mount Maiboku, he assumed it was just the toads sparring and eagerly wanted to join in. After all, training alone had become quite dull. Fukasaku and Shima stopped him. Naruto, we need to go to the Great Toad Sage immediately. Naruto's safety was paramount, and following the sage's previous instructions, they had to get him to safety without delay. You mean that muddle-headed old toad? Naruto recalled meeting the Great Toad Sage and found the idea confusing. Why are we going there? Before Fukasaku could explain. Boom. 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 Explosions began erupting continuously from the direction of the mountain's entrance, shaking the ground beneath them. Whoosh. 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 One by one, toads of various sizes rushed toward the scene of the battle. What's going on? Naruto scratched his head. Even if the toads were taking things seriously, the scale of destruction seemed far too excessive. Naruto, come with us. Fukasaku and Shima, their expressions grave, wasted no time in pulling Naruto away. Wait. My clothes, this is my only set. At the entrance to Mount Myaboku, a towering figure, larger than a mountain, collapsed with a deafening crash. Hovering in the air, Jensen descended slowly, his gaze falling upon the remains of Iwajuku, the massive guardian toad, whose head was now half destroyed. Shaking his head slightly, Jensen remarked, I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. Initially, Jensen had considered sparing Iwajuku, given the toad's vast reserves of Senjutsu chakra. He had planned to use it as a source of energy once the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated. But Iwajuku had stubbornly resisted, fighting with everything it had to stop him. Its strength was commendable, leaving Jensen with no choice but to eliminate it. Fortunately, before the toad's demise, Jensen had absorbed some of its Senjutsu chakra with his Rinnegan, mitigating his loss. Taking one last glance at Iwajuku's lifeless form, Jensen turned to leave. At that moment, a deep green toad, the size of a small house, arrived with a powerful leap. Seeing Iwajuku's corpse, it bellowed in rage, Elder Iwajuku. Without hesitation, the toad drew its blade and charged at Jensen, who met its attack with a calm gaze. In an instant, the toad's sword flew out of its hands and, before it could react, severed its own head. Mercy is wasted on the weak, Jensen muttered as he continued forward. As more toads arrived, their numbers grew, and their fury intensified. Rip. Blood splattered as a toad fell in two, cut down in a single stroke as it tried to rush past Jensen. A massive toad, as large as Manda, charged at him, only to be thrown back by an unseen force. Its enormous body collided with a mountain, leaving a massive crater and burying it in rubble. Another toad attempted a fire-style attack but was incinerated by its own flames. Despite their mastery of Senjutsu, the toads of Mount Myaboku were no match for Jensen, who continued to advance unimpeded. Finally, a massive shadow descended from above. Suten, Teppadama. A powerful water bullet shot toward Jensen with incredible force. Now we're getting somewhere, Jensen said, activating the Preta-path of his Rinnegan. Absorption seal. The water bullet was instantly absorbed. From above, Gamabunta landed, narrowing his eyes at the intruder. It's you. Big brother, be careful. He's dangerous. Gamahiro, clutching his dual swords tightly, issued a warning. I don't need you to tell me that, Gamabunta replied, recalling the reports he had heard from Jiraiya about Jensen's immense power. Normally, Gamabunta would have taken a moment to enjoy a puff from his pipe to steady his nerves. But now, with the stakes so high, he drew his short blade and fixed his gaze on Jensen. Not far behind, Gamaken arrived, wielding a new shield and spear. Seeing Jensen, the one responsible for destroying his favorite shield, he said solemnly, I may be clumsy, but I'll still fight. Chapter 249, Chapter 250. The famous toad trio of Mount Myaboku stood together, joined by numerous other toads, less renowned but no less formidable. The response from Mount Myaboku had been swift. In mere moments, Jensen's view was filled with an army of toads of various sizes and colors. This was the strength of one of the three great sage lands. Though their numbers could not rival the armies of the five great shinobi nations, the toads of Mount Myaboku possessed the power of Senjutsu, making them far stronger than average shinobi. The natural energy of Mount Myaboku surged wildly, and the brilliance of Senjutsu shone brighter than ever before. In contrast to this overwhelming force, Jensen stood alone, appearing minuscule in comparison. The gathered toads, emboldened by their numbers, felt confident. Is that Jensen? The men said to rival the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara in his time. And now he's alive again. Doesn't matter who he is. He killed Elder Iwajuku and so many of our kin. He must pay with his life. Yes. Death to the invader. For over 1,000 years, Mount Myaboku had known peace. This was the first time an outsider had invaded so brutally, killing many, including notable toads like Iwajuku. The toads were furious. They believed that no matter how strong the enemy, the collective might of Mount Myaboku would inevitably prevail. Overconfidence will cost you dearly, thought Gamabunta, the most experienced of the toads. Seeing the unshaken confidence of his comrades, he couldn't help but frown. If Jiraiya's intel was correct, this would not be an easy fight. With that thought, Gamabunta stepped forward, preparing to take command of the battlefield. While the Toads were focused on their grand assault, Jensen's attention was elsewhere. His Rinnegan sensed that the Ninetales chakra was not coming toward him as expected. Instead, it was heading deeper into Mount Myaboku, toward an area obscured by a strange force that interfered with his perception. Soon, Naruto's chakra would vanish completely from his senses. Naruto wouldn't run away. This must be the work of the Toads, Jensen thought with a frown. The Toads' attitude toward Naruto puzzled him. Even if Naruto was their summoner, their determination to protect him seemed excessive. Naruto was no helpless individual, in fact, he was far stronger than any of the Toads present. As the child of prophecy in Mount Myaboku's legends, it would make more sense for Naruto to join the battle, fighting alongside the Toads against Gensu. Yet, inexplicably, Naruto was being led away. Could it be that Mount Myaboku, lacking confidence in their ability to defeat him, was sacrificing themselves to buy time for Naruto's retreat? Gensu found it hard to believe. The great Toad Sage had once participated in the battle against Kaguya and her son, but only as a supporter in the shadows. It seemed unlikely that Mount Myaboku would suddenly exhibit such courage, especially when Gensu's target wasn't even the Toads themselves. Gensu's gaze fixed on the deepest part of Mount Myaboku. That had to be the great Toad Sage's dwelling, and Naruto's destination. With time running out and Naruto's chakra on the verge of disappearing from his senses, Gensu decided to act decisively. If anything goes wrong, it's because you didn't follow the rules, he muttered, his gaze sweeping over the Toad army now advancing under Gamabunta's command. Much like Pain's initial attitude toward Konoha, Gensu had intended to keep his disruption to Mount Myaboku to a minimum. His plan was simply to locate Naruto, defeat him, and leave. But Naruto hadn't come to confront him as expected. Instead, he had retreated in the opposite direction. This unexpected turn of events made Gensu wary. Mount Myaboku lacked someone like Tsunade with her persuasive words, but it did have the great Toad Sage, a being Gensu respected for its immense experience and wisdom. To avoid complications in his mission to capture the Ninetales, Gensu made his decision. Without warning, Gensu rose into the sky. Stop him! Gamabunta roared, sensing the growing danger. He immediately began forming hand seals. Suten, Teppadama. Large water bullets shot toward Gensu with relentless force. Following Gamabunta's lead, the other Toads launched their attacks. Katan, Enden. Futon, Shinkiden. Katan, Gameu Enden. Countless powerful ninjutsu converged on Gensu. But none reached him. With the Preta path, Gensu absorbed every technique, converting the foreign chakra into his own reserves. Bolstered by this surge of energy and his already immense chakra, Gensu floated high above Mount Myaboku, radiating brilliance as the sun blazed behind him. From this vantage point, he could see the entire area, including the great Toad Sage's dwelling where Naruto had been taken. Opening his arms wide, Gensu spoke softly to himself, I should say something memorable. After a moment's thought, he decided to pay homage to a classic. Focusing his Rinnegan, Gensu's voice echoed. Feel the pain. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of chakra poured into his Rinnegan. Super Shinra Tensei. The sky seemed to collapse as a cataclysmic force descended upon Mount Myaboku. Chapter 250, Chapter 251. Light. Blinding, all-encompassing light. Under the gaze of the assembled Toads of Mount Myaboku, an uncontainable radiance burst forth from Gensu, so dazzling it obscured even the sun behind him. Gamabunta squinted as his vision was consumed by the piercing white glow, forcing him to bow his head. Yet, his mounting anxiety and fear drove him to bellow. Gensu. What are you doing? Gensu gave no reply. Instead, a deathly stillness blanketed Mount Myaboku. The wind, the streams, the croaks of the Toads, even Gamabunta's voice, all fell silent. The scene froze as if the world had been turned into an unchanging tableau. And then, in the next moment, an overwhelming force shattered the stillness into dust. In Gamabunta's perception, the unfolding chaos resembled a muted drama. An unparalleled repulsive force descended from the heavens. Everything in its path, trees, toads, mountains, and even the earth itself, was either obliterated or hurled outward like feathers caught in a storm. Time seemed to slow as Gamabunta watched in excruciating detail, almost believing he could evade the incoming destruction. But when he tried to act, he realized in shock that the unstoppable force was already upon him. Boom. Only then did the thunderous roar and bone-shaking tremor reach his ears, sending chills down his spine. Dazed and terrified, Gamabunta tried to utter something, but the devastating force slammed into his massive body. Instantly, confusion gave way to horror. He couldn't stop it. With a sickening crunch, Gamabunta coughed up blood as he was launched backward like a missile, propelled by the expanding shockwave of the Super Shinra Tensei. His body smashed through countless buildings, cliffs, and fellow toads before skidding to a halt in a heap of rubble. As unconsciousness took him, his final thought was a despairing whisper. Mount Myaboku is finished. The overwhelming force did not relent after toppling Gamabunta. The Super Shinra Tensei surged onward, consuming everything in its path, be it the once proud Toad army, ancient mountains, or serene lakes that had stood for millennia. Under Gensu's gaze from above, all forms of life and nature were obliterated. The repulsive wave continued unabated until it reached the great Toad Sage's dwelling. For a brief moment, an unseen force resisted the assault. But even that faltered as the overwhelming pressure shattered it, allowing the destructive force to surge forward once more. Inside the great Toad Sage's hall, the venerable sage let out a long sigh. What must come will come. Nearby, Naruto, dragged here moments ago, barely had time to catch his breath before the deafening roar of destruction reached them. What's happening out there? Naruto demanded, panic and confusion etched across his face. He tried to rush outside to see for himself, brushing off the attempts of Fukasaku and Shima to hold him back. But as soon as Naruto stepped to the doorway, a cataclysmic shockwave slammed into him like a tidal wave. Whoosh! Naruto was hurled backward, spinning helplessly through the air. Fukasaku and Shima tried to catch him, but the same force flung them away as well. The great Toad Sage, watching calmly, finally rose from his throne. Moving with unexpected swiftness, he caught the three mid-air and set them down behind him. Turning to face the incoming wave of destruction, his ancient eyes gleamed with a rare intensity. Boom! The hall collapsed entirely under the onslaught. The disaster that consumed Mount Myaboku came and went in the span of a few heartbeats. What had taken only the time to eat 2 skewers of dango had transformed one of the shinobi world's 3 great sage lands into a wasteland. The Super Shinra Tensei ended. Smoke and dust lingered at the edges of the destruction, but the core of Mount Myaboku had gone eerily silent. Hovering above the devastation, Gensu surveyed the aftermath. The once majestic landscape of lakes and mountains had been replaced by a colossal crater. The few remnants of civilization, broken buildings and the shattered remains of toads, were scattered along the edges. Though many toads had perished, a few still clung to life. Some were unconscious, while others, less grievously injured, clawed their way out of the rubble and dirt. For all their strength and resilience, the toads of Mount Myaboku had been utterly defeated. Descending from the sky, Gensu landed softly amidst the ruins. Nearby, a crimson toad emerged from beneath a mound of dirt, struggling to breathe. Its relief was short-lived as it spotted Gensu standing mere steps away. The sight of him sent a violent shiver down its spine. Under normal circumstances, the toad would have attacked without hesitation, regardless of its injuries. But now, it was too terrifying. The memory of Gensu leveling Mount Myaboku with a single technique froze the toad in fear. It wanted to fight, to summon its courage, but its body refused to move. Gensu, appearing unaffected by the technique he had unleashed, walked past the trembling toad without a glance. The crimson toad could only watch in silent despair as Gensu strode toward his true destination. The ruins of the great Toad Sage's hall.